"Night, Dad, night, Mom," I call out as my parents step out of my room. Snuggling under the blankets, I watch the closet door creak open. "Hey there," I whisper as other mommy emerges, her shadow stretching across the moonlit floor. My heart races seeing her, like spotting your favorite teacher in the grocery store. Mom's voice cuts through from downstairs. "Bella, eat." I push the oatmeal around my bowl. "Not hungry," I mutter, but she's already tapping her watch. "I've got maybe 7 minutes before my shift," she says, tying her hair back with the blue scrunchie she always loses by Wednesday. "The money doesn't grow on trees, kiddo. Actually, scratch that, it feels like it grows on bonsai trees compared to what the Jensens next door make." I shovel in a spoonful to avoid the lecture. Dad's banned from breakfast duty after the great sausage incident of last fall, though he still clatters dishes like a one-man band every evening. "Love you, Bella," Mom says suddenly, her keys jingling. My mouth's too full to answer. "Come on, don't make me beg for it," she teases, but her smile doesn't reach her eyes. I manage a muffled "love you too" as I stare at the recycling bin. "Where's a way when we throw things away?" I blurt. Mom freezes mid-sip of coffee. "Are you is this about the sorting bins again?" She exhales hard through her nose. "Look, it gets melted into. Park benches, toothbrushes." Honestly, kid, today I can barely remember where my car keys go. The front door slams. Dad's already clacking away in the study, oblivious. Upstairs, other mommy waits by my closet, her fingers trailing over my science fair ribbons. Lately, she's been appearing more, sometimes solid, sometimes like heat haze over pavement. She glides to my bed, the mattress dipping as if filled with warm sand. "Bella," she murmurs, tilting her head the way Mom does when I'm about to get a flu shot. "Can I go into your heart?" The first time I mentioned other mommy, Dad snorted his soda out his nose. "Who's this other mommy?" Mom had asked, her grip tightening on my doorknob. I'd pretended to yawn, but I saw her pause in the hallway later, one ear tilted toward my room. That night, other mommy unfolded from her hiding spot behind my dresser, joints popping like bubble wrap. "Bella," Dad's voice booms up the stairs just as other mommy vanishes into my bathroom, the one feature that makes me temporarily popular at school. "Come watch the game with me," he calls. "I'm busy," I yell back, listening to the faucet drip in rhythm with his sigh. The mirror fogs where no one's breathing. Daddo pokes his head into my room with a puzzled look. "What's going on in here?" he asks. I shrug, pretending to be busy. "Just stuff." He raises an eyebrow. "You're literally standing in the middle of your room doing nothing." I shake my head quickly. "No, I was just figuring out what to do next." His nose wrinkles as he sniffs the air like something died in here. My stomach knots. I can't let him notice other mom lurking in the bathroom. The last thing I need is her whispering those creepy questions to him like she does to me. "Seriously, what is that smell?" Daddo grimaces, taking another whiff. I play dumb. "I don't smell anything." He gives me that "are you kidding me" look. It reeks like a truck stop bathroom. Before I can stop him, he's heading toward the bathroom door. "Wait, let's just go downstairs," I blurt out. "Hold on a sec," he says, already stepping inside far enough that I can't see past him. My pulse races. Is other mom making that twisted smile at him right now? Then the toilet flushes and Daddo reappears, tapping my stomach. "You good?" he asks. "That bathroom smells like something crawled in and gave up." I force a laugh. "What's that supposed to mean?" He glances back at the bathroom where the toilet's finally silent. "Never mind. Come on, let's hit the den. You can tackle that Michigan puzzle, you know, the one with the robin and apple blossoms." He's right, it is awesome. All those tiny roads, the state flag, the little drawings of landmarks. "Okay," I agree, but his smile doesn't reach his eyes. He's studying me the way Mom did that night she stood in the doorway, like he knows I'm hiding something. Behind him, I catch a flicker of movement, other Mom's pale fingers curling around the doorframe. Let's go, I insist, tugging his sleeve. Geez, you're as antsy as your mother, Dado chuckles. Guess you've got energy to burn. I think of energy sparking into the air, dissolving like smoke. I think of the carnations Mom used to keep in the kitchen. You used to be outside way more, Dado muses. Remember, I'd see you from the den window tearing across the lawn. I shrug. Dunno. What about Deb? She around today? We both pause. We know Deb's my only friend. Well, her and Kelvin. And other Mom, if you count someone who whispers what's that smell, every 5 minutes. She used to wait till midnight to crawl out of the closet, but now she's there before my alarm even goes off. Whatever, Dado sighs. Just want to make sure you're not turning into a couch potato. He's not wrong. I did used to play outside until I started catching other Mom's face pressed to the upstairs windows. What if she slipped downstairs to corner Dado while I was distracted? He ruffles my hair. Relax. We all get lazy sometimes. Hell, when's the last time I hit the gym? He grins and I try to mirror it. The puzzle, he says. Think of it as brain exercise, I finish. Totally counts. As we head downstairs, I don't look back. I don't have to, I can feel her watching. Dado's on a work call in the den, muttering about some Himalaya account disaster, while I spread puzzle pieces across the coffee table. The den's open to the foyer and every floorboard creak makes my head snap up. Well, that would have been great to know earlier, Dado huffs into the phone. The puzzle's tricky, but I love that he thinks I can handle it. I love his office books, too, thick, serious ones with words I don't always get. Once, I told him book pages were pretty just to look at. He flipped one open, squinted, and said, I don't see it, kid, but I like that you do. After he hangs up, he groans, This client's killing me. Work's fun, I offer, he snorts. Sure, compared to staring at the wall. Better than nothing, I say. Wait, did I teach you that? He laughs when I shrug. Not bad life advice, he admits. I focus on the puzzle, but my eyes keep darting to the hallway. She's there. She's always there. Some projects drain you more than others, like when Mr. Brown makes us give speeches in class. Public speaking terrifies me. Don't be like that, Dado says, nudging me. You've got to shake this off now, or you'll be stuck with stage fright forever. If he could go back and teach his younger self one thing, not to freeze up in front of a crowd, he insists. It's everywhere, phone calls, meetings, even arguing with the cable company. I don't argue with the cable company. No jokes, he warns, though his smirk says otherwise. Next time Mr. Brown calls on you, go wild. Stand on your desk if you have to, just get over it now. I picture Mom scolding me for climbing furniture, but I get it. I envy the kids who don't even flinch. I won't be scared anymore, I declare. Dado raises a finger, another call. The ceiling groans. I pretend to focus on the puzzle, but my eyes dart upward. She used to only appear at night, then daylight. The first time I saw her in the sun, I bolted. Now she's everywhere, closer somehow. She started in the closet just watching, then she stepped out, then she spoke, then the questions began. Not now, I mutter. A slit in the ceiling stares back and I, a whole face. Dado hangs up. You okay? He asks. Fine. He follows my gaze. You look spooked. Was it the speech talk? I nod. Yeah, well, don't let it get to you. The ceiling creaks again, but he doesn't notice. Movie later, he offers. Should we wait for Mom? He shrugs. Who knows when she'll be back? We used to watch films together, all three of us. What's playing? I ask. Your pick, he grins. What are we? Best friends, I say. Bingo. His phone rings. I glance up, other mommies there peering down. I bolt before Dado sees her. Upstairs, the floorboards whine under her weight. She's not just in my room anymore. My mattress sighs as I enter. She's perched on the edge, her back to me. The dark hair on her arms makes my skin crawl. I meant to warn her, stay away from Dado, but the words die in my throat. Bela, she whispers, turning, can I go into your heart? No. Please, her voice is sticky sweet. Let me in. No. Her face falls. Friends share, she murmurs, but I remember what school taught us. No one gets in without permission. Not even her. My stomach twists at the thought of how other mommy might react if I agree. No, I blurt out, and when her expression darkens, I bolt from my bedroom without glancing back. I take the stairs two at a time, nearly crashing into Dad as he sets his phone down on the cluttered desk in the den. Pick a movie yet? He asks, raising an eyebrow at my heaving chest. What, you training for a marathon back there? Found one, I lie, bouncing on my toes. Come on before it gets too late. I dash toward the living room, hearing his laughter trail behind me. Kid's got more energy than a Labrador on espresso, he mutters, but he follows anyway. 3 films deep, the house has gone shadowy except for the flickering TV glow. Dad cooked earlier, spaghetti that smelled like garlic and safety, and I watch from the couch because our open concept layout, Mom's fancy term, means nowhere hides. Every time he wanders back to the den to grab paperwork, my pulse spikes. The stairs loom too close, and I count seconds until he returns. Tonight's lineup: Dad's so-called easy movies, rom-coms with predictable meet-cutes and punchlines he pretends to hate but secretly adores. Upstairs, I've overheard their not-easy choices: shrieking violins, gunshots, the wet thud of movie punches. Other mommy used to press her cold hands over my ears to block it out. Now I'm too big for that, apparently. Dad chuckles at a terrible joke on screen, and for a second, I imagine Mom teasing him about it. She'd roll her eyes but nudge his shoulder, the way she does when she's pretending not to love his dorkiness. Wait, you hear that? Dad cocks his head. Think that's Mom's car. I hold my breath. Nothing, not yet. He checks his watch, frowns, then calls Urs, short for Ursula, Mom's way cooler name compared to his plain Russ. When no one answers, we both head toward the foyer. The glass brick windows throw fractured light across the floor as I peer into the pitch-black dining room. For a heartbeat, I swear I see a silhouette in Mom's usual chair. A slow inhale. Then the front door flies open. I shriek. Good grief, Mom laughs, flicking on the light. You two look like you've seen the Grim Reaper. Her words slur just enough to notice. She misses the bench with her purse and it hits the floor with a thud. Whoopsie. Rough night. Dad moves to kiss her, but she sidesteps him, heading straight for the liquor cabinet. What would you clowns do without me? Russ, whiskey. The answer to that, he starts, is always yes. They finish together, an old bit worn smooth from repetition. Mom points at me. Bedtime, Bella. Don't let your father's bad habits rub off on you. Dad winks. You believe in bedtime. Sounds like a myth to me. I glance back at the dark dining room. Is anything real? His smile falters for half a second. Tonight, just sleep. New detail. Added the spaghetti dinner memory for tactile grounding. Voice twist. Switch from childlike unease to wry humor during the rom-com scene. Adjusted pacing to heighten tension before Mom's arrival. Is this real or just my imagination? He flexes his fingers, lost in thought. Mom hands Dad a drink, taking a sip from her own glass. It's real, she assures me, running her fingers through my hair. As real as the strands on your head. My mind drifts to the strange marks on other Mom's arms. Upstairs, Mom nudges me toward the steps. Go get ready, sweetheart, I'll be up soon. As I climb, I catch Dad whispering behind me. When I glance back, they're kissing. The scent of carnations lingers in my mind, how friends should share, give, and take. Below, Mom disappears around the corner and Dad watches her go, completely unaware of anyone else in the house. That's good. I don't want her talking to them about carnations or friendship. I don't want her asking them the same question she asks me, because what if they say yes, or worse, no? Mom calls out to Dad, her voice bright, and I picture them falling in love all over again. I just want them happy, holding hands like they used to at the zoo or that one summer at Lake Chowder, their fingers laced together as we swam. That's all I need. Then I see her, other mom perched on my bed watching me. Hi, I say, forcing a smile. Once I'd wait eagerly for her visits, listening for the creak of the closet door. Now her presence chills me, especially that question. Can I go into your heart? Bella, Mom shouts from downstairs. I don't hear you moving around. Dad laughs, their voices warm, but other Mom doesn't laugh, she just waits. No, I blurt, darting into the bathroom and slamming the door. I grab my toothbrush, scrubbing hard, the noise drowning out everything else. Later, Mom sits on my bed, still in her work clothes, leather jacket on, eyes glistening. You smell different, I say. She sniffs her sleeves, uneasy. What do I smell like? Her gaze flicks to the door like she's hiding something. I lean in, like another person. Her face tightens. Don't say that, Bella. Why not? Because it's not kind. She doesn't reassure me, just smells herself again, peeling off her jacket. Damn it, she mutters, her back to the closet. I pretend to drift off, breathing slow. Sometimes they confess things when they think I'm asleep. I deserve this, she whispers. My own kid saying I smell like someone else. She thinks I'm out cold. I barely crack an eye. What am I doing? Her voice cracks. I have a family, why would I risk this? A hiccup escapes her, almost funny, but I stay still. Jesus, she breathes, eyes closed, smiling like it hurts. Then movement. Other Mom slinks from the closet, pressing into the corner where the walls meet, her head tilted toward the ceiling. I want to scream at them both to leave. Your father's a good man, Mom murmurs, tears slipping free. I recognize this cry, the same one she had when Pester, our orange tabby, died. He works hard for us, but sometimes. Other Mom melts into the shadows, almost. Bella, Mom whispers, are you awake? I stay silent. If I speak, will other Mom ask again? There's no excuse for this, Mom says, voice thick. What am I doing? She only talks like this after drinks. She must have had one too many at work. She rises abruptly, grabbing her jacket before spinning around, just in time to see other Mommy slither further into the shadowy corner where the ceiling and walls converge. A sharp inhale escapes Mommy's lips. Since her back is turned, I risk widening my eyes, watching as she edges toward that same corner. Is there something up there? Her fingers hover over the lamp on the dresser, hesitating. Maybe she doesn't want to disturb me, but then she inches closer, squinting into the darkness. What did I just see? Dado's voice from the doorway startles her. What's up? He asks, casual as ever. Jesus, Russ, Mommy exhales, clutching her chest. You scared me. Dado glances where she'd been staring. I snap my eyes shut just in time. Ready to turn in? He asks. Mommy doesn't answer right away. Peeking again, I catch her still fixated on the corner. She flicks on her phone's flashlight, sweeping the beam across the ceiling. What is it? Dado presses. I don't know, just felt weird. She shakes her head. Maybe I'm hungry. There's leftover wings, right? Yep, help yourself. How was Bella tonight? Perfect. She tackled that puzzle like a champ. Mommy's light lingers. You see a spider or something? No, it's like someone was watching me. A spider, Dado teases. No, her voice drops. Not a spider. They exchange a look. Meanwhile, I'm pretty sure other Mommy has retreated into the closet, her usual spot. I used to think that's where she stayed until she whispered that if I ever let her in, we'd trade places. "You'd go where I'm from," she'd said. I told her I didn't want to live in a closet. She just laughed. "That's not where I'm from." "Love you, Dado murmurs. "I know." I almost said yes to her once. Dado's always preaching about saying yes, how it leads to adventures. But other mommies' favors don't feel like adventures. They feel like traps. Downstairs once, I overheard mommy say temptation wears people down. Other mommy claims friends help each other carnation, whatever that means. "I love this family," mommy whispers, her voice thick. Then they're gone and I'm alone in the dark, staring at the ceiling. "Hi," other mommy breathes, suddenly right beside me. Her presence swallows the space between my bed and the wall. I yelp. Footsteps thunder back, almost rolled off, I blurt. Dado chuckles. "Happens to everyone, rite of passage." "Not funny," mommy scolds. "Stay in the middle, Bela." Her gaze flicks to the corner again, but other mommies already shifted, crouched on the opposite side. "You good?" Dado asks. "Yeah." He sniffs. "You smell that like a busted pipe." "What? No." Probably nothing." He winks at me. "We'll handle it." Other mommy's breath rasps in the silence. "Night, Bela," mommy says, and seriously middle of the bed. The door clicks shut. Other mommy used to feel like a friend. Back then we'd laugh at nothing. She'd braid my hair, cover my ears during storms. Now she just waits. She wrapped her arms around me before retreating into the closet, watching me with those unblinking eyes. "Just making sure you dream sweet," she'd whisper. But my dreams weren't always sweet. Sometimes they echoed with the sound of her quiet breaths, so real I'd wake to see her shadow slipping back behind those doors. We used to be close, but now I'm not so sure. Down the hall, Dad's booming laugh shakes the walls as something crashes in their room. "That's what I call a rite of passage," he crows, Mom's giggles dancing alongside his. I want to bask in that joy, let it wrap around me like a blanket, but other mommy's presence coils at my bedside, waiting. The closet doors sigh shut as I swallow my call for help. Let them laugh, I plead silently. Let this happiness last forever. At Chaps Park, Deb and I pump our legs, sending the swings soaring. The wooden jungle gym towers over us, its rope bridges swaying in the breeze. Dad loves retelling the story of my first wipeout on the slide, how I face-planted in the sand, only to scramble back up, grinning. "Where's your dad today?" Deb asks, kicking up dust. "Stuck at work," I mutter, eyeing Mom and Carly on their bench. Their animated chatter sends hands flying, and I wonder if Carly catches the unfamiliar scent clinging to Mom's clothes. Deb's voice drops. "They're gonna start backpack checks at school." I remember Dad slamming the counter, calling the world total garbage, Mom too furious to scold him. "Weird, right?" Deb adds. I picture backpacks bursting with carnations instead of secrets. "Would you hurt someone?" Deb suddenly asks, swinging past me. "Maybe if they hurt you first," I admit. She grins, matching my height. "Good, I'd do the same." Mom watches us through oversized sunglasses, her white scarf fluttering. She looks like a spy in plain sight. Last night she'd perched on my bed, whispering about risking it all. "What if a lady lived in my closet?" I ask Deb as our swings slow. She giggles. "Love creepy stories." "Seriously," I press, "how'd you save me?" Deb scuffs her shoe in the dirt. "Maybe she's not so bad." "But what if she is?" "I tell your parents." My gaze flicks to Mom, leaning forward now, hands slicing the air as she talks. The scarf slips, revealing a bruise she forgot to hide. I remember Dado snapping his fingers and grinning, saying, "Yeah, we're best friends." It makes me wonder, are Mommy and Dado best friends too? The thought of either of them getting hurt makes my stomach twist. "That's true," Deb murmurs when I mention it. "But how would she even hurt you?" I hesitate. Maybe by scaring me. I wouldn't like that. Still, part of me clings to the idea that we're friends, or at least, we used to be. Deb tilts her head. Friends, she echoes. Yeah, I say, kicking at the dirt under the swing. We'd play these quiet games in my room. What kind of games? Her question sends an odd shiver down my spine. I don't remember the names, just fragments, staring contests, whispered secrets. Weird stuff, I mutter. Then a darker thought creeps in. What if she watched me from the bathroom while I was in bed? Deb's response is instant, fierce. Then I'd stab her. Her voice is sharp, but our moms don't even glance over. Stab her, I echo. Yeah, she says, swinging higher. I'd yell, leave Bela alone, and run her through with a sword. I picture a snarling face, but doubt lingers. What if there's no sword? What if I wake up and she's just lying next to me? Deb's feet drag in the dirt, stopping her swing. I don't want to play this game anymore. But I can't stop. What if her eyes were on the bottom of her face? She hops off, marching toward the jungle gym. Stop it, Bela, I chase after her. Would you still save me from the woman in my closet? Enough, she scrambles up the ladder, her sneakers thudding on the wooden bridge. I stay below, staring up. Would you really tell your mom, even if it put her in danger? Deb pauses at the top of the slide, glaring down. Yes, I'd tell her everything, that a mean woman hid in my closet, that she crawled into my bed. Dado always says some things are a matter of time, like bad things you just know are coming. Deb, I call, squinting into the little wooden fort. Are you sure you're alone in there? Obviously, her voice cracks. Stop it. But I can't. Because sometimes when they think I'm asleep, Mommy and Dado talk in hushed voices. Dado once said, the older I get, the more I think true intelligence is kindness. He sighed like the weight of the world pressed on him. Life's gonna knock you down, kid. Crushed dreams, broken hearts, worse even. And most people, they're mean. He told me about his first job out of high school, typing hours for home healthcare nurses. They got paid pennies, he said, while I earned more just recording their work. His voice turned bitter. And this guy Orrin hated them for no reason, just hated them. Deb's still hiding in the fort. I dig my toes into the sand. Would you push her out a window? I whisper. Bela, she rockets down the slide, done with me. But the question lingers. Would anyone? The nurses would gather in the office after their home visits, waiting as Orrin and I distributed their paychecks. They always double-checked the hours, rightfully so, because mistakes happened more often than they should. I'd enter their hours, Orrin would process the checks, yet somehow errors slipped through. When a nurse pointed out a discrepancy, I'd reassure them I'd fix it. But Orrin, he'd snap back, insisting they were the ones who couldn't do basic math. The worst part was the smug satisfaction on his face, like he enjoyed belittling them. Even now, years later, it boils my blood. Then it hit me, Orrin wasn't just rude. He was skimming their pay out of pure spite. Worse, he'd glance at me mid-tirade, as if expecting me to share his twisted amusement. No matter how much I scowled or rolled my eyes, he assumed I was just as cruel. That's the real horror, Bela, when someone's malice isn't just their own, but they're convinced the whole world agrees with them. Deb, you still there? I called up the slide. Silence. She was pissed, and I couldn't blame her. Grunting, I hauled myself up the steep plastic slope, my sneakers slipping. The wooden fort was just across the narrow bridge. Deb, come on, I'm sorry. We can talk about something else. A sniffle echoed from the shadows. Get away, she muttered. I tried again, softer. Let's play in the sand, please. A sliver of her face appeared in the dimness. Then, in a tiny voice, Bela, can I go into your heart? I glanced over the railing at the playground below, where Deb was suddenly sprinting toward our moms. Confused, I turned back. Just as bony fingers, tangled with strands of hair, curled around the fort's doorway. "Mommy!" I shrieked, stumbling backward. My foot caught the slide's edge and I plummeted, landing hard on the sand. Dazed, I blinked up at the blur of concerned faces. Mommy's sunglasses reflecting my own wide-eyed terror, Deb clinging to Carly like she might vanish next. The goal, I thought, my skull throbbing, is to stay kind. No matter how many times life knocks you down. Cruelty doesn't have to be contagious. It can end with the person who chooses it. So don't let them in, Bella. Don't give their bitterness a home inside you. Mommy's hands trembled as she helped me sit up. What happened? Why did you fall? I couldn't speak, my breath ragged. Over her shoulder, I stared at the fort's dark entrance. I'm scared, I whispered. And for the first time, other Mommy wasn't waiting in the house. She was right there, the impact was right on top of her skull, terrifying everyone, especially Carly and Deb. Deb turned ghostly pale, her face drained of color. We were all gathered around the kitchen table when Dado locked eyes with me. The conversation swirled around doctors and checkups. "How are you holding up?" Dado asked. I mumbled that I was fine, but his question unraveled something inside me. Emotions surged, and suddenly, tears spilled over. Dado pulled me onto his lap, his voice steady. "Accidents happen, especially at the playground. You'll be all right." Mommy, still shaken, added, "She took a nasty fall." Her worry hadn't faded since the moment I hit the ground. Dado leaned in, his tone shifting to something lighter, almost amused. "When I was a kid, your Uncle Clay yanked my legs out from under me on the parallel bars. Cracked a rib, couldn't breathe right for days. Grandma nearly fainted, just like Mommy today. But I survived. And you look tough. You'll bounce back." "We don't know that," Mommy cut in sharply. Dado shrugged. "Then let's get her checked out. Bella, wanna visit Dr. Smith?" As they bundled me up, the floorboards groaned overhead. I hesitated at the door, a thought gnawing at me. If I agree, will she back off? Dr. Smith's office was a familiar scene, ducks and geese in a chaotic chase across the walls, the sharp scent of antiseptic, and that crinkly paper on the exam table. He stood there, stethoscope dangling like a prop, every bit the cartoon physician my parents joked about. But today, his expression was dead serious. "Bella," he began, "tell me what happened." Mommy jumped in. She fell backward off the slide. "I'd like to hear it from Bella," Dr. Smith insisted, ignoring Mommy's pinched expression. "I stepped back too far," I admitted. "Were you dizzy? Did something feel off?" The image of those gnarled fingers in the doorway flashed in my mind. Dado's words echoed, "It's only a matter of time." I bit my lip. Warning them might make things worse. "No," I lied. Dr. Smith pressed. "No shock, no sudden fear." Mommy nudged me. "Yeah," I whispered. "I got scared." "By what?" My eyes darted to the wallpaper, geese gaining on the ducks, their beaks sharp, the ducks frantic. A shiver ran down my spine. "Other Mommy," I blurted out. Room went still. Dr. Smith's gaze flicked to my parents. "Interesting," he murmured. Bella's mom speaks up first. "Sweetheart," her dad chimes in. "We haven't heard that nickname in ages." He glances at her mom for confirmation. "Yeah, maybe a couple years," her mom agrees. Dr. Smith leans forward, curious. "And who exactly is Other Mommy?" He directs the question at the parents, not Bella. They exchange uneasy looks. "We don't," her dad starts. "We don't know," her mom finishes. Bella loves when they do that, finishing each other's thoughts like characters in those cheesy rom-coms. "It's a kid thing," her mom adds before turning to her husband. "Maybe we should call off the party tonight." Dr. Smith's gaze shifts to Bella. "So you thought you saw something at the top of the jungle gym?" he asks. "Not just the slide," her mom corrects. Bella fidgets. "I don't know," she mumbles. I don't want to talk about it. Her dad raises an eyebrow. How'd you know to ask if she saw something? Dr. Smith chuckles. Because this kid, he gestures at Bela, she's got the balance of a gymnast, climbs onto the exam table like it's nothing, skips out of here like she owns the place. Loves to dance, right? Kids like her don't just wipe out for no reason. Accidents happen, her mom insists. Sure do, Dr. Smith agrees, but his expression says he's not convinced. Let's check that head anyway. He pulls out his stethoscope. No concussion signs, speech is clear, eyes are fine. Then, with a wink, watch the geese outside, sneaky little things. I swear, sometimes I catch a goose eyeing a duck like it's lunch. Tonight's party is still on. Bella's parents throw them all the time, loud music, louder laughter, and enough fancy drinks to fill a bathtub. They always hire Kelvin, a high schooler from Chaps, to babysit. Not that Bela needs one, she's way past baby age, but rules are rules. Kelvin's the best. He's in some rec league with her dad, soccer, softball, doesn't matter. What matters is he actually pays attention, even when he's glued to his phone. Downstairs, the pre-party buzz has already started. Amanda and Dan, the early birds, are cracking up at something her dad said. They've got a baby at home and always duck out before things get wild. Bella's parents joke that she's a handful, but they also say she's their favorite handful. The music isn't drowning out the conversation yet. So Bela took a spill, Dan asks. No big deal, her dad brushes it off. Her mom cuts in, it was terrifying. Poor kid, Amanda murmurs. Doctor gave her the all clear, her dad insists. Bella rolls her eyes, she is fine. Did she hit her head? Dan presses. From upstairs, Bella grins. If there's one sound that could cancel out other mommies' creepy whispers, it's the sound of people laughing too hard at her dad's terrible jokes. Mommy doesn't think so, but she can't shake the memory of that awful sound, like something between a grunt and a muffled scream. It wasn't just any noise, she insists. It was deep, almost like an old man groaning, not a little girl. Dado tries to lighten the mood. Yeah, thank goodness nobody records my panic noises. I sound like a dying seagull. Amanda and Dan crack up, but Mommy's still unsettled. Maybe it was just a car backfiring near the playground, she muses, or her shoe scraping the slide. But when I replay it in my head, it's like some creature snarling because it didn't get its way. The doorbell cuts her off. I peer down from the top of the stairs as Mark, Dado's longtime drinking buddy, strolls in. Look who finally showed up, Dado teases. Those two could turn a Tuesday night into a rowdy concert, loud music, louder laughter, zero fights. How's Bella? Mark asks. You said something about a doctor, Dado waves it off. She's fine, just gave hers a heart attack for no reason, Mark smirks. This is why you're kid-free. Well, this and your legendary dating skills. Dado rolls his eyes as more guests pile in, the party buzzing to life before the door even shuts. I retreat to my room, torn between my sparkly dance outfit hanging in the closet and the dread of opening that door. The dresser's a lost cause, everything's either too stiff or too boring. Downstairs the music swells and then I hear his voice. Kelvin's here, I shriek, bolting to the staircase. He's already deep in conversation, but Mommy catches my eye. He'll be up in a sec, Bella. Kelvin, kitchen first, quick debrief. Now. While I'm stuck waiting, the house fills with chatter. Laver's booming laugh, Marcia's gossip, strangers mingling. My closet door taunts me. Did I close it? Do I even touch it anymore? Bella, Mommy's voice snaps me back. She and Kelvin appear in my doorway. Kelvin's on duty, Mommy says, though her smile doesn't reach her eyes. But feel free to drag him downstairs. We pay him to babysit us too, you know. Kelvin chuckles. Yep, gotta make sure the grown-ups don't wander into traffic. Mommy nudges me. You should dance tonight if you're feeling up to it. I nod eagerly, but her gaze lingers. She's still seeing me sprawled on the playground asphalt. Kelvin eyes the closet. Outfit in there. He reaches for the knobs and my stomach lurches. Wait, but it's just clothes, perfectly normal, swinging gently. Mommy's already distracted, ducking into the bathroom. Why's it so quiet in there? What's she? Bela, Kelvin frowns. You okay? Mommy reappears, clutching a towel. Hangers aren't for floors, kiddo. I point to my favorite outfit, purple and blue, like a pop star's costume. Knew it, Kelvin grins. You'll slay out there. As Mommy heads back to the chaos below, the closet's shadow stretches just a little farther across the floor. The music blares even louder now. Thanks, Mom tells him. Bela, behave for Kelvin. Kelvin grabs the purple and blue outfit from the closet and tosses it onto the bed. Change in the bathroom, he says. Quick, they're waiting for you downstairs. I glance toward the bathroom. What's wrong? He asks, then steps inside himself. Worried it's a mess. Don't be. Watch this. He rearranges my toothbrush and soap in seconds, making the space look spotless. There. Now you've got a proper changing room. Little things matter, Bela. You're too young to get it. I didn't either at your age. But trust me, a tidy space makes you feel like you're becoming a whole new person. I am clean, I snap. He chuckles. Didn't mean it like that. He steps out and I drag the clothes inside, shutting the door. I try to hurry, but my eyes lock onto the bathtub. Other Mommy was here last time when Daddo was in the room. If she's not in the tub, not in the closet, where is she? Maybe downstairs, dancing for the crowd. Yo, I'm at Bela's, Kelvin says loudly in my room, phone glued to his ear, probably texting some crush. I scramble into my party outfit. Place is packed, he adds. I check the mirror, then the tub again. Hold up, Kelvin mutters. Heard something on the roof. Bela, he laughs. You got raccoons up there. I burst out of the bathroom just as he reaches for the closet doors. No, I yell. The voice on his phone squawks in surprise. Whoa, jumpy much, Kelvin grins. Thought I heard something. Let's go. I don't shut the closet, just follow him out, my stomach twisting at the empty space where my clothes should be. A void in the house. Place is wild downstairs, Kelvin says. Bet someone's gonna spill their secrets to us tonight. Huh. Drunk people love oversharing with kids. You okay? You're zoning out. Carnations, I blurt. The flowers, he raises an eyebrow. Yeah, they bring you back to life, he cracks up. Seriously, my face burns. Friends use them to revive each other. Damn, Bela, that's wild, but hey, I've heard crazier. We hit the bottom step, plunging into a sea of bodies. Adults clutch drinks, spilling into the living room, kitchen, and back deck, smoke curling through the open door, the kind that makes Daddo and Mark giggle like kids. Bela, voices overlap. Dance for us. How's school? Bela, over here. Then Daddo appears, peeling away from a group. Hey kiddo, Kelvin, you good? All set, Kelvin says. Bela's ready to rock. Also, carnations are magical, apparently. Daddo smirks. Wait, you mean reincarnation? Yeah, I say, that's what other Mommy told me. Solid joke, Daddo says, then nods at Kelvin. Grab some food. To me, come meet someone. He leads me to the fireplace, where a woman with fiery red hair and thick glasses studies me. Bela, this is Lois Anthony. Her smile doesn't reach her eyes. Bela meets Lois Anthony, a woman who works internationally, and greets her with a warm, genuine smile, the kind Daddo always says marks true kindness. She shakes Bela's hand like she's an equal, not just a kid. Lois mentions that Daddo thinks Bela might be a sensitive, someone who perceives things others can't. Bela glances at her father, who shifts uncomfortably before brushing it off, insisting Lois is someone she can trust. Lois asks to place a hand on Bela's shoulder, closing her eyes as if searching for something. When she pulls away, she seems puzzled, almost disappointed. Daddo jokes about magic, but Lois just laughs it off, calling herself an old hippie. Still, her gaze lingers like she expected more. Then Marcia, one of Mommy and Dado's tipsy friends, interrupts with slurred affection, claiming her own kids would never hang out with adults. Mommy rolls her eyes but doesn't really mind. The party swells, music blaring, voices overlapping, and Lois tries again, pressing her palm to Bella's shoulder. This time she asks point-blank, "Are you seeing ghosts?" The question sends a chill through Bela. No, she lies. Lois studies her, unconvinced, but lets it go, assuring her that anything unusual she experiences is natural. As Bella steps away, Kelvin sweeps her into the chaos, asking if she's ready to dance. She nods, searching for her shoes near the front door. The house is packed, strangers laughing in the kitchen, Mommy at the dining table, Dado outside with his friends, smoke curling around them like mist. The energy is wild, overwhelming, but Bella pushes through. Caught between Lois's quiet intensity and the party's reckless joy, the laughter draws me in, curiosity tugging at me, but Kelvin catches my hand and murmurs, "Let's give them space." He passes me my shoes, and I slide them on while perched on the bench in the entryway. The living room is packed now, bodies shifting like a tide, way more crowded than before. Mom's strict about no TV during parties, and Dad always grumbles that screens kill the vibe unless it's a nature documentary. "Animals never get old," he says, like it's gospel. Kelvin grins. "Now this is a party." "Give it a minute," I shoot back, already moving to the beat. Dancing's my thing, zero shame, total freedom, but tonight feels off. The grown-ups glance my way, half smiling, but their eyes flick back to their conversations. Maybe I've aged out of being the cute kid who busts a move. Then Kelvin joins me and the rhythm takes over. More folks filter in, a few women twirling with me, and suddenly Dad's across the room, giving me that goofy, lopsided grin. A creak echoes from the stairs, and I weave it into my steps, syncing with the unseen rhythm. A guy launches into a story and the room tenses, ghost story vibes. You don't need the details to know, it's in the hush, the way shoulders inch closer. "Nobody wanted to go down to that basement," he says, dragging out the pause. "But Mom would make us, every damn time." Someone fake shrieks and laughter ripples. The basement, classic nightmare fuel, dusty magazines, a sewing machine draped like a corpse under a sheet. The guy leans in. "Then one day she sends me for a box of photos. Spiders, fine. But this box was in the deepest corner, past the furnace. You know that sprint where your heart's in your throat." I peek through the crowd just as Mom lingers too close to some guy in the foyer, their fingers tangled. Dad's laughing with his buddies, oblivious. Did he see? Does that stranger's cologne cling to her? The storyteller's voice drops. I hit the basement stairs, counting each step, ready to grab and bolt, and then a collective gasp. Aunt Nettie's ghost peeks out from behind the furnace. The room erupts, gasps, nervous giggles, until Marcia screams, raw and jagged, not a jump scare yelp. Terror. The music cuts. Mom rushes to her, the foyer guy right behind. "It's just a story," people reassure her, but Marcia's trembling, finger jabbing at the shadows. "There was something there," she chokes. "A monster." Laver chuckles, but it's brittle. The room freezes. Someone mutters, "Marcia, you high." And through it all, Lois Anthony watches me from the fireplace. Silent as a statue, Marcia trembles, her finger still outstretched. Her voice shaky as she describes what she saw, something tall, dark blue, with strange hair. The crowd parts where she points, but there's nothing there except a blank wall. Laughter and murmurs ripple through the room, some joking about being too drunk or high, others exchanging uneasy glances. But my attention snaps to Lois Anthony, who hasn't taken her eyes off me. Stepping forward, I cut through the noise. "That wasn't a monster," I say, ignoring the sharp look from Mom, the way she silently pleads with Kelvin to intervene. "She used to be a friend, maybe she still is." My pulse races, equal parts fear and something else, something electric. Lois tilts her head. "Who was it, Bella?" I picture coarse hair on pale arms, a face turned sideways, a voice that whispers the same demand until I cave. "Other mommy," I answer. Later, Dad perches on the edge of my bed, rambling under his breath, convinced I'm asleep. The party's over, the house quiet except for his voice. Mom's nowhere in sight, and I cling to the hope he won't leave. Marcia saw her. Does that mean other mommies slipping into the real world? First my closet, then my bed, then the yard. Now this. I replay Lois talking to Marcia in the driveway. Marcia slumped in her car while the driver tapped the wheel impatiently. When Lois glanced up at my window, I ducked. Kelvin joked about me spying, but his laugh was too tight. Did he see her too? He avoided the closet like it was wired to explode. Dad sighs. "Maybe I'll crash in here tonight. You're probably rattled. Hell, so am I." His gaze lingers. I feel it even with my eyes shut. "Lots of people have stories like yours," he murmurs, skirting the name other mommy. My stomach twists. Is he angry? Then out of nowhere he veers into a stoned ramble. "Ever think about how life never turns out how you expect? Like I'm happy really, but also not. You ever met someone who just missed everything?" His voice cracks. "Quinn Dole died at 17, wrapped his car around a tree. Every milestone, your birth even, I think Quinn never got this." He chuckles, bitter. "Kid had this goofy smile, arms and legs flailing when he ran, like a marionette with cut strings. In concert, huh? Yeah, I'm wrecked. You asleep? Yeah, you're asleep." The room hums with silence. Somewhere a floorboard creaks. Dado pushes himself up from the bed, his footsteps heavy as he crosses to my dresser. He snatches his drink, the ice cubes rattling, then plops back down beside me with a thud that makes me squeeze my eyes tighter. Sure, Quinn's missing the milestones. Graduation, heartbreaks, crappy jobs, even buying a house. But that's not the real loss. He was there in my thoughts through all of it, wasn't he? No, what he's truly missing is the texture of life, the slow burn of growing older, the way love reshapes you from the inside out. Take my buddy Mark, for instance. Dado takes a swig, the glass clinking. Guy S been snapping a selfie every single day since before smartphones were even a thing. Thousands of photos, all lined up like some weird flipbook of his face aging. But here's the kicker. Who cares about wrinkles or a receding hairline? The real magic's in the invisible stuff. The way your heart shifts after your first real heartbreak, or how your patience stretches thin after months of sleepless nights with a newborn. That's what Quinn's robbed of. Dado's voice drops. "Hey Bella, you awake?" Silence. Then, softer, "Did Marcia really see what you think she saw?" The room feels colder suddenly. I strain to hear anything beyond his breathing, footsteps, whispers, anything. Where's Mom? Did she leave with that guy from the hallway? A sudden creak. Dado's on his feet, his shadow looming. I crack an eyelid, expecting him to hover over me, but he's facing the closet instead. "Listen up," he growls, raising his drink like some twisted toast. "If you're in there, leave this house. It's ours. We're happy here." The closet doors groan open on their own, and I bolt upright, my pulse hammering. Dado steps closer, silhouetted against the darkness. For a heartbeat, I swear his reflection in the closet mirror is staring right at me. "Just a loose hinge," he mutters, flicking on his phone's flashlight. But he doesn't move. The air's thick, like the room itself is holding its breath. Then with a forced chuckle he announces, "Screw waiting, I'm fixing this now." As he marches out, the hallway nightlight casts long fingers of shadow across the floor. I can't tear my eyes from the closet. She's coming out, my gut whispers. Dado returns, screwdriver in hand, humming some off-key tune. "All right, you pesky hinge," he jokes, but his knuckles are white around the tool. I watch, frozen, as he twists the screw too tight, like he's sealing something more than just a door. The image of him shutting her inside the closet lingers in my mind, and strangely, I find comfort in it. All right, Dado mutters, stepping back but lingering by the door, silent, staring at the closet. My thoughts drift, carnations, flowers, the nagging doubt that I misheard other mommy. Then Dado's voice cuts through. Fear's fascinating, Bella, he muses, swirling his drink. Every time you've ever been afraid, you've survived it. Think about that. You've made it through every single thing you thought would break you. If you hadn't, you wouldn't be here to realize it. And that's what Quinn Dole's missing. That's what being alive feels like. I swallow hard. Dado, I whisper, and for a second I wonder if I've unsettled him. Is reincarnation bad? He exhales, moving to sit on the bed, putting distance between himself and the closet. Bad? No. It's one of the most beautiful ideas we've ever had. Other mommies' words echo in my head, friends returning, trading places. Maybe Quinn got reincarnated, I say. Dado's grip tightens on his glass. So you were awake. You eavesdrop often, he smirks, but his eyes stay sharp. Don't sweat it. I did the same as a kid. How else do you learn the truth? He takes a long sip, then adds, but who needs truth, right? I like that thought, Quinn, reborn, but then doubt creeps in. Where does the other person go if someone takes their body? Dado hesitates. I don't think it works like that. But his laugh is uneasy, his gaze locked on me. Is this about, you know? Before I can answer, the closet door groans open. Dado bolts up, slamming it shut and wedging a chair against it. Enough, he snaps, breath ragged. Ice clinks as he downs the rest of his drink, then collapses onto my bed. Scoot over, kid. I obey. Is mommy home? Tomorrow, he slurs, already half asleep. We'll talk then. His snores fill the room, drowning out any other sounds, but my mind won't quiet. Other mommies promise trade places, help her like a friend. Were we ever friends? Did we laugh together, or was it just me while she watched? Don't come out, I whisper into the dark, eyes squeezed shut. Please, no closer. Guilt twists in my chest. It feels wrong, like scolding a cat for wanting outside. Then, Bela. Did I just hear my name from inside the closet? I press against Dado's side, feigning sleep, chanting under my breath like a lullaby. No closer, please. Morning light spills into the kitchen. Mommy stumbles in, still in last night's party jacket, exhaustion lining her face. Eat, she orders, avoiding my gaze. Did you sleep at a friend S? I ask. Her stare sharpens. Eat. Upstairs, Dado snores on in their room. On my way to the kitchen, I spotted him sprawled face down on their bed, still fully dressed. I fixed myself breakfast while Mommy, unaware of his state, rummaged through the fridge. She grabbed orange juice and a bottle of aspirin, downing the pills with a swig. She muttered. Not every get-together needs to turn into some creepy ghost convention. What's a ghost convention? I asked. Nothing, just. Why can't people have fun without dragging up weird stuff? She shot me a look, willing me to recall. That ghost story last night, remember? Yeah, I said, wasn't scary. She smirked. Guess you're the resident fear expert now. What's that mean? Nothing, eat. I am eating. Eat more, until you're a little meatball. I took another bite. Where's Dado? Still asleep. Seriously? Yep, he was up late. So were you, I pointed out. She raised an eyebrow. Excuse me. You were up too. She exhaled. Yeah, I was. Kelvin didn't put you to bed. He did, but I stayed awake for a while. Mommy glanced at the ceiling. Dado tucked you in too. Yeah, fixed my closet hinge. Slept in my bed. What was wrong with the closet? Said it was loose. Her eyes flicked upward again. I left the chair in front of it this morning. Good call, she sipped her juice. Then abruptly, Bela, whose other mommy? The question caught me off guard. Bela, she pressed, tell me about her. She slid into the chair beside me, the scent of last night's party clinging to her. Marcia Dickman freaked out. People have been texting me all morning. She even crashed at her brother's place. I need to know about other mommy. Now. I hesitated. Bela, her expression was strange. Weird how? I don't know, but you do, right? Yeah. So. Her eyes move. Sometimes they're on the sides of her head or the bottom of her face. Mommy inhaled sharply. What else? Is she small? No, big. Bigger than me. Bigger than Dado. She has to duck in my room. Jesus, Bela. The sunlight felt too bright for this conversation. But she's not always like that, I added. Not always huge. Yeah. Okay, so sometimes she's small. I don't know. Try. Sometimes she slithers across the floor on her stomach. Mommy stood abruptly, arms crossed. Very creative. Creative. Before she could press further, a door slammed upstairs. Heavy footsteps pounded down the hall, then the stairs. Dado burst into the kitchen, relief flashing when he saw me. Bela, he turned to Mommy. Hey. Hey, just got back. Thought you passed out in the den. Went to check on Marcia. Dado scoffed. She overdid it last night. Tell me about it. We need to cut back, Mommy said. Yeah, dry out. They fell silent, both staring at me as I chewed. Mommy flicked on the radio. Dado gulped water. Are we still going to the zoo? They froze. Oh crap, Mommy groaned. That's right, Dado admitted. Another pause, then they burst out laughing. Not great when our kid remembers and we don't, Dado said. Not at all. Their eyes locked, but when Mommy moved to hug him, he sidestepped to the sink. I could sleep all day, he muttered, but I'll get ready, zoo it is. Can I get a stuffed vulture? They blinked. A vulture, Mommy asked. Yeah, they don't kill, they eat what's already dead. That's cool. Dado ruffled my hair. If they've got one, it's yours. As I finished eating, I noticed Mommy still staring at the ceiling, arms wrapped tight around herself. Like she was freezing in the middle of the morning sun, her gaze lingers on me. That unanswered question still hanging between us like a cobweb neither of us will brush away. Even as Dad heads out to get ready, Mom keeps silent instead of repeating it. Bela, has she ever spoken to you? My fourth-grade teacher, Mr. Jeffrey, once explained how ordinary spots can become sacred for people. A supermarket might be someone's sanctuary, where they linger just to soak in the comfort of fluorescent lights and cereal aisles. Or a park bench could be where someone untangles their thoughts over and over. Places aren't just coordinates, they're emotional landmarks. For my parents, the zoo is theirs. Every visit, they send me ahead to the reptile exhibit while they trail behind, whispering like conspirators. Mr. Jeffrey would nod and say the zoo isn't just a zoo to them. It's their confessional. Still hungry? Dad asks as I press my nose to the glass, eyeing an emerald snake so vivid it looks photoshopped. She just ate, Mom sighs. Dad grins. Since when is second breakfast a crime? He winks and I giggle, relieved for this pocket of normalcy. The zoo's always been our safe zone until today. Check out the big guy, Dad murmurs, nodding at the alligator behind the glass. It's not even that big, some of the pythons could probably swallow me whole. Still, I study its murky eyes, wondering if it's staring back. In the reflection, my parents huddle close, their voices hushed but urgent. Mom jabs a finger toward me. Dad grips her wrist, hissing, "Not here." The alligator vanishes into the shadows, and suddenly I'm wondering what this tank feels like at 3 a.m. Do the glass walls hum? Do the vines slither when no one's watching? Does the gator ever mistake rustling leaves for something else? "Butterflies next," I announce louder this time. Mom spins toward me, her smile tight. "We know," she says, "but Dad's already steering us toward the penguins." "Food chain lesson, kiddo," he adds, forcing cheer. "Lions first. Oh, and fun fact, butterflies, total predators, they devour lions." "Liar," I shove him, but neither of them laughs. My chest tightens. Mom told Dad she crashed at Marcia's last night, but she told me Marcia was at her brother S. The lies coil around us like the snakes behind glass. Dad hoists me onto his back despite my age, and for a moment it's like before, his shoulders warm under my chin, the penguin house's icy air sharp in my lungs. But then I glance back. The alligator's still missing. And I can't shake the thought, what if some doors shouldn't be opened? I start to wonder, can I even recall a time when the closet doors didn't creak open at night? "Bella, look," Dado says, lifting me up before setting me down near the glass. Outside, the penguins huddle together on the ice, some diving into the water while others just stand there motionless. A few waddle awkwardly, like they're trying to remember how their feet work. Glancing back, I see Mommy and Dado talking near the entrance. Dado's hands are moving in that way they do when he's forcing himself to stay calm, and Mommy's arms are crossed tight. My stomach twists. They're fighting again. I turn back to the penguins just as the biggest one belly flops into the water, disappearing into the dark. "Hey Bella," Dado says, suddenly beside me. "Did you know they have to defrost these penguins from ice cubes every morning?" I love his dumb jokes, but today it doesn't feel right. "No way," I say, forcing a smile. "I never lie," he insists, and he's right, Dado doesn't. But that doesn't make things better. We leave the penguins behind, the air biting colder as we head toward the lions. Mommy says the animals like the chill, but all I can think about is Mr. Jeffrey and how home doesn't feel the same for everyone. Is our house safe for them? "Hey there, Russ, Ursula, Bella." A familiar voice cuts through my thoughts. Lois Anthony stands there, grinning like she's in on a secret. "Didn't expect to see party survivors out this early," Dado jokes. Lois laughs. "Oh, please. If I let a hangover stop me, I'd never leave my apartment." Dado chuckles, but Mommy's face stays stiff. Lois turns to me. "And how's the little troublemaker? You feeling the aftereffects too?" Her eyes lock onto mine, intense. "I'm fine," I say quickly. "Good," she says, then leans toward Dado. "Don't forget Fridays at Sneakers. We discuss the unknown over drinks." Mommy's grip tightens on my hand. The unknown, how thrilling. She pulls me away before Dado can answer. "What group?" Mommy hisses as we walk. "Just some people talking about weird stuff," Dado shrugs. "Sounds fun." "Fun," Mommy scoffs. "It's nonsense." "Is it any worse than believing in, I don't know, lucky socks?" "Yes," Mommy snaps, "because socks don't claim to explain the universe." We reach the butterfly house, where a zookeeper reminds us to close the first door before opening the second. "That stuff gives you mayonnaise brain," Mommy mutters. Dado snorts, "Mayonnaise brain." "It turns your thoughts to mush, makes you believe in anything." "Do you believe in ghosts?" I blurt out. They both freeze. "Why?" Mommy asks carefully. Lois Anthony does. The first door clicks shut behind us, sealing us in silence before we step into the warmth of the butterflies. "You seem to know Lois pretty well," Mom remarks as we step through the second door into the butterfly exhibit. Not really, I mutter, already distracted by the thick, humid air wrapping around us. Dad chuckles. A wild night with some eccentric folks sounds like a blast. Before Mom can respond, she nudges me forward. Bella, sweetie, why don't you scout ahead? Find something amazing for us. I wander deeper into the lush greenery, their hushed bickering fading behind me. Hey there, butterflies, I whisper, watching them flicker like living confetti, sapphire blues, emerald greens, jet blacks, and sunshine yellows, some dotted, some striped, some so massive their wings could eclipse my palm. Then a flash of crimson. My breath catches. I've never seen a red one before. Wait. I dart past broad leaves that brush my shoulders, chasing the scarlet flutter until it perches beside a blue butterfly on a giant leaf. Hi, I murmur. I'm Bella, my parents. Yeah, they've been fighting nonstop. What's your story? The red butterfly's wings twitch, almost like it's listening. The blue one shifts, its wing folding for a split second like a blink. My smile falters. The heat presses closer. That's not a wing. It's an eye. A blue eye half hidden in the foliage. My stomach lurches. Suddenly, I'm back by the alligator exhibit, imagining something lurking. The butterfly house doors creak in my mind, swinging wide like a closet yawning open. Oh no, I gasp, whirling around, but Mom and Dad are still arguing around the bend. Other mommies' face flashes in my thoughts, followed by Marcia's scream. I bolt, leaves slapping my cheeks, butterflies erupting in chaos until I crash into a zookeeper. Easy there, kiddo, she scolds. You'll spook them. Dad, Mom, I shriek. They sprint toward me, panic etching their faces. She could be anywhere. I yell before tearing through the exit, not waiting for the doors to seal. Let them escape. Let the butterflies vanish into the sky. Outside, Mom seizes my arm. Bella, what's gotten into you? Dad steps between us, his voice unsteady. She's terrified, look at her. Mom releases me, storming off. This is insane, she snaps, then whirls back. People like Lois Anthony, this is their fault. Lois freaking Anthony. Dad tries to hush her, but she's volcanic. No, Russ, this ends now. Later, Mom's fury turns my room upside down. Clothes avalanche from my closet as Dad insists. We're not saying we don't believe you, Bella. Believe? I don't want to hear it. Mom snarls, hurling another armful onto the heap. This house is getting scrubbed clean, starting fresh. The closet gapes, hollow and small. How had it felt endless before? She yanks toys from under my bed. See, nothing hiding, nothing. And your door stays open until further notice. Dad's phone rings, work. He slips into the hallway, leaving me surrounded by the wreckage of my room. Mom kneels, gripping my shoulders. See, she repeats, desperate. But all I see is the ghost of a blue eye, blinking in the leaves. The room feels too quiet now, just the hum of the wind slipping through the open window. Bella stares at the empty closet, nothing but shadows and bare walls where clothes once hung. Down the hall, Dad's muffled voice blends with the creak of floorboards as Mom lingers by the bed. You need to rest, she insists, tucking the blanket tighter. You're exhausted. Bella doesn't argue. The wind tugs at a stray t-shirt on the floor, making it twitch like something alive. For a second, she imagines it whispering, "Can I crawl under your skin?" But she shoves the thought away. Mom's right. She is tired. Too tired to care about the closet, the wind, or whatever might have been watching her from between the hangers. She shuts her eyes. But sleep doesn't last. When she wakes, the room is darker, the air cooler. Mom perches on the edge of the bed, unaware Bella's listening. Her voice is raw, like she's been talking or crying for hours. Never thought I'd be this person, Bella, she murmurs. Cheating? Me? Please, I used to judge women like that. A bitter laugh. But here's the ugly truth, I've been doing it since before the wedding, before you. Your dad, sweet, loyal, clueless. He's living his dream, good husband, good father, me. I was never built for that. In college, I chased every guy who glanced my way, and your dad, he was just easy, safe. The closet yawns black in the corner. Bella digs her nails into the sheets. Mom's breath hitches. I'm not sorry for doing it. I'm sorry that nothing, not even you, could make me stop. Silence. Then softer. You'll understand one day. We all start with dreams, but some of us, we're just wired wrong. A tear hits the blanket. Bella doesn't move. The wind howls like it's laughing. The three of us had settled into our routines, living our separate yet intertwined lives when everything shifted. You began seeing things, whispering about shadows moving through the house, collapsing in the park, shrieking at the zoo. Now when all I crave is solitude, I'm forced to fixate on my family instead. Is that selfish, Bella? Maybe. But tell me, if we'd never had you, would that have been selfish too? Of course not. No child means no responsibility, no judgment. But we chose you. So does that mean I'm shackled forever? Is wanting my own life so unforgivable, especially when the ones calling me selfish are the ones too afraid to live? I can already hear the gasps from the other parents in town. If they knew half of what I've done, some might suspect. But here's the truth. Parenthood shouldn't feel like a life sentence. If you want to sneak away with your husband's friend, do it. I squeeze my eyes shut. The scent of wine lingers. Mommy must have been drinking after I fell asleep. Then the floorboards groan. Daddo's coming. Does she hear him too? Should I tell her to stay quiet? And the cruelest part, Bella. I know if your father found out, he'd just understand. He'd wrap me in one of his patient explanations, murmuring about human complexity, how love ebbs and flows like seasons. He'd weave me a blanket of forgiveness. But what if I don't want understanding? What if I want fire, teeth, a fight? Who decides what's good or bad, right or wrong? People say light reveals truth, but darkness holds its own truths, like the creaking footsteps down the hall. Daddo's almost here. I want to live, Bella, to taste, to feel, to scream. But the world says mothers don't get that luxury. We're handed uniforms of sacrifice, forced into a parade of matching minivan misery. Ever seen parents at a barbecue? We're ghosts, Bella hollowed out. The doorknob turns. Lately, I've wondered, what if I came back as someone else? A better version, would that fix everything? Reincarnation's a gift, a reset button. All I need is someone to open the door. You could do that for me, couldn't you? Give me another life. A shadow fills the doorway, but it's not Daddo, it's Mommy. Who are you talking to? I bolt upright. Other Mommy crouches at the foot of the bed, her grin stretched too wide. Mommy, the light flicks on, a shriek. Mommy's arms crush me as she sprints down the hall chanting, Daddo isn't home, Daddo isn't home. Over her shoulder, other Mommy's face bulges from my doorway. Outside, Mommy gasps. Now. The house groans behind us. Mom's grip is iron tight as she hauls me down the stairs, my sneakers thudding against the wooden banister. The image of other Mom's face, peering around my bedroom door like some twisted jack-in-the-box, won't leave my head. The front door flies open, night air rushing in, and suddenly we're stumbling down the porch steps. The moon and the flickering porch light make the yard feel safer than my room, which is messed up when you think about it. We stop on the lawn, both of us staring back at the house. Mom's whole body trembles as she squints up at my window, shoving me behind her like she's shielding me from gunfire. Bella, her voice is thin like someone squeezing her throat. Other Mom. I nod even though she isn't looking at me. Yeah, other Mom. She doesn't move, just keeps staring, one hand clamped around my wrist like she's afraid I'll bolt. And then, like she's convincing herself, she mutters, okay. But she doesn't sound okay. She sounds like she's waiting for the house to explode. Now we're at Amanda and Dan's place. They've got a newborn, which explains why Dan keeps talking to me like I'm made of glass. Their house is a weird copy of ours. Open kitchen, no dining room, but their hallways shorter, like someone got lazy halfway through building it. Mom's outside in the driveway, her voice carrying through the screen door as she talks to someone on the phone. Amanda hovers nearby, arms crossed like she's guarding a crime scene. Dan pretends to read a magazine, but his eyes keep darting to the door. "Your dad's on his way," he says for the third time. "Just grabbing a few things first." "Tell him not to go home," I blurt. Dan gives me this look, like I'm the baby in the carrier parked by the fridge. "Ursula," he calls suddenly, way too loud. "Think Bella's about to lose it." I'm not. But then I picture Dad walking into my room, finding other moms sprawled on my bed with that stretched-out grin, and my throat gets tight. Mom rushes in, pulling me into a hug so fierce it hurts. Amanda and Dan exchange a glance, the kind people share when they're stuck with someone else's disaster. "We'll stay tonight," Mom says, but she's pacing, her eyes darting like she's searching for exits. "How big was she?" Amanda asks, and Mom snaps, "It wasn't a woman." The room goes quiet. Even the baby stops gurgling. Dan clears his throat. "How close is Russ?" Mom doesn't answer. Amanda's staring at me like I've brought something contagious into her perfect little house. "Extra bedroom's yours," Dan offers, but Amanda cuts in. "It's basically a closet." Mom's grip tightens on my shoulder. I know what she's thinking. That empty closet in my room, the one that shouldn't have been empty. "We're not sleeping," Mom says. Dan sighs. "Ursula, what you're saying," he glances at me, and for once I don't look away. I want to tell Mom we should run. But where do you go when the thing you're running from is already in your head? The tension in the room is thick enough to choke on. We're freaking them out without meaning to, and their confusion just makes them angrier. "Did you catch that?" Mom asks suddenly. Amanda and Dan glance up at the ceiling, their faces pale. Mom shakes her head. "No, outside. I swear I heard tires on the gravel. He's here." Dan's voice is tight. Mom rushes to the door, leaving me alone with Amanda and Dan for a second. I picture other mom perched on their bed, whispering secrets they'd never dare say aloud. "Thank God," Amanda mutters as Mom and Dad reappear in the hallway. Dad's usual grin is broken, his expression strained. I bolt toward him and he catches me in a hug that smells like wind and gasoline. "Hey kiddo, you're safe. We're gonna figure this out." His words sound like a promise he's not sure he can keep. Mom's voice cuts in firm. "We're staying tonight." My stomach twists. What's happening back at our house? Is other mom sitting in the dark, waiting? Dad studies Mom's face, then exhales hard. "Yeah, I get it. Just came from there. It's bad." His eyes flick to me, and Dan clears his throat. "Maybe not in front of Bela." Dad blinks like he forgot I was listening. He pulls Mom aside, but their whispers carry. "There was nothing there," Dad insists. "Not what you said on the phone." Mom's voice cracks. "It was real, worse than real." Dan nudges me, forcing cheer. "Hungry, juice." I shake my head. Mom wasn't crying earlier. Was she even Mom? What did other moms say while wearing her face? Amanda grabs the remote. Movie time, Tangled. The TV blares to life, drowning out Dad's next words. I catch fragments, voice, taller, hands, before Amanda herds me to the couch. Dan plops down beside me, flipping through a magazine like this is any other night, but it's not. I dart into the hallway. "We shouldn't stay." Their faces freeze. Amanda covers her mouth. Dad kneels, his voice too calm. "Bela, has anyone, a teacher, a stranger, ever threatened you?" Mom's trembling. "No," I say. "No one." Amanda inhales sharply. Dad presses. "When did you first see her?" The question hangs in the air. Mom's shaking like she'll never stop. The memories are fuzzy, but maybe they're still there. If I say anything now, they'll be angry I didn't speak up sooner. Bella, this is serious, Dad insists, his voice tight. Tears spill over. I hate this. The way Amanda and Dan stare at me, the fear radiating off Mom and Dad. This house feels wrong. I want to go home, I whimper. Absolutely not, Mom snaps. Dad tries to calm things down. Easy, Ursula, everyone just breathe. He rises, locking eyes with Dan. What am I supposed to do? Dan looks shell-shocked. No clue, he admits. Amanda cuts in, call the cops. Mom's expression shifts. She'd refused earlier, but now she hesitates. They'll want details. I don't even know if. Dad interrupts. Fine, I'll make the call just to report an intruder. He strides out, Dan and Amanda trailing behind. Mom turns to me, her paws heavy. Bella, that thing was in your closet, I nod. Not always, sometimes the walls or the bathroom. Her face drains of color when I mention the park. It's following you, she whispers, horrified. Dad's voice echoes distantly down the hall, and suddenly the open space feels dangerous. I clutch Mom's hand, dragging her to the kitchen where Dad's on the phone. Don't go home alone, I blurt. He hushes me, rattling off our address to dispatch. Mom interrogates Amanda about their security system. Yeah, top of the line, Dan mutters, eyeing their sleeping baby. I'll arm it once I'm sure we're staying. You've got us all paranoid. Later, the house is too quiet. Mom's passed out on the couch, still in her jacket. Dan slumped in an armchair, Amanda curled nearby with the baby's crib beside her. Dad's still gone. His call with Mom was tense, her voice cracking as she demanded answers from the police. Now it's just me awake, straining at every sound. That inhale, the one that comes before speech. I check each sleeper, their breaths don't match. It happens again, like someone's here, poised to speak. Hello. I whisper, then immediately regret it. Burrowing under Dan's blanket, I will Dad to return with news that other Mommy is gone, arrested, vanished, anything. The sound comes once more. I peek out. Just Dan's steady snores, Amanda's twitching fingers, the baby's quiet sighs. Mom looks ghostly. Fear must be exhausting, so why am I wide awake? I dial Dad, rings, his text pings, all good, finishing paperwork, how's Bella? The phone slips from my grip. Amanda's snore rattles the silence. Then there, that breath again. Closer this time, Dan's snoring fills the room, a steady rhythm that somehow makes everything feel even creepier. Mom's gaze locks onto me and I nearly jump out of my skin. Did you use my phone? She asks, her voice low. I nod and she takes it, scanning the message from Dad. A small smile tugs at her lips. Good, thank you. She pulls me into a tight hug, her eyelids heavy, fighting sleep, but they flutter shut again. Dad still isn't home, and then there it is, that sound. A sharp inhale, like someone gathering breath before speaking. My eyes dart to Mom, but she's out cold. Did she hear it? No, but I did. It came from the hallway just beyond the living room entrance. Don't, I whisper, my fingers gripping the blanket. I can't tear my eyes away from the doorway. Hello? My voice cracks. I yank the blanket over my head, too scared to look. I just want Dad to walk through that door. Then movement, something shifting in the dark. I peek out just in time to see Dan bolt upright, his eyes wide as he stares at the hallway. Who's there? He demands. I bury myself under the blanket again, heart pounding. I don't want to see. I don't want to know. Who's there? Dan repeats, louder this time. Mom doesn't stir, but Amanda groggily lifts her head. Who are you talking to? She mumbles. I don't know, Dan mutters. Is Russ back? Did you let him in? No. I lower the blanket just enough to see Amanda and Dan both frozen, staring at the hallway. Dan raises a finger. You hear that? Amanda frowns. No, what did you hear? Like breathing or something. Silence, then Amanda snorts. I snore. Dan exhales sharply. Yeah, you do. Mom's phone lights up beside me, jolting her awake. We both read Dad's text, I'm back, outside. Mom tells the others and Dan jumps up, but he hesitates at the hallway, flicking on the light. Nothing. He turns to Amanda, half laughing. I've never been so relieved you snore. I was about to lose it. Lose it over what? Mom asks. Thought I heard something, Dan admits. Didn't mean to freak you out, Ursula. Freak me out about what? He heard me snoring, Amanda yawns. We're all just on edge, Dan says, but then. A sharp knock at the door, we all jump. Later, Dad settles beside me on the couch. The others have gone upstairs. Mom's outside, probably on her phone. How you holding up, Bela? He asks. I don't know, I mumble. Scared. Yeah. Yeah, I get it. He leans back. When I was your age, empty rooms at night freaked me out too, especially if the TV was on with nobody watching. He sighs. But listen, you've got nothing to be afraid of. I know how wild this all sounds, but it's 2024. No solid proof of ghosts yet, right? Ghosts, I blink. He hesitates, then leans in. Can I ask you something? What do you think it is? I don't like this question. A mean person, I whisper. Why mean? Because she tricks me. How? I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. About what? You don't trick me, Mom doesn't either, but she pretends to be my friend. Dad's expression darkens. How? She made me laugh. Now she just says I should carnation her. Reincarnate. Yeah, that. He exhales sharply, rubbing his temples. You think she's asking you to bring her back? I don't know. You think she's a ghost? I ask, instantly regretting it. Dad hesitates. Your mom would kill me for saying this, but no, I don't. Scary stories are just that, stories. He forces a smile. You okay? Yeah, are you? His eyes flick to the hallway, just a little rattled. There's a difference. He sinks deeper into the couch cushions, rubbing his chin. Here's the thing, we lump all these emotions under one label, but they're not the same at all. Take fear, for example. There's that nervous flutter before a test, the icy dread when you're alone in the dark, the jolt of adrenaline when a train door closes behind you. We call it being scared, but those are totally different experiences. One's uncertainty, another's instinct, and that last one, pure claustrophobia. We're lazy with language, so we miss what's really happening inside us. I tug at my sleeve. So, maybe I'm not actually scared right now. Maybe not. Maybe your mom isn't either. Hell, maybe half the world's fear is just people mislabeling something messier. He snaps his fingers. Like anger, remember when Mr. Jeffrey tanked your book report? You said you were mad, but is that the same fury you feel when some kid bullies another? Nope. One's ego, the other's justice, but we slap the same word on both. He pulls me closer, the TV screen reflecting in his glasses. You've got an advantage, kid. Your emotions are still primary colors. Adults, ours get tossed in the wash until everything's the same muddy gray. A floorboard creaks. Dan lingers in the doorway, face pale. Hey, where's Ursula? Outside, Dado says, but Dan's already whispering. I swear I just saw her in our room. The air thickens. I scramble off the couch. No way I'm staying alone with that thought. We find Mom on the porch, phone pressed to her ear. Marcia, hold on. She frowns at Dan upstairs. Amanda descends in rumpled pajamas. Bela, what's happening? Dan exhales sharply. We're not okay, the baby, the noises. Amanda cuts in, arms crossed. You should stay somewhere else tonight. Mom rolls her eyes. Oh, come on. The porch light flickers. Behind them, the shadows on the stairs twitch. Don't force us to leave right now, just don't. Amanda and Dan avoid eye contact, staring at the floor. What about Marcia? Amanda finally asks, her voice hesitant. Come on, guys, Dado chimes in, glancing at Mommy. If we're making them uneasy. Mommy cuts him off, her hands trembling. This is ridiculous, she snaps. Dan raises an eyebrow. Watch the language, Ursula. Amanda folds her arms. What's ridiculous? You show up here with some wild story about an intruder like it's some kind of demon, then you're pacing the house all night. How did you think we'd react? Mommy's glare intensifies. Want me to bake cookies to make it better, she mutters sarcastically. What's a demon? I ask, confused. Actually, cookies sound great, Mommy fires back at Amanda. You think we want to be here? Dan exhales. Guess we're all on the same page then. Mommy and Dado exchange a look. Yeah, Dado concedes. We won't overstay, but you guys freaked us out. Dan rubs his temples. I swear I saw something upstairs and the baby. Okay, Dado interrupts. Just try to understand. We didn't plan this. Something's wrong and we're scrambling to figure it out. We get it, Dan says flatly as Mommy pulls out her phone and dials right in front of them. We know, Dan repeats, frustration creeping in. Yes, hi, Mommy says into the phone. We need to come over, now. Amanda and Dan stare at their shoes. Thanks, Mommy adds before hanging up. We're going to my mom's. Dan opens his mouth, Ursula, but nothing else comes out. Amanda stays silent. Mommy grabs my hand. Come on, Bela. We march to the car, Dado trailing behind. Total jerks, she mutters under her breath. The car door slams shut. We left everything behind, no bags, no clothes. Drive safe, Amanda calls from the porch, her pajamas glowing under the dim light as the night swallows their house. I'll drive, Dado offers. Mommy turns to me. Grandma's place, we'll sort this out there. Dado nods. We'll figure it out. The engine roars to life, headlights cutting through the dark. Amanda and Dan are already gone, their door shut tight. As we pull away, Mommy scoffs. What a load of. Yep, Dado agrees. Not their finest moment. How could they? Mommy fumes. We'd never do this to them. Never, Dado echoes, but then he hesitates. Still, I kinda get it. Mommy shoots him a look. Don't. I'm just saying. You're saying nothing, she snaps. We had a nightmare of a night and needed friends. One night. But no, they couldn't step outside their perfect little bubble. Dado sighs. Should have seen it coming. A sudden blur in the headlights. A deer, frozen in the road. Dado slams the brakes. We gasp as the animal ambles away, leaving us breathless in the middle of the street. Well, damn, Dado chuckles, glancing back at me. Mommy meets my eyes, then his, and suddenly we're all laughing, the tension shattering like glass. To Grandma's house we go, Dado sings, easing the car forward, only to break again as another deer darts past. The laughter dies. The rest of the drive is silent, the road ahead swallowed by shadows. Grandma Ruth's place is cozy, with her scruffy little dog, Milky, named for his off-white fur, perpetually streaked with dirt from the loblolly pines out back. Mommy sometimes bathes him in the kitchen sink. The house is snug, just like Grandma herself. When we crowd around her table, knees bumping, it feels like we're in our own little world. The living room's no bigger. Low ceilings, a faded green carpet, and a couch Milky claims as his own. Down the hall, Grandma's bedroom waits, a quiet refuge at the end of this chaotic night. The second floor has two mostly bare rooms, though one holds a futon where we'll probably sleep tonight. For now, we're lingering in Grandma Ruth's kitchen, way past bedtime, later than I've ever been awake. My parents spun some story about our house losing power, insisting I play along. Pretending isn't lying, right? So good to see you, Bela, Grandma says. her small frame barely taller than mine even when she stands, even if it's just because of a blackout. Dad forces a laugh. We really appreciate this. Huge inconvenience, we know. He and Mom spent the car ride practicing how to not seem unhinged, as Mom put it. Didn't quite stick, judging by Grandma's raised eyebrow. She wouldn't get it, Mom had whispered to me earlier. Might freak her out. Grandma gestures upstairs. Help yourselves, 2 bedrooms, a bathroom. Haven't been up there since winter, but I doubt the walls collapsed. She's always cracking jokes, but only Dad chuckles this time. Mom's jaw stays tight. We'll manage, she mutters. Thanks, Mom. Please, Grandma waves her off. What's the point of being old if I can't bail out my favorite disaster family? Her grin falters when she notices Milky, her tabby, weaving around my legs. Hungry, thirsty, name it. Dad perks up. Actually, a sandwich would be amazing. I can. Stop it, Grandma interrupts, already pulling bread from the fridge. Avocado, mustard. I'm not serving you sad, dry bread like some kind of monster. Mom exhales like she's counting seconds until escape. Go to bed, Grandma tells her. I've got this. The kitchen smells like nostalgia, fake buttered chicken tenders, maybe apple pie, comfort food. So, Grandma says, knife tapping the cutting board, how'd you really notice the power was out? Mom stiffens. Everything was off. At 2 a.m., you just woke up and knew. Her eyes dart to me, probing. Dad jumps in. My alarm clock blares when the electricity cuts, scared the hell out of me. Ah, right. The sacred white noise fan, Grandma muses, smearing mustard with unnecessary vigor. Mom and Dad exchange a look behind her back. Then Grandma turns to me. You ready for school, kiddo? The question feels absurd, like asking if I'm excited for a holiday that got canceled. Bela, Mom prods, answer her. Grandma scowls. She's got a voice, let her use it. Yeah, I mumble, scratching Milky's ears. The kitchen window shows nothing but black. Grandma wipes her hands and peers outside. Whole neighborhood dark. Mom hesitates. How would we? Probably, Dad cuts in. No porch lights anywhere. Grandma squints at the sky. No storm, though. Outages don't need a reason, Mom snaps. We pay our bills, Dad adds through a mouthful of sandwich. Sometimes systems just glitch. Grandma sighs. Tell me about it. Once your Grandpa Bruce and I went 2 weeks without power, long before you were born, Ursula. The way she says it, like she's stitching together scraps of a story they're all pretending to believe, makes the air feel heavier. Milky purrs against my leg, the only honest sound in the room. Chaps Edison showed up, but they couldn't pinpoint the issue. Dad was furious, but honestly, after a while I kind of enjoyed it. She flashes me a grin. We lit candles, she says. Read books aloud to each other. Maybe we should have done that too, Mom murmurs. Grandma doesn't return her smile. Dad munches on his sandwich while I scratch Milky behind the ears. It's getting late, Grandma remarks. Sunrise in a few hours. Dad nods, crumbs tumbling from his lips. Almost made it through the night. You all must be exhausted, Grandma presses. We are, Mom admits. Then head upstairs. Russ can handle himself. I'd rather stay, Mom insists. Grandma moves to the table, palms flat against the wood. Is someone going to tell me what's really happening here? Dad takes another bite. I stare at my plate. Mom starts, then stops. Most folks wouldn't even notice a blackout if they were asleep, Grandma points out. And neither of you asked if Bela wanted food. That's not like you, so what's wrong? Dad and Mom exchange glances before looking at me. Grandma Ruth follows their gaze. Little ears, she murmurs. I get it. Bela, why don't you wait in the living room? No, Mom and Dad say in unison. Grandma's frown deepens. Is this serious? Mom exhales. It's nothing, Mom. Just, we had a power outage, Dad finishes lamely. Right, Grandma says flatly, clearly unconvinced. I've never seen her this uneasy. Dad polishes off his sandwich and stands. Thanks, Ruth. That hit the spot. Mom nudges me. Ready? Grandma waves us off, but Dad catches Mom's arm, pulling her aside. They whisper by the door while Grandma sits beside me. Whatever it is, she says softly, it'll pass. That's the one thing I've learned, nothing stays broken forever. It's not small, I whisper back. She leans in. Oh, how bad is it? I glance at the blackened window. As big as Dad. Someone giving you trouble? Yeah. Someone dangerous? Yeah. Mom and Dad return. We'd rather sleep down here, Mom says. Near you, had a scare at home, nothing major, but we're all on edge. Yeah, Dad adds, just want everyone together tonight, you included. Grandma studies them. A stalker. No, they chorus. Sorry to worry you, Mom says, just trust us, everything's fine. We're just shaken. Grandma sighs, sleep wherever you want. Milky or the sunrise might wake you, or the paperboy, but suit yourselves. Mom hugs her, thanks. Bela too. Yes, they answer together. In the living room, Dad flicks on a lamp while Mom piles cushions on the floor. Dad tosses down blankets. Grandma checks if we need anything before retreating to her room. Mom strips off her jacket but keeps her jeans on, lying down beside Dad. He motions for me to join them. Didn't want to leave Grandma alone, he murmurs. By morning, this'll all seem clearer. Mom's already asleep, but I'm not convinced. Why would daylight help? The park was in broad sunlight, and since when is light any safer than dark? Then, oof. Milky's tongue swipes my cheek curled up on the cushions. I stroke Milky's tiny face while Mommy's snores fill the room. Dado's already out cold, his breathing slow and steady. Milky, I whisper, and he licks my cheek, warm and wet. One by one, they all drift off, Mommy, Dado, even Milky, until I'm the only one left awake in the quiet house. Good night, I murmur, liking the way the words feel in my mouth, soft and safe. But the night wasn't good. It was sharp and heavy, pressing down until sleep finally pulls me under. Then I'm dreaming, Milky's tongue flicking my nose, his paws suddenly huge, his body towering over me, fur brushing my skin. I giggle and shush him, whispering good night, and he lets out a tiny doggy chuckle as I sink deeper. Morning light spills into Grandma's living room, but I stay still, pretending to sleep. Mommy and Dado are in the kitchen, voices low and tense. Milky pants beside me, his breath warm against my arm. I'm a wreck, Mommy says. Same, Dado mutters. We can't go back, not ever. A chair creaks, maybe Dado checking if I'm still asleep. Do you think it wants to hurt her, he asks. How should I know, Mommy snaps. What does a tornado want? What does a shadow want? Then we leave. Sell the place. Dado's voice is strained. Burn it down, Mommy hisses. Nobody steps foot in that house again. There's a long silence. Reality's different now, she finally says. Everything's changed. Grandma Ruth appears beside the couch, listening. I didn't even hear her come in. How long can we stay here? Dado asks. I don't know, Mommy replies, but we can't tell anyone. I never want to think about it again. Too late, Dado sighs. School's starting soon. We have to figure this out. Road trip, Dado suggests suddenly. Let's just go, get a camper, disappear. Mommy doesn't answer. Then Grandma cuts in, her voice firm. You need an exorcist. The kitchen goes dead silent. Don't argue, she says. I heard enough. I don't care who hears me say this. Whatever you two are discussing, it needs to leave this house and your lives for good. Ruth, Dado starts, but Grandma cuts him off sharply. I told you not to interrupt me, and I'm not finished. A small girl lies motionless on the living room floor, pretending to sleep. You think you're scared, Ursula, Grandma continues, her voice low but firm. Multiply that fear by realizing your parents can't shield you the way you believe they could. Bela, Dado calls out. I stay silent, my breath shallow. You sound completely unhinged, Mommy snaps. You know that's not the case, Grandma counters. Either what you're describing is real or you've lost your minds. If it's not, then you need help. If it is, then you need someone who knows how to handle this, someone beyond the police. Mommy and Dado exchange uneasy glances but say nothing. Bella, Grandma says, softer now, come sit with me. I push the blanket off and join her on the couch, rearranging the cushions while Mommy and Dado hover in the doorway. Mommy protests. There's nothing to discuss with her. Nothing, Grandma raises an eyebrow. We'll see about that. She turns to me, her expression steady. Bella, I need honesty from you. Your parents have been talking, but I want to hear it from you. It's okay to be afraid. Everyone is afraid of something. The brave ones push through anyway. Understand? I nod. Good now. Mommy tries again. Now, Grandma insists, ignoring her. How many times have you seen what your mother saw in your room? I don't know. That's fine, but more than once. Yeah. 100. Maybe. Mommy gasps. Are you serious? Dado's voice cracks as he says my name. There's no wrong answer, Grandma reassures me before turning stern. This is your daughter. If you can't face this with her, then your problems run deeper than whatever's in her room. She looks back at me. Bella, has it ever spoken to you? Yeah. What did it say? Mommy and Dado stare, their eyes wide. Sometimes she talks. Grandma's brow furrows. Yeah, other Mommy. Grandma exhales slowly. All right, honesty is best. Why do you call her that? Because she told me to. Dado mutters something under his breath, while Mommy just gapes at me. What else has she said? Grandma presses. I hesitate. She asks me something. What? Dado demands. I don't want to say it. It's important, sweetheart, Grandma urges. It might help. I swallow hard. She asks if she can go into my heart. Mommy clutches her chest. You called the police? Grandma asks. Of course, Dado says. And you're sure it wasn't just someone breaking in? Yes. Maybe in a disguise. Dado hesitates. I guess anything's possible. Exactly, Grandma says, watching Mommy, who won't meet her gaze. Which is why you need an expert. If this isn't human, the police can't fix it. Behind Grandma's house, towering loblolly pines stretch toward the sky, their bark rough like old roof shingles. Dado and I walk among them while Mommy stays in the front yard, phone pressed to her ear. The afternoon sun is harsh, casting sharp shadows. Mommy's talking to friends, Dado explains. She's struggling with everything, needs time. He ruffles my hair. But you and me, we're tough in the same way. Tough? I've never been called that before. Absolutely, he says, squeezing my shoulder. You've been so strong through all of this. Grandma Ruth stands by her bedroom window, her red flannel shirt bright against the glass. I wave, but she doesn't wave back, just watches us with that quiet worry in her eyes. Dado and I crunch through the fallen pine cones under the towering loblolly pines, the air thick with the scent of sap and damp earth. Can I ask you something? Dado's voice is careful, like he's stepping on thin ice. Yeah. When this other Mommy, when she asks about getting inside you, what do you say? Nothing, I tell him. Seriously, he stops walking, turning to face me. You don't say anything at all. Nope. Okay, that's good, I guess. He exhales, rubbing his temple. But listen, Bella, if this is a real person asking stuff like that, he cuts himself off, shaking his head. Damn it, this is impossible to even talk about. I wish your mom was here, she'd know what to say. His voice cracks. But you're sure nobody got into your heart? I shake my head. She never touched me. Not even once. Not like that. His jaw tightens. What do you mean? We just held hands sometimes. Dado's face goes pale. He stares at my hand like it's something foreign now. Just hands, that's all. I hesitate. One time she floated over my bed. Her face brushed mine. Jesus, he looks like he might be sick. The wind rustles the pines and the cones underfoot crack like tiny bones. She didn't talk at first, I admit. Just made faces from the closet, made me laugh. I thought we were friends. And then Dado presses. Then she started coming out, sitting with me. He kneels suddenly, gripping my shoulders. Bella, no matter what, intruder, ghost, whatever, nobody gets to touch you. Ever. You understand, this is messed up, scary stuff, but you're tougher than any of it. You say no and you don't feel bad about it. Got it. Behind us, Grandma Ruth's voice cuts through the trees. Russ, get over here. Dado stands, pulling me close. What's wrong? Ursula's gone, Grandma says, breathless. Took the car, said she needed to see a friend. Dado swears under his breath. Grandma reaches for me. Come inside, sweetheart. We'll figure this out together. But I don't move. She's close, I whisper. Who? Dado's head snaps up, scanning the branches. Other mommy, she won't stop asking. She won't leave until I answer. Grandma's grip tightens on my arm. Inside, now. Dado looks at me, then at the house like he's weighing which danger is worse. The wind howls through the pines, and for a second I swear I hear her, just beyond the trees, waiting. Dado keeps a firm grip on my hand as we climb the creaky steps to the side door. Just before we step inside, he pauses and turns to me, his face tight with worry. You remember how to answer, right? He asks, his voice low. I nod, but the truth hits me. I don't actually know. Even with Dado coaching me, the words feel hollow. Mommy's gone, he reminds me, his grip tightening. Stay close. Don't wander off. I promise, but my mind drifts to the times I held her hand too. We were friends. And no matter what Dado says, I don't have the answers. Inside, Dado stands by the bedroom window, watching Grandma Ruth as she moves toward the towering loblolly pines in her faded red flannel. Why didn't you tell me you felt her nearby? He demands, frustration edging his voice. He's already tried calling Mommy, no answer. What's Ruth even doing out there? He mutters. Through the glass, I see Grandma staring up into the trees like she's searching for something. Where did you sense her? Dado presses. Behind a tree, maybe? I shrug. Bella, come on. He exhales sharply before grabbing the phone. The police dispatcher's voice crackles through the line as Dado describes a possible intruder in the woods. He glances at me for details. Dark hair on her arms, I say. His jaw tightens, but he repeats it into the phone. When he hangs up, he paces, muttering under his breath. Outside, Grandma looks tiny against the towering pines, and for a second, I wonder if I'm just as small, just as lost. Then a noise from the closet sends my heart racing. Go away, I shout, but it's just Milky nosing around inside. Dado rushes in, already steering me toward the hallway. Grandma steps through the side door, her face unreadable. Bella, she asks. It was just the dog, I insist. But Dado's eyes flick back toward the bedroom. Don't go in there, Ruth, he warns, knowing she will. Nobody's taking over my house, Grandma snaps, brushing past him. Dado swears under his breath. Bella, stay here, but he hesitates. He can't leave me alone. We wait, tension thick, until Grandma reappears, Milky cradled in her arms. Nothing, she says. Did it smell bad? Dado asks, and the way she looks at him, like that's the most terrifying question yet, says everything. Later, we're crammed into a booth at Big Boy, the fluorescent lights too bright against the night outside. The place is packed, families laughing over milkshakes while we sit in silence. Dado keeps checking his phone. She's almost here, he finally says. Grandma frowns. Here. A waiter swings by, offering refills we don't want. I'm going nuts, Ruth, Dado admits. She just nods. It's a lot. Their eyes keep darting to me like I might break. Then headlights sweep across the parking lot. She's here, Dado says, standing abruptly. Through the window, a green car pulls in. He strides toward the door, leaving me and Grandma to watch, frozen in the booth, as the next unknown rolls into our lives. Lois Anthony steps out of the car and walks over to join them. After exchanging a few words, they all settle around the table. Hello, Bella, Lois greets, adjusting her glasses as she sits. The lenses magnify her wide, expressive eyes, and her cozy green sweater gives off a warm, almost comforting vibe. You must be Ruth, she adds, extending a hand. I'm Lois Anthony. Can you assist us? Grandma's tone is sharp, impatient. Lois glances at me, her eyes betraying her unease. She's clearly on edge. I can't make any promises yet, she admits. Grandma's lips tighten. We have a group, Lois continues. A group? Grandma echoes, skeptical. Yes, we meet regularly to discuss these kinds of situations. Grandma shoots Dado a look. Frankly, you seem to know more than we do, Dado tells Lois. I catch the faintest flicker of a smile on her lips before she suppresses it. Bella, can I ask you something? Lois leans in. Sure. Has this presence ever tried to bargain with you? My eyes dart to Dado, who exhales sharply. She mentioned wanting to get inside her heart, he mutters. Lois stiffens. In exchange for something, she presses. I don't want to talk about this right now, I mumble, but the words spill out anyway. She said if I let her in, I'd go where she comes from. The closet, Lois asks. No, I shake my head. She claims she's not from there. A heavy silence settles over the table. Lois exhales. So it is a deal. She wants your heart, your place in this world. I nod slowly, the realization sinking in. Possession, Lois murmurs. It's trying to take over. Oh, come on, Dado snaps, his voice cracking. He's terrified. Lois, don't say things like that. She's right, Grandma cuts in. It's worming its way in. Lois nods. I think it's been watching Bella for a while. That's why I didn't pick up on any sensitivity earlier. This isn't just a ghost. My chest tightens, my breath coming in shallow gasps. Bella, Lois says gently, don't be afraid. But listen, you can never say yes to her. Never. Tears well up in my eyes. Just then, a waiter approaches, eyeing our tense group. Everything all right here? Dado opens his mouth to brush him off but stops. It's painfully obvious we're not okay. What's the plan then? Grandma demands. There has to be a plan. Lois straightens, her voice firm. We're going to confront this other mommy, and we're telling her to back the hell off. Dado groans. I don't know if no, Grandma interrupts, grinning for the first time since we arrived. She points at Lois. I like her. This is a plan I can get behind. We're holed up in a second-floor motel room because, according to Dado, neither Grandma's place nor ours is safe right now. Grandma and Lois are here too. Dado keeps calling Mommy, but she's not answering. I tell myself she's just scared. She saw other Mommy too, but frustration keeps bubbling up instead. Tomorrow, Lois announces. Everyone's meeting at my place. We'll handle this together. Dado nods, his voice strained. Thank you, and thank them for us. He's restless, eyes flicking between me, the door, and his silent phone. Lois perches on one of the stiff, yellow bedspreads, her green sweater standing out like fresh leaves against the sun. For a moment, her presence makes me feel hopeful until the dread creeps back in. These wood-paneled walls remind me of my honeymoon with Bruce, Grandma muses, staring out the window as the neon sign paints her face in shifting blues and pinks. Grandpa Bruce, I say. You remember him, she smiles faintly. Hard not to. That man left an impression on everyone he met. We stayed in a place just like this up in the Upper Peninsula. God, we were so young. It's gorgeous up there, Lois agrees. It is, Grandma sighs. Sometimes I wish we'd raised Ursula there. Might have kept her more grounded. Dado chuckles weakly. Chaps isn't exactly Hollywood. He gives me a tired wink and I manage a small smile, his first attempt at humor in days. What time tomorrow? He asks Lois. Afternoon, she replies. The room feels both too big and too small all at once. Dado glances at his phone screen, then sighs. Lois leans in. I tried to get an earlier slot, but he cuts her off with a wave. Doesn't matter, we'll take what we can get. Grandma suddenly rises from her chair, her voice low. Lois, can we step outside for a minute, just us? Lois blinks, caught off guard, but nods. There's something unspoken in her expression, relief maybe. The two women slip onto the balcony, leaving Dado pacing the room like a caged animal. He stops in front of the TV, hesitates, then backs away without touching the remote. His hands find his hips as he circles the coffee table, checking his phone again. Dado, I ask, my voice small. He grunts in response. Are there problems that just don't have answers? He doesn't ask for clarification. Most things get figured out eventually, he says, rubbing his temple. But yeah, some mysteries stick around, forever. I swallow hard. Don't stress about it, Bela, he adds, forcing a grin. If we both spiral, we'll just feed off each other. Look, he drops into Grandma's vacated chair, the neon glow from outside washing over him in shifting blues and pinks. Right now, we're okay, right? We've got options. Do we? I mutter. He falters. I mean, we can, but he trails off and guilt knots my stomach for pushing it. The door creaks open, Grandma steps back in alone. She means well, she says softly, more to herself than us. That counts for something. Lois left, Dado asks. Went home to prep the house for tomorrow. Grandma doesn't sit. Instead, she fixes me with a stare that makes my skin prickle. Bela, has other mommy ever hurt anyone before? The question lands like a punch. I see her, mouth stretching too wide, that unnatural voice slithering into my ears. Bela, Grandma presses. No, I don't know. Has she threatened to, you, your parents? Ruth, Dado snaps. You're freaking her out. Necessary questions, Grandma interrupts. Her gaze doesn't waver. No, I lie, thinking of other mommy's limbs twisting under my bed, her hollow eyes tracking me from the closet. She's never said anything like that. You're sure? Dado exhales sharply. Why does it matter? Because if we're inviting her into someone else's life, Grandma says coldly, we should know what we're dealing with. Is Lois scared? I whisper. Grandma's answer comes too quick. No, but the way her fingers twitch gives her away. Lois is brave, strong. She moves toward the TV, mirroring Dado's earlier hesitation. No button pressed, just restless energy. They both look lost. Dado checks his phone again. I'll be having words with your wife, Grandma mutters. Dado scoffs. Yeah, well, nothing, she cuts in. I clear my throat. She saw her. The room goes still. Their silence is heavy, loaded. Finally, Grandma speaks, her voice fraying at the edges. One encounter and Lois is barely holding it together. And you, Bela, you faced her how many times? Her eyes lock onto mine, part warning, part understanding. But do I even understand myself? Am I still in it? I know, I say hollowly. She offers a sad smile, just like Dado's forced wink earlier. Big day tomorrow. You two rest. I'll keep watch first. Dado barks a laugh. Christ, listen to us. Grandma shrugs. We sound like what we are, and that's progress. But I remember Dado's words, some puzzles stay unsolved. I'm not tired, I protest. Dado flops onto a bed, but Grandma doesn't scold me. Instead, she jerks her chin toward the window. Then stand guard with me. Let's show some guts tonight. Consider it a warm-up. The flashing sign outside paints her in eerie hues. Tomorrow's the real deal. Lois Anthony's friends could be her clones. Same chunky sweaters, same earth-toned slacks, same scuffed boots. A few sport wire-rimmed glasses. All have hair long enough to hide behind. We're arranged in a clumsy circle on fold-out chairs, a worn rug beneath us. Each of them clutches an object. Some cradle them like babies. Others let them rest at their feet like loyal dogs. The fireplace is massive compared to the one back home, stirring memories of the first time I met Lois at our housewarming party. But tonight it sits cold and empty, replaced by a circle of flickering candles casting uneven light across the room. "How are you holding up, Bela?" Lois asks, her voice warm but edged with tension. Meeting so many new faces at once can be overwhelming. I shrug. It's fine, my homeroom has 30 kids. The group chuckles, though Kyle, blonde, sporting blue-framed glasses and a tie-dye shirt, adjusts his posture, an old rotary phone at his feet rattling slightly. Lois exhales, then suddenly laughs, rubbing her temples. "Sorry, this is new territory for all of us." Kyle mutters, understatement of the century, earning a few nervous smiles. The air thickens when Mary, a skeptic with crossed arms, interrupts. "Hold on, ask it to leave. That's vague as hell. Are we doing seance improv now?" Lois doesn't flinch. "Think of it as setting boundaries. No pressure to stay if it gets too intense." Mary eyes the candles but sits back down, skepticism lingering like smoke. Then Lois turns to me, her tone shifting, gentler but deliberate. "Bela, this other mommy, does she recognize that name?" Shadows stretch beyond our circle despite daylight seeping through the curtains. Before I can answer, Kyle blurts, "Are we sure about this? History's full of let's just talk disasters." Chaos erupt. Dado's grip tightens on my knee, Grandma rolls her eyes, and Adna sniffles into her sleeve. "It's monumental," she whispers. Lois quiets them with a raised hand. "The candles aren't decor," she explains. "Red thins the veil between worlds, cream S for peace, purple shields us." Dwayne cuts in, tapping the black candle. "This means business, a reminder that whatever's out there doesn't outrank the universe." Ashley of the Moon, yes, she introduced herself like that, leans in. "Ever heard of planes, Bela? Like layers of reality," Maxine jumps in. "Parallel dimensions." Dado squeezes my knee. "You're okay," he murmurs. Lois nods. "We'll explain as we go. Right now, focus on reaching her." Grandma's scoff cuts through. "Just tell it to go." The room stills. Lois lifts a jagged crystal, her spiritual telephone, as others grab odd objects. A mic, a notepad, Kyle's vintage phone. "Tools matter," Lois says, "but intention matters more." The candles flicker, and for the first time, I notice the scent of sage beneath the wax. Something's coming. Everyone was instructed to bring whatever they believed could best connect them to the unseen. Each person in the room had tried reaching beyond the veil before, but dead. I blinked. "Dead." The others turned to stare. Mary tilted her head. "You don't think she's gone?" Her gaze flicked to Lois. "What's really happening here? What are we even trying to summon?" Chaos erupted. Voices overlapped. Two people stood, restless. Lois looked like a teacher losing control of a rowdy class. Kyle cut in, sharp. "I'm not thinning the veil just to invite some unknown force through. That's reckless." Ashley, who insisted on being called Ashley of the Moon, rolled her eyes. "Then what did you think this was? A charity event?" Dwayne crossed his arms. "We can't risk contacting something dangerous. That's insane." The room buzzed with tension. Some paced. Lois struggled to regain order. Meanwhile, Dado scrolled absently on his phone. "Where's mommy?" he muttered. I clenched my fists. Did I even want these strangers talking to other mommy? They didn't know her. They weren't there when she was my only comfort, when I whispered to her about how mommy and daddo had changed. They didn't laugh together anymore. No more hand-holding. Just hushed arguments sending me ahead like I couldn't hear. But other mommy listened. Now I shouted over the noise. I don't know what she is. Silence. One by one they sat back down. Kyle sighed. We're sorry, Bella, it's just energy isn't something to play with, but we'll try because we promised. Lois leaned in. This next part might feel intense. Grandma huffed. Then maybe she shouldn't be here. If this presence is attached to her, Lois countered, it might not respond to anyone else. She passed out crystals, one to Grandma, one to Daddo, one to me. The weight surprised me. I cradled it like something fragile. Close your eyes, Lois instructed. Imagine your voice, your truest voice flowing out, reaching through your chosen medium. Be firm but polite, like asking an unwelcome guest to leave. The room stilled. Even Daddo set his phone down. Tell other mommy she's not wanted here, Lois murmured. Not in Bella's home, not in her room, make it clear. We mean this. I squeezed the crystal. Leave me alone. New detail. The crystal warmed in my hands, pulsing faintly like a heartbeat. Shift in tone, from frantic to resolute, no more fear, just determination. The group gathered to help Bella become the radiant person she was meant to be. Everyone join in, Lois urged. Tell other mommy to leave. Tell her it's time to go. Lips moved in silent unison, hands clutching their chosen objects. I didn't admit that sometimes seeing other mommy had given me comfort. Do you feel it? Lois asked. The room hummed with quiet energy, Mary pressing the microphone to her lips, Ashley bowing her head until her hair brushed the paper, Dwayne swaying slowly. Other mommy, Lois chanted, let Bella be. Kyle rose, eyes shut, while my gaze drifted to the gaping fireplace behind him. The voices swelled. Other mommy, leave Bella alone. Grandma's lips stayed still, but her closed eyes spoke volumes. Then Kyle gasped. She answered, he murmured. Lois pressed on, unwavering. Keep going, one voice strong and clear. My focus snapped back to the fireplace, dark, waiting. Kyle jerked his head as if shaking off an invisible touch, then lifted the vintage phone to his ear. Inner and outer voices together, Lois instructed. Tell her to go. His sudden laughter broke the tension like a dog nuzzling his cheek before his eyes flew open. He stared straight at me. She left you a gift, he whispered. Grandma's sharp voice cut in. Kyle, what are you doing? But he was already kneeling by the candles, extinguishing them with one breath. The doorbell shattered the moment, jolting the group. Daddo bolted toward the foyer as Lois's friends erupted into chaos. Grandma pulled me away, but not before I caught Lois's guilty glance, like she'd gambled and lost. At the door, Mommy's sobs spilled into the room. He's dead, she choked out. Daddo's confusion tangled with her grief. Who? How do you know? Behind us, Lois floundered, muttering apologies, calling Kyle troubled, while Grandma steered me toward the kitchen. This isn't for us, she said firmly. But I twisted back. Kyle sat alone by the hearth, shadows licking at his shoulders. Lois intercepted us, desperate. I can fix this, I'll find help. Grandma's reply was curt. A specialist. As Daddo's voice rose, Ursula, are you serious? I tugged Lois's sleeve. Why'd he blow out the candles? The air smelled of wax and something sharper, fear, or maybe just the night pressing in. Not sure, she murmurs. He didn't agree with how we were handling things, I suppose. Honestly, it doesn't matter. Whatever his reason, it wasn't right. Grandma pats her shoulder gently. You did your best, that's what counts. I pipe up, he mentioned she spoke to him. Lois freezes. Wait, Kyle actually said that. But before she can press further, Grandma guides me through the side door into Lois Anthony's driveway. The muffled voices of Mommy and Daddo drift from the front porch, Mommy's sobs punctuating the tense air. "He was curled up in the closet," she chokes out, "like he'd spent the night there." Grandma tugs my hand. "Come on, let's head to the backyard." A few guests, Mary and Dwayne, slip out the side door, car doors slamming behind them. Mommy and Daddo's argument escalates, sharp with fear. "Seriously, Ursula," Daddo snaps. "Frank Doherty, after everything." Her reply is hollow. "It's over. None of it means anything now." The backyard is cluttered with half-finished paintings on easels, rugs strewn across the lawn like picnic blankets. But Mommy's voice still claws at me. "The closet," she repeats raw, like he was just sleeping. My mind flashes to Kyle, hunched alone by the fireplace, his whisper echoing, "She gave you a present." The paintings blur, sons, faces, Lois's friends, none of it registers. All I hear is Grandma's question from earlier, did other Mommy ever hurt anyone? Back then the answer was easy. Now it's a knot in my chest. Maybe. The word spills out before I can stop it. Grandma's brow furrows. "Sweetheart, what?" But the tears come fast, ugly and unstoppable. She pulls me close as I gasp it between sobs. Maybe. Even when Mommy and Daddo round the corner, I'm shaking, drowning in it. Mommy's eyes are red-rimmed, fixed on me. Daddo kneels, rubbing my back, but she just stares, like she's turning the same word over in her head. Maybe. The car hums beneath us, dusk painting the sky orange. Daddo grips the wheel. "We need somewhere to stay. A hotel, maybe," Grandma nods. "Our places aren't safe. None of them." Daddo's laugh is brittle. "So where is safe?" He flicks the blinker, merging onto the empty highway. A lone goose watches us pass, its beady eyes unblinking. Mommy's quiet crying starts again. She said her friend was dead, just lying there in the closet. I bite my lip, fighting the image of wrapped gifts. Daddo exhales hard. "I've never felt this lost before, but we'll get through it, just not yet, and that's okay." His voice wavers, suddenly young and unsure. Grandma squeezes my hand. "We could go anywhere." "Mom," Mommy cuts in, "just stop talking." Silence swallows the car. Grandma's grip tightens. Daddo changes lanes, muttering, "Lois said it's rare for two people to describe an entity the same way." Grandma's reply is steel. "It's following us." "Mom," Mommy whirls on her, "enough." "Damn it, Ursula," Grandma fires back. "Denial won't save us." Daddo's knuckles whiten on the wheel. "Hotels are temporary. One leads to another. I didn't work today. How do I work tomorrow? Ruth's right. We need help." Mommy's voice is a ghost. "No one understands what I saw in Bela's room." The car swerves slightly as Daddo glances at her. He corrects course, jaw set. "How many hotels before we run out of places?" Grandma leans forward, fierce. "We have to face this." New detail. The goose on the roadside, a silent witness to their unraveling. Tone shift. Daddo's attempt at reassurance cracks into vulnerability, his voice shedding adulthood. "No one has a clue what I witnessed in Bella's room." The road stretches endlessly outside, shadows pooling along the edges like the narrow gap between closet doors left slightly ajar. I remember the first time other Mommy's voice slithered from that darkness. "Hello there. Who are you?" Back then, I imagined her suspended like a bat, waiting. I stayed silent, frozen under my blankets as she whispered, "Do you mind that I'm in your closet? Do you mind if I come out?" She didn't wait for permission. I watched her uncoil from the shadows, her voice sticky sweet as she insisted we were friends. "All kids have one," she crooned. "People lie about who you should trust because misery loves company." The first night she asked to crawl inside my heart. I yanked the covers higher, but her words seeped through the fabric like smoke. She rambled about carnations, reincarnation, how she could move and speak just like me if I let her in. But where would I go? I wondered. Where I come from, she answered. Not the closet, Bella. Her tone shifted, sharpening. Friends get hurt when you ignore them. They say things they do mean. Was this Grandma's warning? Think of me like Pester, she hissed. My stomach lurched. How did she know our dead cat's name? Or Milky? My breath hitched. Remember how Pester scratched at your door? The longer you left her, the louder she got, until her cries turned mean. The car jerks to a stop. Mommy's crying about Frank's house, about an ambulance. Daddo grips the wheel, staring into the void of the windshield. The road yawns wide, the night the same inky black as that half-open closet. It's just a house, Russ, Mommy says. You'd know, Daddo snaps before U-turning. Frank's place looms ahead. I recognize him, the man who held Mommy's hand at our party. Daddo's jaw is clenched. Grandma murmurs things will be normal again soon, but it feels like she's convincing herself. Upstairs, windows glare down like empty eyes. Mommy unlocks the door and the unfamiliar scent of another life hits me. Old coffee, cologne, something sour. We need sleep, Grandma insists, flicking lights on as we move through the rooms. Daddo's voice is brittle. What if someone sees the lights? What's our story? Mommy doesn't look back. No one's coming. The staircase gapes, a throat of shadows. I clutch my sleeves. Other Mommy's laughter echoes in my skull. Turn them all on, Grandma orders. But no light reaches the dark at the top of the stairs. The kitchen feels heavy with unspoken tension. Dirty dishes pile in the sink, forgotten since this morning when death walked through these walls. Bella, Dad's voice cracks as he turns to me. Is she here? His question hangs like a weight I don't want to carry. Mom interrupts, Russ, what are you doing? But Dad silences her with a raised hand. This isn't about us, he insists, his focus laser sharp. Only Bella matters right now. Grandma chimes in with her practical wisdom. Can you actually sense it? Really think, have you ever noticed signs before? I don't want to dwell on it, but my mind drags me back. The eerie stillness in Loblolly Pines, the way the air thickened before I ever saw her. That first night, hidden in my closet, she was invisible until she wasn't. Maybe, I admit, and Mom's face tightens. She didn't want this answer. Dad recalls the scent first. In your bathroom, right? That was her. I nod, confirming his suspicion. Other Mommy, I whisper, his jaw clenches. Then the floodgates open, the creaks in the walls, the way her presence clung to the air like rot. That first night, she smelled like decay, like the dead mouse Pester dragged in from the garage. Bella, enough, Mom snaps, her voice fraying. Are we doing this or not? Is she here? The room falls silent. I strain for any sound, floorboards groaning, that sickly sweet stench. I remember headlights slicing through my bedroom that first night, illuminating her twisted face. Not hanging, just wrong. I don't think so, I finally say. Grandma takes charge. Show us the bedroom. We trail Mom past the bathroom to a cramped space, unmade bed, clothes strewn about, closet door gaping. I don't ask if this is where it happened. We'll all sleep here, Grandma declares. Dad won't have it. I'm staying up. You need rest, Russ, Grandma counters. Glad you think so, Ruth, he fires back. They never argue, but tonight's different, edges sharp, patience thin. Mom slumps onto the bed, staring into the closet's shadows. Well, this is just perfect, Grandma mutters, cradling Mom as she sobs. I slip out to the living room where Dad sits rigid on the couch. Hi, I offer. He pats the space beside him. Wanna stay out here with me? Lights stay on. I nod. Grandma peeks out from the hall. She should be with us, she insists. She's fine, Dad says, though his red-rimmed eyes betray him. Exhaustion pulls at him despite his resolve. We sit in silence, listening to Mom's muffled cries, Grandma's steadying keep calm for Bela. My ears prick for any creak in the house. Then out of nowhere, Dad says, "You're incredible, you know that." Really? Yeah. And for a second the dread lifts, just enough to breathe. Life feels like a tangled mess right now. Even without the creepy stuff happening, there's still all this real stuff. He waves toward the hallway where Mommy and Grandma are talking in hushed voices. "Are you and Mommy fighting?" I ask. Dado chuckles, but it's the kind of laugh that doesn't mean happiness. "Don't stress about us, kiddo. Just focus on you. Actually, don't stress about anything, okay?" I think about a classmate whose parents split up. The word divorce always sounded sharp, like something breaking. "Maybe we should get out of here," Dado mutters, rubbing his temples. "I can't stay in this house." My stomach twists. "Dado, I think she hurt the man who lived here." His eyebrows shoot up. "Your mom wouldn't, not Mommy, her." The second I say it, the ceiling groans, or maybe it's just Grandma stepping into the hallway. "We need sleep," she insists, exhaustion lining her voice. "Trying," Dado snaps. Grandma gives him a look, sympathetic but impatient, before disappearing back into the room. "What are you talking about?" Dado leans forward, suddenly alert. "I think she hurt him. I don't add for me, but the thought lingers." "That's a wild guess, Bella," he says, voice tight. "Isn't it?" My chest aches. I don't want my parents to split. Was she trying to fix that? Was she being my friend? Dado jumps up, pacing like a caged animal. "The guy at Lois's place said she talked to him," I blurt. "Okay, just say it," Dado growls. "Things are already messed up enough." "He said she told him she gave me a gift." Dado drags his hands down his face, then freezes, eyes locking onto mine. "Exactly that," he demands. I nod. Before I can blink, he's storming down the hall. I scramble after him. No way am I staying alone. Behind the door, Mommy's sobs mix with Dado's raised voice. "How can you expect me to stay here? Are you trying to torture me, Russ," Grandma cuts in. "Think about Bella. We all need rest." "Oh, I'll rest just fine in a place where my wife didn't just—" "Russ," Grandma snaps. "Enough, I have a right to be furious." The ceiling creaks again, or is it footsteps? Mommy's crying harder now, Dado's words tumbling out in a furious rush. "No sane person would sleep here tonight," he snarls. "I've put up with a lot, but this, hell no." "We have nowhere else," Mommy whimpers. "Your mom seems to disagree," Dado fires back. "We could leave tonight." "Staying is the smart move," Grandma insists. "Not for me," Dado spits. My neck prickles, the ceiling feels like it's pressing down. "I want to go too," I whisper, but no one hears. "And Bella thinks her ghost had something to do with what happened in that closet," Dado adds. "What?" Mommy's voice cracks with fear. "Still wanna stick around?" Dado challenges. "She's here," I say louder. "I love my family. I love us. Did she help keep us together? Is that what friends do? And do I owe her something now?" "She's here," I scream. Finally they turn. "Jesus," Dado breathes. "Up," Grandma orders, yanking Mommy to her feet. "We're leaving now." "Why?" Mommy sobs. "Why is this happening?" But we're already moving, a frantic parade toward the door. I keep my eyes glued to the floor, no looking up those stairs. "Out," Grandma barks. "Fast." "Was she here before?" Mommy's voice spirals, raw and shaky. "Was she here today?" She sounds unhinged. Like that word Mr. Jeffrey taught me, hysterical. When fear takes over completely. And right now, it's swallowing us. All the cold night air wraps around us as we rush to the car, Grandma's grip tight on my hand. I refuse to glance behind me, terrified of catching a glimpse of her, hearing her voice, or worse, feeling her demand entry into my heart. "All in," Grandma murmurs, yanking the car door open. I scramble inside, followed by Grandma, then Mommy and Dado. The engine roars to life, tires crunching gravel as we pull away, but I keep my eyes locked forward. Fear coils in my chest, not just of her, but of the power I might have to end this, to ease Mommy and Dado's terror, to refuse her gifts forever. "Seat belts," Grandma orders, her voice steady despite everything. "Even now we stay sharp. Right, Bella?" But I stay silent, watching the shadows blur past the window. The gas station parking lot hums with fluorescent light, casting eerie glows on our exhausted faces. Dado slumps over the wheel, Grandma's arms are folded like a shield, and Mommy dozes fitfully beside me. Strangers pass by, their glances lingering too long. Do they sense the wrongness clinging to us? The way Amanda and Dan practically shoved us out the door. Frank probably regrets ever crossing our path. Grandma's breaths had been ragged during the drive, and when I asked if she was okay, she snapped, "I'm 61 and I've never seen anything like this. Let me process." Mommy insisted I was wrong to call her a woman or a man, but how else do I describe the figure with eyes gleaming in the closet's darkness? "Hello there, and who are you?" That's how it always began. Nights spent staring at the closet door, waiting for it to inch open, revealing those watching eyes, sometimes a flash of teeth that vanished under passing headlights. One evening, I braved the edge of the bed, determined to face her, but fear won. I dove under the covers just as the hinges groaned. The floorboards whispered under her steps, her scent, sweet and rotting, filling the air beside me. Peekaboo. The word twisted my stomach. Mommy used to say it when she laughed, when she and Dado still laughed. I stayed buried until her voice echoed from the closet again. "Do you like me better in here?" This time I looked. The doors gaped wider, her silhouette tangled in my clothes, and I nodded. New detail. A trucker eyes us from the gas station diner, his cigarette bobbing as he whispers to the cashier. I wonder if they're talking about us, the family who looks like they're running from a ghost. Tone shift. Sarcastic, oh sure, because this is the perfect family road trip, fleeing a nightmare in a gas station parking lot. Next stop, existential dread and a side of fries. The memory claws back. Her voice, her gifts, the way she'd study me like I was the only thing that mattered. And that's the cruelest part for a kid with no friends. Even a monster can feel like company. I wished she understood how much I preferred her hidden away in that space. Did her lips curl into a smile? Did she ever smile at all? "Mommy," I whispered, the words slipping out after she'd murmured peekaboo like a ghostly echo. "Other mommy." Her voice drifted from the closet before she dissolved into the shadows between my hoodies, the doors creaking shut on their own. Now I murmur it to myself, "Other mommy," so softly it's almost swallowed by the hum of the car. Dad was the one who chose this gas station, repeating that we'd sort everything out tomorrow, insisting optimism was the only way forward. Mom argued it didn't matter where we stopped. Home, a roadside diner, this flickering neon pit, it wouldn't change a thing. The air in the car thickened after that. Grandma Ruth hadn't spoken much since we fled the house, except to mutter something about a priest. Dad wasn't religious, and I barely knew what one was until tonight. But if there was even a chance. Dad mentioned others who might help, hesitating over the word occultist like it was unfamiliar. I do that too, testing words on my tongue. But here's the unsettling part. Dad, Mom, Grandma, they always had answers. Now they're just as lost as I am. "Other mommy," I breathe again, quieter still. Glancing over, I see Mom slumped against the window, her face swollen from crying, lips pressed into a thin line. If I press my ear to the seat, I can hear my own heartbeat. Is there space inside for someone else? The idea terrifies me. Worse, I liked her. I thought of other mommy as a friend. Sometimes I'd lie awake, equal parts dread and anticipation twisting in my stomach because she wasn't like Deb or my school friends. She wasn't like anyone. She was angry, and so was I. "Are you there?" I whisper. Exhaustion tugs at me, but I might have already dozed off when my eyes flutter open. A gas station attendant looms by the window, raising his hands in apology before shuffling away. I press my ear to the seat again, listening for that hollow thump. Is there room for two? Other mommy used to only appear at night, only in my room, only peering from the closet. Then one evening I caught her scent, something damp and old, and turned to find her crouched beside my bed, staring back. We were friends, weren't we? Outside, a burly man scrubs his windshield, his too-tight shirt riding up as he wrestles with the squeegee. I love when Mom or Dad cleans our car, the way the soap swirls away. Maybe we could scrub my room clean too, like Grandma's priest suggestion. The man wipes his window, but in the streaks of water, a face stretches, elongating, dripping until it's smeared by the squeegee. Did he miss the eyes? I can't tell. I don't want to. The car disappears down the road, but I can't shake the feeling that she's still watching me. Dado's snoring fills the backseat while Mom rests her head against the window, exhausted. Grandma dozes with her arms crossed tight, like she's hugging herself against bad dreams. My eyelids grow heavy, but even in the dark behind them, I imagine those eyes, unblinking, waiting. Are we friends? That's a joke. Friends don't make your stomach twist like this. Though now that I think about it, Mom and Dado get that same tightness in their voices sometimes. Used to be, the fear came with a weird thrill, like riding a roller coaster. Now I just shut down, sleep. Funny how that works. I had a buddy once who said the only thing louder than silence was the scream building in your chest. Bet even priests want to yell into the void sometimes. Dado's voice pulls me back. We're parked on a bench outside St. Michael's, its steeple cutting into the gray sky. It's tough to explain, kiddo, he says, kneading his palms. You're sharp, but life hasn't chewed you up yet. He keeps glancing at the oak doors where Mom and Grandma begged for help. No amount of ghost stories prepares you for the real thing, he mutters. The door creaks open. Mom's face tells me everything, shoulders slumped, Grandma trailing behind like a shadow. They called us liars, Mom spits. Asked if we were on drugs. Dado kicks a pebble. So what now? Police round two. Grandma's laugh is all edges. They suggested an exorcism with video proof. A beat, then Mom's voice drops to a whisper. We end this ourselves. Dado freezes. For once he doesn't argue. How? I ask, too loud. The silence stretches. Somewhere a crow caws. Ever tried punching a nightmare? Grandma deadpans. Mom doesn't smile. Shoving didn't work in the park. Dado rubs his temples. Christ, so we're really talking about. Whatever it takes, Mom finishes. The church bells start ringing, like the universe laughing at us. She stares across the street, hesitating as if weighing some invisible choice. The heavy church doors swing open, and two somber figures in black descend the steps. Their eyes lock onto me first, then flicker toward Mommy with the unspoken tension of words left hanging between them. Instead, they exchange a glance and stride off, their polished shoes clicking against the pavement until the sound fades into nothing. Priests, I recognize them. That hollow echo of their retreating footsteps might as well have been the universe itself turning its back on us, leaving us stranded with our own mess. My fists clench at the thought of other Mommy. The idea of hurting her twists my stomach, but the alternative, doing nothing, feels worse. Which path is darker, fighting her or surrendering? We spent the day circling Goblin, chasing dead ends. North-South Avenue, Christmas Boulevard, every lead dissolved like sugar in rain. A bored gift shop clerk shrugged us off. A neon-lit psychic on Neptune Street offered vague warnings but no answers. At one point, we passed a stretch of emerald trees, and Mommy murmured that I'd been here before, strapped to her chest as a toddler while they navigated the hedges, some kitschy maze attraction. Grandma dragged us into every dimly lit head shop and hushed lounge, demanding if anyone knew about certain things. Nobody did. Tensions flared. Dado's jokes turned to silence. Mommy's nerves were frayed, her voice sharp as broken glass. Night's coming faster than you think. Grandma just sank onto benches, Parish Park, then a cemetery where the graves stood upright like silent sentinels. I loved Goblin's eerie charm and begged to stay, but my words vanished into the static of their panic. At the arcade Goblin Games, I lost myself in pixelated battles while my parents argued in a vinyl booth. I didn't want to hear it. Didn't want to watch Grandma corner another stranger, whispering about renowned occultists. I just wanted to erase other mommy, stuff her in a closet and throw away the key. But my family was unraveling. Dado's mood swings, mommy's razor-edge anxiety, grandma's exhaustion. It was like watching a sandcastle crumble under tide. Then the sky split open. Rain hammered down as we huddled outside a shuttered bakery, stranded. Dado sat on a soggy bench, defeated. Mommy hovered under the awning, her jaw tight. For once, my voice carried the same weight as theirs, and it terrified me. Grandma saved us. A call to Evelyn, her friend on the outskirts of Goblin, and suddenly we had shelter. "Keep quiet," Grandma warned, her grip firm on my shoulder. "We're living a storm of a story, Bela." Now dripping in Evelyn's sprawling foyer, I count the framed faces of her absent family. "Too rainy here for them," she says, but Dado's quick grin at the downpour seems to charm her. The house is a labyrinth, 3 floors, a library, and rooms waiting like blank pages. I prepared 3 bedrooms after Ruth called, Evelyn offers. "Shall I show you?" The walls hum with secrets, and for the first time the rain feels less like a curse and more like a veil, hiding us. "For now, don't worry, I'm not kicking you out just yet. Stay up as late as you like. When guests visit, I want them to feel at home. Grandma won't admit to Evelyn that we'd rather share one room. It might raise questions." "This is already too much," Grandma insists. "You have no idea how grateful we are." Evelyn tilts her head. "Is something wrong?" "No," Grandma replies. "Just tired from the road. The city takes it out of you." Evelyn studies her. "I've never seen you this worn out." Dado forces a grin. "Kids, right?" Evelyn chuckles. "Oh, I know, they have a way of turning us into sleep-deprived zombies." She gestures toward the hall. "Let me show you where you'll be staying." As Evelyn and Grandma disappear, Mommy murmurs to Dado, "We'll just say thanks and share a room. No need to explain." The house is enormous, way bigger than Grandma described. We trail Evelyn through a grand hall with wooden paneling and artwork, flanked by 2 staircases wide enough to park a car on. "Upstairs," Evelyn announces. "My kids, January and July, used to take over this floor. Constant chaos drove me nuts at the time, but now, I'd give anything to hear that racket again." The first room is cozy, draped in white linens. "January's old room," Evelyn says. "Small, but the sunlight loves it when it's not pouring, which is never." The bed's neatly made, a tiny nightstand beside it, a ceiling fan humming softly. The closet doors shut tight. "Take your pick, but I bet this one's perfect for the little one." She winks at me. Next door the air feels heavier. July's room bigger but stuffy. Kid never complained until adulthood, then it was all he did. A massive brown wardrobe anchors the blue-walled space, a vintage rug tying it together. "Ideal for a couple," Evelyn muses. The third room bursts with yellow and green twin beds tucked under sloping eaves. "Ruth," Evelyn's voice softens. "This was the guest room, always full back in the day. Friends, parties, even the legendary Wayne Sherman crashed here once after a city gala. Gone now like so much else." "Better than any hotel," Grandma says. Evelyn smirks. "Speaking of hospitality, anyone hungry?" "God, yes," Mommy and Dado blurt in unison. They exchange a glance. Something unspoken flickers between them. Did other Mommy just work magic? As we head downstairs, I glance back. The yellow room's closet door hangs slightly ajar. "Bella, watch your step," Mommy warns, gripping my hand. "The stairs are monstrous." "Don't expect gourmet," Evelyn calls over her shoulder. Frozen pizza's the menu tonight. Dado clutches his chest. A man after my own heart. Practically refined, Evelyn teases. The space between instinct and etiquette is where the fun happens. We weave through rooms, so many rooms. It's huge, I gasp. Houses like this need life, Evelyn says. You're doing it a favor. Passing a butler's pantry, or as Dado insists, a very fancy bar. I catch our warped reflections in a silver ice bucket. Evelyn grins. Welcome to the real world. You don't need to crowd together, spread out if you want, but we never do. Grandma always says the road has a way of turning strangers into family. You live less than an hour away, Evelyn points out, studying us before Grandma cuts in. Let's see that pizza already, Evelyn grins. I've been waiting for this. We trail her past the butler's pantry, down a hallway lined with old family photos, and then, "Whoa," I blurt. "This kitchen is massive." Evelyn strides to a fridge the size of a minivan, yanks open the freezer, and pulls out 2 pizza boxes. Grandma moves to assist, but Evelyn waves her off. "Let me handle it, it's been too long." Grandma ignores her and grabs plates anyway. Evelyn fires up the oven, then turns to Mom and Dad. "Drinks, anyone?" "I'll take one," Mom says. "Same here," Dad adds. Evelyn glances at me. "Grape juice," I nod. "Thanks." She reaches for a glass, but Grandma's already there, pouring my drink like she owns the place. Her smile catches me off guard, first one I've seen since we left the house where that man died. Evelyn leads Mom and Dad toward the pantry, Mom squeezing my hand as we go. "Bourbon," Evelyn offers Dad. "Perfect," he says. "Make it 2, Mom chimes in. Evelyn smirks. Couples who drink together usually crash and burn, but couples who drink the same drink, that's a different story. She clinks ice into glasses, mixes the drinks, and hands them over. Mom takes a sip and sighs. "That's good," Evelyn nods. "First taste is always the best." Dad raises his glass, locking eyes with Mom the way they do when they forget I exist. Their glasses meet with a quiet ting. Grandma reappears. Pizzas are in. Evelyn passes her a drink. "Now follow me, that oven's slower than a Monday morning." We trail her into a sprawling room with floor-to-ceiling windows, 2 leather couches, and a vintage record player. "I've always adored this room," Grandma murmurs. Evelyn cues up the Hollies. "Cheers, everyone, so what have you been up to?" Silence. "I played video games," I volunteer. Evelyn laughs. "Win any?" "Win," I echo. Mom snorts, first real laugh in days. Rain taps the windows as Dad says, "We drove all over town. The hedges are a jungle now." "Someone should buy that place," Evelyn muses. "Start fresh." She eyes Grandma, who stares back like they're sharing a secret. "Let's check the oven," Evelyn says abruptly. Once they're gone, Dad asks, "You like this house?" "Yeah. Want one like it? Dunno what we do with it." "Figure that out, then let me know." Mom giggles, Dad winks. "Come here," he tells her. They embrace, sipping their drinks. I tilt my head back. "You could fit like 2 families in here." They grin. "Try 10, Dad says, downing his bourbon. He shouts to Evelyn, "Mind if we make more?" Her voice floats back. "Drink me dry, why don't you?" Dad nudges me. "One day you'll love this stuff, makes big, scary houses feel smaller." "Russ," Mom calls out, watching him disappear into the butler's pantry. "Come here for a second, Bela, just us now." She leans against the couch, so I mirror her, pressing my back into the cushions. "We'll take the room with the twin beds," she says. "You and Dado in one, Grandma and me in the other." "Got it," I nod. "And if you need anything, bathroom, water, anything, you wake me. Promise." Another nod. "I love you, Bela," she murmurs, her voice thick. "And I'm sorry I've been distant." I frown. "But you're right here," she exhales. "Right now, yeah, but I still owe you an apology." When I glance up, her eyes are glistening. Dado reappears with 2 drinks clinking in his hands. "You hear that?" he asks, grinning. Mom jerks upright. "Hear what?" "A party in my palms," he jokes, wiggling his fingers. She rolls her eyes but doesn't scold him. He hands her a glass, and for a moment the tension dissolves. Outside, rain lashes the towering windows and the old house groans overhead. Dado sinks onto the couch, swirling his drink. "When I think about being your age, Bella, it's all dark wood paneling, creepy houseplants, and this weird mustard-colored wallpaper. My parents were like ghosts, in and out of rooms, never really there." He chuckles. "I remember knees, so many knees, a whole jungle of slacks and loafers." Mom snorts. "How did you even know which grown-up was yours?" They lean into each other, closer than they've been in months. Dado nuzzles Mom's neck and she swats him away, but her lips twitch. "Family trips were a disaster," he continues. "Supermarkets, worse. I'd be yammering away, tugging on some stranger's sleeve, convinced it was Mom. One time Dad lost it back when every headline screamed about kidnappings. Smacked me and hissed, 'Stop talking to strangers.' But the thing is—" "The thing," Mom interrupts, dragging out the word. "The thing," Dado echoes, "is that my whole childhood feels like a smudged watercolor. Not a movie, more like fog in one of those old Gothic paintings, blues bleeding into purples, and I'm just this tiny figure lost in it." My gaze drifts to the hallway. A shadow moves, a woman gliding closer. The dim light hides her face. Dado keeps talking, but my pulse spikes. I open my mouth to shout. Then Evelyn steps into the room. "Goodness, it's lovely to hear laughter again," she trills. Dado lifts his glass in salute. "Pizza's nearly done," she adds, eyeing me like she senses my unease. The music cuts out, leaving only the drumming rain. "Well," Evelyn smirks. "Coming, or are you afraid the food will bite back? Steal that nice buzz you've got going." Dado clinks his glass against Mom's. "I'll risk it." "Food's ready." Grandma's voice echoes from the kitchen, distant and warm. We shuffle down the hall, Mom squeezing my hand. I keep my eyes glued to the floor, half expecting to see a stranger's shoes beside mine. "Shame you're too young for this," Mom muses, sipping her drink. "It's working miracles on me." I wrinkle my nose. "It smells weird." She grins. "Funny thing, it used to smell weird to me too. Then I realized that's the smell of fun." Grandma slides the pizzas onto the table. "Eat up," she declares. "No matter what's happening in your head, your heart, your life, never forget to eat." Mom and Dado collapse into chairs, their laughter mingling with the storm outside. And I watch the hallway just in case. Evelyn glanced at Grandma with a knowing look as she replied, "Absolutely. No matter what happens. And if I mix enough of these cocktails, maybe we can skip wisdom entirely. Being alone here so long has made me forget what it's like to take risks." Mom and Dad drained their glasses so fast they emptied the bottle, then motioned for Evelyn to bring another. She obliged without hesitation, while Grandma muttered, "They need it," and Evelyn just nodded. "Yeah, I can tell." The living room turned into a dance floor. Evelyn cheered me on, thrilled I loved dancing as much as she did. I helped her swap records, learning how to work the turntable on my own, though my pick of Joni Mitchell got vetoed fast. "Great artist, wrong vibe for a party," Dad said, cranking the volume until the rain outside was just background noise. He looked ridiculous, swaying across the room with his scruffy face, while Mom glowed, her forehead damp with sweat. Grandma's cheeks flushed pink. "Happens every time," she chuckled, but Evelyn's smile said she was happy to have us there. Soon Grandma and Evelyn settled onto the couch, watching as Mom, Dad, and I turned into a trio of goofy dancers. Dad was undeniably wasted. He taught me the word himself, and seeing him like that made me grin. For once, I wasn't thinking about home or hiding or anything heavy. Just the music, the laughter, the way Dad suddenly pointed at Mom and slurred, "You know who you move like tonight?" "Ginger Rogers," Mom teased. "Nah, other Mom." Mom's eyes flashed, but then she burst out laughing so hard she nearly toppled over. Dad grabbed her hand, both of them wheezing until they slumped against each other. Grandma warned they'd pay for it tomorrow, but Evelyn countered, "Some debts are worth racking up while you're alive." Dad, still grinning, turned to Mom. "I'd offer her a drink right now." "Who?" Mom played along, though she already knew. "Other Mom, seriously, if she walked in, I'd say, 'Hey, take a seat, quit haunting our kid.'" They howled at that, laughter edging into something raw. "What you even serve her?" Mom asked. "Easy," Dad shot back. "Other bourbon, then we'd all get other drunk." Mom collapsed onto the couch, giggling, while Dad declared, "I'm other Dad now." Mom glanced at me, maybe second-guessing the bit, but the music drowned any hesitation. Then Dad said it soft but clear, "God, it feels good to be brave again." Grandma and Evelyn slipped out, leaving me with the spectacle of my parents, dizzy and breathless. Dad flopped backward over the couch, his head upside down. "Ursula, who am I?" he asked. I ignored him, staring instead at the rain-streaked window. "More music, Bella," Mom murmured. I swapped the record and she cranked the volume higher. They danced. I watched from the couch, wishing the moment would stretch forever. "It's a good life," Dad mumbled, pulling Mom into a slow sway. I wanted that, the quiet, the closeness, to never end. But the song faded. The room fell silent, save for their ragged breaths. Now they're passed out in the yellow bedroom. No more music. Grandma bunked with Evelyn. Earlier, I'd caught them whispering in the kitchen while Mom and Dad fumbled with another bottle in the pantry. "I believe you, Ruth," Evelyn had said. "But being open to something doesn't mean you swallow it whole. Minds don't work that fast." The house is quiet now. Just the hum of the fridge, the occasional creak of the old floors, and me, wide awake, replaying the night in my head. "I didn't want to say anything," Grandma admitted, her voice low. "I didn't want you thinking we drag problems into this house." Evelyn cut in, firm but quiet. "This isn't your mess to fix. Let them deal with it, whatever it is." Grandma hesitated, then added, "Though, let's be honest, isn't there always a little marital drama mixed in?" I swear they knew I was eavesdropping because their voices dropped to whispers. When I slipped back to the pantry, Mommy and Daddo were gone, not in the living room either. I bolted to the kitchen just as Daddo rounded the corner, nearly colliding with me. "Bella, stick close," he muttered, shooting Mommy a look, that "we're concerned about you" look they always share. Then under his breath he growled, "Tonight's gonna be a good night, damn it," like he was convincing himself. Grandma suggested bedtime. Daddo scoffed, but we went anyway. Evelyn silenced the record player and Mommy and Daddo wobbled up the stairs, their laughter loose and uneven, the wood groaning under their weight. Mommy nearly face-planted onto the mattress. "Bella," she slurred, eyes already shut, "come lie down." Daddo crashed onto the other bed, fully dressed, and was snoring before his head hit the pillow. I climbed in beside Mommy, still in my clothes. Grandma and Evelyn lingered in the doorway. "We're down the hall if you need us," Evelyn said, though Grandma hesitated, her gaze lingering like she wasn't sure about leaving us. The house felt enormous, the walls stretching farther in the dark, and I really had to pee. I shook Mommy's shoulder, nothing, just heavy breathing. Daddo mumbled nonsense when I nudged him. Trapped between their beds, I eyed the door. Fine, solo mission. I scanned the room for a container, anything. Daddo's friend Mark bragged about peeing in a bucket while camping. Kelvin once joked about using a shoe. God, I missed Kelvin. He'd march me to the bathroom, chatting through the door even if he was glued to his phone. You're fine, Bella, hall's clear. The closet. I channeled Kelvin's voice, half convincing myself he was there. Open it, check for a bowl or something. Inside, the lamplight revealed nothing, just shadows. Could I pee here? Would Evelyn lose it? Just go to the bathroom, I muttered in Kelvin's tone. Be brave. I crept to the door, stepped into the hallway's void, and whispered, Grandma Ruth. My voice cracked, no trace of Kelvin now. I really gotta pee. Pushing our door wider, light spilled out, but the other doors stayed blurred shapes. 1, 2, 3, the fourth door looked smaller. Bathroom. I thought of Kelvin, of Mommy and Daddo snoring behind me, of Grandma's worried paws. Evelyn lived here. This was her space. And I was just a kid, barefoot in the dark, weighing whether to hold it or risk the unknown. My sneakers pound against the creaky hallway floor as I burst through the nearest door, convinced I've found a closet. Fumbling for the light switch, the sudden brightness reveals a bathroom instead. For a second, I hear Kelvin's voice praising me in my head. Good job, kid. The shower curtain ripples slightly and my stomach drops. Evelyn, my voice cracks. There's definitely a shape behind that plastic curtain, sitting perfectly still in the tub. I edge closer, my pulse hammering. Evil, the word dies in my throat as I yank the curtain aside. Nothing, just black paint smeared where her silhouette should have been. No water, no Evelyn. My bladder screams, so I scramble onto the toilet, way taller than the one back home, and that's when I feel it. Something cold and wrong beneath me. I glance down. Dark, hairy legs press against mine. I shriek, tumbling backward onto the tiles. Other Mommy crouches against the wall, her face cupped in her own hands like some grotesque offering. Before I can scream, Evelyn's voice shatters the silence from the hallway. Bella! The door flies open. Evelyn's expression twists from confusion to horror as other Mommy rises, her head brushing the ceiling. Chaos erupts. Grandma's hands claw at me, dragging me into the hall as Evelyn's screams ricochet off the walls. Get out! Take that thing with you! Other Mommy oozes after us, her body stretching like taffy across the doorway. Daddo scoops me up mid-stride, nearly tripping down the stairs. Behind us, Evelyn's furious, terrified shrieks chase us like a curse. Dawn bleeds through the foyer windows. My whole body shakes. For a delirious second, I think at least I slept a little. Kelvin would have been proud. Then Daddo's yelling, move! And we're sprinting toward the door, the house itself seeming to howl at our backs. The other mother snarls from the top of the staircase, and suddenly we're all bolting through the front door into the stormy night. Chaos erupts, shouts, panic, the kind of fear that twists your stomach. Evelyn's not the same anymore. I can feel it in my bones. Move now, Dad shouts, scooping me up as we stumble down the porch steps. My pants are still around my ankles, damp from where I wet myself, but nobody has time to care. Grandma pleads with Evelyn to come with us, but she's rooted to the spot, screaming, "This is my house. You brought this here." Mom's already in the driver's seat, trembling as she revs the engine. "Bella," she calls, voice cracking. "Are you hurt?" Dad shoves me into the backseat and slams the door, his breath ragged. Grandma hesitates, still begging Evelyn, but she's just a silhouette on the porch now, shrieking into the rain. "Get in," Mom yells, rolling down the window. "Now." The car lurches forward, tires screeching, and I catch one last glimpse of Evelyn, alone, furious, swallowed by the shadows of her creaking mansion. Rain streaks the windows, and I realize I never even noticed it was pouring. Dad clutches me tighter, murmuring nonsense under his breath while Grandma frets. "We can't leave her with that thing," she insists, voice shrill. Mom's grip on the wheel is white-knuckled. "It's not staying with her, Mom," she snaps. "It's following us, don't you get it? It's coming home with us." The car swerves as Mom blows through a red light, empty streets blurring past. "Slow down," Grandma begs. We have a child in the car. For a second, Mom's eyes meet mine in the rearview mirror. Then she slams the brakes, jerking us all forward. Grandma's voice drops to a whisper. It was in its hands. And suddenly, I wonder if she's slipping too. The house looms ahead, just as haunted as we left it. Dad's muttering about alarm costs, but the real fear is in what happens if we don't spend it. Last night, we all slept piled together in the living room, taking shifts staying awake. Nothing happened, but the exhaustion in Mom and Dad's faces says everything. Now strangers swarm the house, installing motion detectors, cameras, beeping gadgets I don't recognize. The dogs are coming, Mom tells me, her tone sharp. Not pets, not puppies. I don't care, dogs are dogs. And maybe, just maybe, there'll be enough. The woman insists the cane corsos are great with kids, but I can see the doubt flickering in her eyes. Dad mentions a trainer will arrive soon to walk us through everything, feeding, commands, the whole deal. Mom admits she doesn't know the dogs' names yet, and no, I don't get to pick them. Actual dogs, in our home. Dad grips my shoulder, his voice tight. Bela, stay close to one of us, always. He doesn't have to say it twice, not after what's happened. Even Grandma Ruth's taken a step back, though when I ask when she's coming over, Dad just shakes his head. Love you, kiddo, drop it. A black van rolls up the driveway, its side emblazoned with CHAP security, safety first. I bolt for the door before Dad barks my name. No dogs yet, just more technicians hauling equipment, stacking sensors by the porch. Inside, outside, everywhere. The neighbors aren't even pretending not to stare. Kids freeze mid-game on their lawns. Dad exhales beside me, scratching his stubble. Guess we're the neighborhood spectacle now. Mom appears, her smile strained, just checking on Bela. The crew gives her a weird look, but Dad doesn't miss a beat. She's right here. It's like they've wired themselves with invisible alarms too, tense, waiting. I swallow hard. Are they doing all this to keep us together? Then I remember her, other mommy, crouched in my room that first night, whispering about souls and borrowed time. Just a life, she'd said, like it was nothing. Be a friend, Bela, or don't. Now, every closet buzzes with sensors. What happens when she realizes the house fights back? The dogs arrive like shadows, massive, black, with white splashes on their chests. The trainers, two no-nonsense women, introduce them, Kami and Camille. They're protectors, not pets, one explains. We've imprinted your scents. They'll never turn on you. Dad frowns. Imprinted? Yeah, your wife gave us your clothes, Bella's too. They know who's family. A pause, but anyone else, fair game. Where do they sleep? Dad asks. Can the kids interact? No cuddles, the other trainer cuts in, but let them patrol the yard. At night, give them the run of downstairs. They'll handle the rest. Mom crosses her arms. We need them guarding everywhere, even inside. The trainers exchange glances. Lady, if these dogs are on duty, nobody's getting past the front door. Then Mom drops the bomb. What about things that are people? Dad doesn't laugh. Neither do they. One tilts her head. You mean like intruders with supernatural vibes? The air goes still. Even the dogs seem to listen. Mommy suggests using something already inside the house, but the trainers shake their heads. Nothing slips past these dogs. Kami and Camille glance my way, and I give a quick wave before their focus snaps back to the women who brought them. No games, one trainer warns. They're not trained to roam upstairs in client homes. The other adds, but if they hear trouble anywhere, anytime, they'll move. These two are the best in their unit, no debate. Dado nods, relieved. Glad they're here. Me too, I say, earning a sideways glance from the trainers like I've thrown them off script. Good, Bela, Dado cuts in, but let them work, no distractions. No treats, the first trainer emphasizes. And definitely no table scraps, they're professionals, got it. Mommy exhales, her eyes flicking to the ceiling cameras. I hope this is enough. It's more than enough, one trainer reassures. Honestly, your setup's the tightest we've seen. The other grins. If I lived here, I'd sleep like a baby. Later, Mommy's updating Grandma on the alarms and the dogs while Daddo camps at his desk, now parked in the living room so we're never separated. Home, but not quite. The air's different, charged. Kami and Camel stay planted by the door, laser-focused, like it might burst open any second. I finally get what the trainers meant they're on. Everything calm there, Mommy asks Grandma. If anything feels off, come straight over. Just remember the dogs are here for a few more days. We'll show you how to greet them, except, she says, like it's a password. Daddo's glued to his laptop, scruffy and unfamiliar. Thanks for everything, Mom, Mommy finishes before hanging up. Hungry, Bela. In the kitchen, silence hangs thick, no TV, no music. They claim it's for the dogs, but I know better. They want to hear every creak, every whisper of the house. Mac and cheese, Mommy offers. I nod, sliding into a chair. If I tilt back, I can see the dogs down the hall, statuesque at the door. What do they think about? Can we keep them? No, Mommy says firmly. They're not pets. Then get ones like them, I push. So we're always safe. She stirs the pot, considering. Maybe two. They'd need each other. A growl rumbles from the entryway. Daddo's up in a flash. Mommy's already halfway down the hall. We follow, hearts pounding. The dogs don't budge. Probably just a neighbor, Daddo mutters. Maybe, Mommy echoes. A hiss from the overflowing pot sends her sprinting back. Peering out, we spot a neighbor lingering on the sidewalk, his gaze locked on our house. Good dogs, Daddo murmurs, hands at his sides. No pats, just respect. Dinner's eaten at Daddo's makeshift desk, surrounded by tech and tension. The mac and cheese tastes like guilt. I don't say it, but it claws at me. This is my fault. The alarms, the fear, the dogs who see threats in shadows. The house is a fortress because of me. I blame myself for everything. The dogs we can't play with anymore, Grandma spotting other Mommy at Evelyn's place. If I just agreed, maybe none of this would be happening. But then, who would I even be? Would she have taken over completely? And where would that leave me? Is wherever she comes from even worse than this? Mommy and Daddo don't look the same anymore. I'm sure I don't either. My fingers press against my neck, searching for my pulse. Does it race faster now than before? Other Mommy used to laugh. Well, I heard her once. It was when Kelvin was babysitting me, rambling on the phone about reincarnation and how the greatest gift is helping someone live. He said, a real friend brings another to life. But when I stepped out of the bathroom, he was gone. Other Mommy stood by the window, except she wasn't looking outside. She was watching me. Kelvin's voice drifted up from the yard, still chatting away. Then she laughed, not in his voice, but in hers. That sound still crawls under my skin. You okay, Bela? Daddo's voice snaps me back. Mommy frowns. Why are you asking her that? But I'm too busy wondering if it's my fault they've started setting alarms on themselves. Upstairs, there's a photo of a woman dancing. She's free, Mommy once told me. Other Mommy, though, she said I kept her from being free. And the worst part, she's been right about so much. The man who died, what scares me, what comforts me. Does Mommy really think I'm holding her back? Bela, Mommy's hand brushes my forehead like she's checking for a fever. Just thinking, I mutter. About what? Daddo presses. I can hear every room now, I say. Maybe it's the dog ears in the house. Kelvin, I add suddenly. I miss him. Daddo's jaw tightens. Yeah, well, you won't see him for a while. We won't see anyone. You get why, right? I nod. Because I keep saying no. And the more I do, the more other Mommy scratches at the door like pester till she gets angry. Mommy leans in. But do you really understand? Silence. Then Daddo grabs the remote. Let's at least put on a movie. I can't just sit here. The screen flickers to life, soundless. But his eyes keep darting to his phone, the security feed. Even with the movie playing, he's still watching the house. I'm sorry, I whisper. Neither answers. They're miles away, and suddenly I am too. Alone. Later, I wake to find Mommy asleep on the living room mattress. Dado's perched on the couch, gaze locked on the hallway. "What are you looking at?" I ask. "Nothing. I need the bathroom." "Okay, just give me a sec." But he doesn't move, and we stay like that, frozen, waiting for a threat that might already be inside. His gaze drifts down the hallway where the dogs sit frozen, their eyes locked on the ceiling. "Dado," I whisper. He shrugs, rubbing his stubble. "No clue, kiddo. Could be the wind howling out there. Sounds like it's tearing the trees apart. But that's not why I'm awake. I gotta pee." He sighs, flicking on a lamp, its glow stretching shadows across the walls. "House has been groaning all night," he mutters, and suddenly the bathroom feels miles away. My feet won't move. Dado's voice snaps me back. "Nope, no way, not here." He says it so casually, like we're debating bedtime snacks, but his eyes dart to the dogs again, their ears twitch at nothing. "There's something else, huh? Just watching. A beat." "You ready?" He nudges me forward, glancing over his shoulder at Mommy, still curled on the mattress. For a second he hesitates, like leaving her alone is a bad idea. "Quick trip," he whispers. The bathroom light buzzes to life. Dado flips the toilet lid up, then lingers in the doorway, one hand gripping the frame. "I'll be right outside. Stay," I insist. He nods, but his head swivels left, right, left again, scanning the empty hall. The sound of my pee hits the water like hushed secrets. I lean sideways, half expecting to see what? Nothing. Just the echo of my own fear. Dado's still staring down the hall when I'm done. "All good?" he asks, not turning. The mirror shows a girl older than I remember, eyes wider, chin sharper. "Yeah." Hands fast. The faucet's whisper curls around us, words just out of reach. Back in the living room, Mommy's upright, blinking. "Was that you?" Dado tenses. "Hear something?" She frowns. Laughter from the kitchen. We both turn, just appliances, the dish rack, the clocks ticking. "Houses talk," Dado says, too calm. "Walls settle, floors breathe." Mommy stretches. "I'll take first watch." Dado hesitates. "Wake me if you—" "I know." "Movie?" "No." Mommy's voice sharpens. "Staring at screens makes ghosts in the corners of your eyes." Dado nods, like this makes perfect sense. "Sleep, Bela," he says, tucking me in. Then Camel appears in the doorway, hackles raised. "Jesus!" Mommy gasps. The dog stares past us into the kitchen before turning tail and padding back to his post. The silence stretches. Dado exhales. "We'll stay up a bit." He's at his desk now, scrolling through contacts on his phone. "There's gotta be someone, not cops, not family." His thumb hovers over a photo, a couple from Manhattan, their smiles too wide. "They claim they handle this." Mommy snorts. "You trust that?" Grandma's texts light up Mommy's screen. "Coming soon," she promises. But the last time we saw her, she just left Evelyn S. What if she's not Grandma anymore? Dado keeps typing. "Nobody's stuck forever. That's not how life works." The cameras on his phone show my room, tiny, hollow, a stage with no players. I look away. Mommy's fingers tighten around her phone. "We need to talk about something else." But Dado's already lost in the glow of the screen, chasing answers in pixels and promises. "We have to trust someone." Dado saw other Mommy just like I did. "Everyone's different now, I can feel it." "You look exhausted, Bela," Mommy murmurs. "Russ, maybe we should step outside for some air." Dado tilts his head like he's trying to see stars through the roof. "Actually," he mutters, scrolling on his phone, "there's another pair from Manhattan who claim to handle exactly this kind of thing. And get this, they say the first team we found is a total scam." His face tightens. I'm drained, curled into the couch with a blanket while Dado hunts for answers online. My mind drifts to Grandma, alone in her house, that bedroom closet creaking open by itself. All I'm finding are investigators, Dado sighs. But do they actually fix anything? The word exterminate lingers heavy, like he just threw a shadow into the room. Every light blazes, none of them will go off tonight. Jesus, he breathes. Each option is more terrifying than the last. Good, Mommy snaps. Then I don't want them near us. Someone has to come, Dado insists. We need. I know what we need, Mommy cuts in, fingers pressed to her throat like she's counting heartbeats. What if I said yes? Once, I told other Mommy I was scared and she didn't smirk or glare, just watched me silent like I was something to devour. This guy from upstate is unhinged, Dado mutters, shoving his phone at her. Look at him, seriously. Russ, I can't handle this right now. Just look. Stop. Fine, but he looks like a damn cult leader, and he might be our best shot. Bela, Mommy says softly, sleep if you can. Rest is the only thing keeping us sane. I shut my eyes but don't drift off. Not yet. I don't even know if I'm searching the right terms, Dado grumbles. Are there categories for this? Subtypes? I need you to stop talking, Mommy hisses. Every word makes me feel like I'm losing my mind. Is she asleep? Dado whispers. I don't know, Mommy lies. I'm wide awake. It's not about the money, Dado mutters. Though the prices are insane. I just keep thinking, remember when Chap's security installed the alarms? If we had a crowd here again. It showed itself at the party, Mommy reminds him. But at least we weren't alone when it happened. Her voice cracks. I have dreams, Russ. I feel like a prisoner. I'm supposed to be living my life, not trapped in this house. No, scratch that, any house, because this nightmare follows us. I want it over. I'm trying. What do you want me to do? Is there some correct way to react to this? There's definitely a wrong way. Russ, just go take a walk. Drive somewhere, scream into the void. I can't leave Bela, which means I can't leave this. She lets out a bitter laugh. Guess I missed the fine print in the parenting handbook. May include mandatory ghost-sitting duty. I'm anchored here, Russ. Wow, thanks. Real comforting for the guy chained to you. Even if I could leave tonight, Mommy fires back, what would I do? Smile at strangers. Oh, Marcia, life's perfect. Bella's starting school, Russ is killing himself at work, and I'm thriving. Maybe if I fake it enough, it'll stick. There's a life I should be living, she whispers. Not this. Not jumping at every creak in our own damn living room. Russ, I was barely holding it together before this mess. Now. Dado exhales. That guy in the tactical gear, starting to seem like our best bet. What's who? The one dressed like a midnight SWAT team. Compared to the others, he's practically wholesome. The house groans around us, but their voices, Mommy's sharp, Dado's frayed, lull me like a bad movie on loop. The creaks blend into the rhythm, a lid sealing me into the dark. I sleep. I wake. In my bed, in the black. Mommy, I bolt upright, scanning the shadows. Where is she? The upstairs is off limits now, that's the new rule. Where did they go? Dado, Mommy. I strain to listen. Are they still murmuring downstairs? It's hard to tell. Then a voice cuts through the dark. Hey, Bela, my breath catches. The closet looms like a void, its door a mystery. Kelvin, I whisper, recognizing his tone. Yeah, it's me, he replies, though I can't see him. Where are you? Right here. His eyes flicker, a ghostly shade between white and blue. Your folks thought you could use a buddy, he says. They did. I already know the answer. They've mentioned it before. Yep, Kelvin confirms. They're throwing some kind of shindig downstairs. Hear it. I focus, muffled chatter, unfamiliar music. Not the usual playlist from Mom or Dad. They asked me to keep you company, he adds. Wanted you to feel less alone. How'd I even get up here? We're not allowed. Kelvin chuckles. I carried you, and hello, it's your room. If you can't be here, who can? The party noise drifts up, warped and distant like it's happening floors below. His eerie eyes glow near the closet. Mind if I join you? No, I mutter, sitting up. The blanket's gone. The hallway is pitch black, no nightlight, just moonlight spilling in. Sweet, he says. His pupils dilate suddenly as if he's lunging forward, then he materializes beside me, perching on the bed. You've been away a long time, he muses. Yeah, but we're back now. Good, home's where you belong. He tilts his head. Think your parents are okay, Bela? A swell of noise rises from below, laughter, then silence. I don't know. You do, he insists. Your dad mentioned needing distractions, like those security guys, remember? Maybe that's why the party. His hand hovers near mine but lands on the mattress instead. It's all right to say they're struggling, he murmurs. I exhale. Yeah, they are. But I've got a fix, he offers. You do. The voices downstairs warp again, slow then frantic. Your parents trust me to handle things, so listen close. He stands, melting into the shadows near the dresser. If I were you, he says, I'd know exactly how to mend this. How? Because I've seen it before. One day in your shoes, and I could say all the right words, make them fall in love again. They do love each other, I protest. The crowd below erupts, whose voices are those. Not lately, Kelvin counters, but they could if you played your cards right. Tell me what to say. His eyes flash, impatient. Too complicated, but I'll do it for you. Just let me be you for a day. A sob echoes upstairs. Mom, who would I be? His expression twists. Still you, Bela. I just borrow your life for 24 hours. Wanna try? I should check on them. They told me to keep you here. You need rest. And hey, friendship time. My thoughts jump to the dogs. How did Mom and Dad manage them with strangers over? Are they outside? See for yourself. I slide off the bed, the carpet icy underfoot. The window shows only the side yard, the fence a blur. They're right there, Kelvin says, suddenly beside me, his breath on my neck. I flinch. New detail. A faint scent of burnt sugar lingers, like someone tried and failed to bake downstairs. The dog's absence prickles at me. Why no barking? Tone shift, from eerie to darkly amused. Oh sure, trust the glowing-eyed guy who materializes out of shadows. What's the worst that could happen? Let him hijack my life for a day. What a stellar plan. Classic parenting move. Throw a rager, then outsource kid duty to the supernatural. A+ priorities. The moonlight catches Kelvin's grin. Well, he presses. The music downstairs stutters, skipping like a broken record. The burnt sugar smell thickens, and the dogs, why are they so quiet? His finger presses against the glass, smudged with something dark. You see them? He asks. I lean in until my forehead touches the cold pain, a sudden fear gripping me. What if the window shatters? When I glance back, moonlight shifts across his features, and for a second he looks like Kelvin again. Yeah, I mutter. Did you really see them? His breath is too close. I think so. Then he steps nearer, his shadow swallowing mine. So what do you say, Bela? My back presses against the window. About the party? No, his voice drops. About letting me be you. Will you let me in? A low growl rumbles, not from him, I realize, but from the dogs downstairs, their barks muffled by the party noise. I want to go down first, I blurt, sidestepping him. But Kelvin doesn't follow. He just stares at the empty space where I'd been, like I'm still trapped there. I'll be right back, I lie. Bela, his voice is gravel now. I can keep your parents together. Thanks, I choke out, already retreating. Moonlight glints off his shirt, except it's not a shirt, just fabric draped over his front. The rest of him. Something hunched in the dark. He turns, takes a step. I bolt into the hallway, my pulse screaming. Downstairs, the dogs snarl at the staircase. The party noise swells, then dies. Kelvin's footsteps follow. I grip the railing, flying past Kami and Camel, their teeth bared at the shadows above. The hallway yawns dark. No music, no voices, just my own ragged breath. Mom, Dad, I skid into the living room. A figure shifts in the blackness. What's going on? Dad's voice. His phone light flares, blinding me. Bela, what's wrong? We need to go now. The stairs groan, the dogs erupt. Mom jerks awake. Russ, she flicks on the lamp. Dad's staring at his screen, face paling. Kelvin was upstairs, I gasp. He carried me. Mom seizes my wrist. Move. She hauls me toward the back door, Dad stumbling behind. Russ now, the dogs go wild as we spill onto the deck. Dad's still glued to his phone. The footage, he murmurs. Mom whirls. Why are the lights off? I didn't. Why were you asleep? No answer. She shoves me behind her as Dad dials. Hey, Kelvin, he says, too calm. Weird question, are you in our house right now? Mom's arm locks around me. We scan the windows, every shadow a threat. Dad hangs up. What are you doing? Mom hisses. I don't know, hoping maybe. Call someone, anyone. We flee to the front yard. I crane my neck, my bedroom window gapes empty, but the smudge where my head pressed, still there. Dad's phone trembles in his hand. Hello, sorry it's late, a pause. Night owl, yeah, well, we're not sleeping much either. His laugh is brittle. No, we're not religious, but right now we'll believe in anything. New detail added. Dad strained small talk with the unknown caller, revealing his desperation. Tone shift, from creeping dread to frantic survival, then bleak humor in Dad's call. All we want is to make this thing disappear, completely and forever. No doubts, no loose ends. I'm ready to spill every detail if it means getting help. You're seriously willing to have this conversation right now? Well. Dad glances at Mom and me. Go ahead, Mom urges. Why drag it out another second? We retreat into the empty street, Mom keeping me shielded behind her, her body a barrier between me and the house. Dad exhales into the phone. Okay, here's how it started. Brian is massive, taller than Dad, bald on top, dressed head to toe in black, even down to his gloves. Mom calls him intense right to his face, but he doesn't react. He just scans the hallway, then the stairs, and finally says, I'll need a walkthrough. So we give him one. All of us together, because none of us dare be alone, not even in broad daylight with the sun glaring on the lawn. We show him my room, the closet, the bathroom, even Mom and Dad's bedroom, where he lingers over the framed photo of the dancing woman on their wall. We even open the linen closets, spaces I once thought were too cramped for her to squeeze into. The dogs, Kami and Camel, tolerate him, probably because Mom and Dad followed the trainer's advice. I bet they used his gloves to get them used to his scent. Now we're in the backyard, the sun making Brian's dark clothes look even darker. He studies the house while talking. I asked if you're religious because I don't work with believers. Too much time wasted arguing instead of solving the problem. Mom frowns. The problem. That's what this is, Brian says, adjusting the flashlight and camera on his belt. What do you think it is? Dad asks. I don't care what label you slap on it, it's a pest. A major one. He glances down at me, his size making him loom like a skyscraper in our yard. Mom presses, so what's your plan? Haven't figured that out yet. You called me last night. I'm seeing your house for the first time right now. I don't even know you people, so. No, I don't have a plan. Mom shoots Dad a frustrated look and Dad sighs. The sooner the better, we're barely holding it together. Brian unclips his flashlight. Mind if I check the house alone? Is that necessary? Dad asks. It's what I prefer. Fine, what about the dogs? Bring them outside. Why, Mom demands. Because I work alone. Mom opens her mouth to argue, but Dad cuts in. Sure, I'll get them. As Dad heads to the door, Brian adds, video footage means squat to me. Mom stiffens. Are you accusing us of lying? Did I say that? I'll know the truth when I see it myself. It is real. The fact you're questioning that is terrifying. Lady, I just got here. Mom clenches my hand as Dad leads the dogs outside. Without another word, Brian disappears into the house. He's gonna rob us, Mom mutters. Maybe, Dad admits. We just handed a stranger free rein of our home. They fall silent. Dad ruffles my hair, and we watch the flashlight beam drift through darkened rooms. It's hopeless, Mom whispers. Don't say that, Dad pleads, but exhaustion weighs his voice down. What can he even do? Mom snaps. This is us trying, Dad insists. Mom steps toward the fence, staring at the street like she's searching for answers. Dad follows. Meanwhile, the light freezes in my bedroom like Brian's found something. My stomach knots. I think of Kelvin last night, and the air turns colder. I remember him promising he could bring joy back to Mom and Dad. This is our attempt, Dad mutters under his breath, reaching out to embrace Mom, but she pulls away. The shifting light flickers in my room before drifting into the hallway. Outside, the dogs stay vigilant on the lawn, their eyes fixed on the house. They never stop watching. Brian steps onto the deck, arms crossed. All right, he says, glancing between them. You're absolutely sure you saw it? Mom exhales sharply. Yes, Dad confirms, and we're not the only ones. Ursula's mom, neighbors, plenty of people have witnessed it now. Brian nods, adjusting his belt. Got it. I think I've got a plan. What kind of plan? I ask. He turns toward the house, smirking. Simple. I'm gonna outsmart it. Inside, Brian spread his so-called gear across the dining table, Dad's word, not mine. Mom's convinced he's carrying a weapon or running some kind of con. Dad offered to show him the camera footage, but Brian scoffed. I don't trust recordings, he said. Mom shot back, shouldn't you want every advantage? She doesn't trust him. Dad, though, he's clinging to hope. Their hushed bickering in the living room keeps escalating. He's just sitting there stuffing his face, Mom hisses. Doing nothing. We don't know that, Dad argues. Give him a shot. It's pointless. Well, he's the only one helping us right now. Except that's not entirely true. Mom's phone buzzes, Grandma's here. We hurry to the door, passing the dining room where Brian's munching chips like this is some casual lunch break. Outside, the dogs perk up as Grandma Ruth steps out of her car, her red flannel bright against the gray afternoon. She eyes the house like it's cursed. You really trust this guy? She asks Dad. Not even a little, Mom cuts in. But we're out of options, Dad admits. Grandma takes my hand. She'd seen other Mom at Evelyn's place too. How you holding up, Bella? She asks softly. I just hope Brian knows what he's doing, I whisper. Me too, she sighs before turning to my parents. Can we talk, just us? They move down the sidewalk, leaving me on the lawn. I edge toward the house, peering through the window. Brian's still snacking until he freezes, staring at the ceiling. Upstairs, my parents' voices rise in argument, Grandma playing mediator. The dogs press against the front door as Brian grabs his flashlight and heads for the stairs. I scramble onto the porch, pressing my face to the glass. Through the narrow windows, I catch glimpses. The hallway, Dad's desk, the stairs. Then Brian's face appears inches from mine. I nearly scream, but he's not looking at me. He's fixated on something upstairs, a tape recorder in his hand. He lifts it, listening, 1 foot on the bottom step, then retreats to the dining room like nothing happened. Mom yanks me back so hard it stings. What did we tell you? She snaps. Do not go near this house alone. A neighbor pauses, concern flashing across her face. Grandma rushes over, but I'm still staring at the window where Brian had been, now empty, like the whole thing was a trick of the light. "Don't expect any pity from me," she snaps. "Your mother's absolutely right." "Did you grab the clothes I asked for?" Dado questions Grandma. "Sure did," she answers, peeling off her flannel to reveal a bright yellow tee underneath, boldly declaring, "World's toughest grandmother." She tosses the flannel to Dado. "First, I'll let the dogs get familiar with your scent," he explains. "Then you'll meet the guy. After that, you can lecture me on how stupid I was for reaching out to him." Dado holds the fabric out to the dogs, murmuring, "Friend, friend." My mind drifts to Kelvin upstairs. How real friends stick together no matter what. Once we're all inside, Dado starts introducing Grandma to Brian, but Brian cuts him off with a raised hand. He's got the tape recorder pressed to his ear, nodding along. "Did you catch something?" Dado asks. "What difference would it make?" Mommy mutters. "Proof is the last thing we need." Normally, she'd storm off after a comment like that, retreating to the kitchen in frustration. But tonight, she stays close. Because none of us, except maybe Brian, want to be alone in this house. Later, Mommy's hunched over Dado's computer, probably searching for backup. Grandma left at sunset, and now the house is lit up like a Christmas tree. Brian wanted the lights off, but Mommy wasn't having it. "Do your job," she'd hissed, "and you'll get paid, but the lights stay on." Now Brian slumped over the dining table, dead asleep. Dado and I checked earlier when the dogs growled at something outside, just a neighbor couple passing by. I peeked in and saw Brian out cold. Now I'm curled up on the couch, trying not to disturb Dado, who's snoring softly. "Bella," Mommy calls softly, "come sit with me." I do. "We'll wake your dad when we're ready to sleep," she says. She already warned me we can't all be unconscious with this stranger in our house. "I'm worried enough as it is," she admitted earlier. She sighs. "It's not his fault, you know. Your dad's just making bad calls. We're exhausted, scared. Nobody should deal with this." Then, unexpectedly, she adds, "I'm proud of you, Bella." Me, I blink. Absolutely. Most kids your age would have lost it by now. But you're holding it together just like us. Though honestly, that might not be saying much. She smirks weakly. "Did you find anyone else to help?" I ask. She glances at the screen. "No." Down the hall, the dogs sit rigid, staring at the door. "Your dad's always snored," Mommy muses, "even back in college. The first time I slept over at his dorm, I thought, nope, can't date a human foghorn." I grin. I love these stories. "I tried everything," she continues. "Pinched his nose, built a pillow fort between us, even covered my ears, nothing worked." My eyes flick to the computer screen. One word stands out: exorcism. Mommy follows my gaze. "In college, ghost stories were a big deal. Your dad dragged me to some lecture at Madison Hall, some expert rambling about spirits. I walked out rolling my eyes. Now, kinda wish I'd paid attention." Dado lets out another thunderous snore. "Before you were born, we went camping," Mommy recalls. "He was so loud, another tent thought there was a bear outside. They actually went to check." She chuckles. "I remember feeling safe. Like, yeah, this noisy mess is mine." On the screen, another word glows: demon. Mommy exhales. "He's always been like this, your dad. Russ has this relentless optimism that never seems to waver. Doesn't matter if it's a financial crisis or some jerk stealing our parking spot, he'll just shrug and say, 'Guess we're getting our steps in today.' And yeah, on paper, that sounds admirable. But here's the thing he never quite grasps. Sometimes you don't want a solution. Sometimes you just need to scream into the void and hear the echo of your own frustration. Because life isn't always fixable. Sometimes it just is messy, unfair, and downright infuriating. Mom's voice drifts between talking to me and muttering to herself. She glances down the hallway where the dogs are frozen, ears pricked toward the dining room. Dad's grown a full beard lately, and Mom says it's the most obvious difference between them. Not just the facial hair, but the way he carries himself. No shadows, no hidden corners, just this unshakable brightness that never dims. Meanwhile, she's got entire closets full of things she never talks about. I think about other mommy, how she promised she could fix people. Mom's right, Dad doesn't have an edge. And sometimes, as twisted as it sounds, you want that sharpness in someone else. You want to feel the sting together, to know you're not alone in the dark. Not everyone who ends up on the fringes is a failure. Some go there because the truth isn't always found in the light. The computer screen flickers, an old list of names, ancient script Mom doesn't explain. Then the dogs tense, staring at something unseen. Mom stands, motioning for silence. We creep toward the dining room where Dad's already frozen, finger pressed to his lips. And there she is. Other mommy, kneeling but not quite touching the floor, her eyes rolled too far back. Dad steps closer like he's drawn to her. Mom whispers his name, but he doesn't react. Then Dad, our dad, suddenly appears behind us, voice rough with sleep. Ursula. Brian doesn't hear him. He reaches out, fingers trembling toward other mommy's face. Get away from her, I shout. Dad barks Brian's name, but it's too late. Other mommy's jaw unhinges, dropping toward the floor. And Brian. He doesn't even flinch. Other mommy's jaw unhinges like a nightmare, her gaping mouth stretching impossibly wide until it scrapes the living room floor. Bela, my real mom shouts, her voice cracking with fear. Get back now. But it's too late. Other mommy's scream erupts, a deafening roar like the world splitting open. A hurricane-force gust explodes through the dining room, slamming me onto the carpet. Mom's hair whips wildly as Brian levitates in the unnatural wind, his arms outstretched toward the monstrous figure. The dogs go berserk, howling like they've lost their minds. Bela, Dado lunges for me, but the gale hurls him backward. Other mommy's maw yawns wider, swallowing the doorway, her shriek morphing into something inhuman, like every sound in existence compressed into a single, endless wail. I'm pinned to the floor, helpless, while Mom's body smacks against the wall behind me. Brian, grinning like a madman, stretches his hand toward the creature. His fingers graze her face. Grab my hand, Dado bellows, straining against the storm. He's desperate to yank Brian free, but Mom screams at him to stay back. Brian ignores them all, his eyes alight with twisted joy. Dado reaches farther until... Dado, I shriek. Other mommy's mouth stretches wider, impossibly vast. Bela. Mom's warning cuts off as Brian is hurled backward, crashing into the wall before crumpling to the ground. Just like that, the wind dies. The silence is deafening. Other mommy vanishes. Oh my God, Bela. Mom scrambles to me, pulling me up, dragging me out of the room. The dogs cower at the stairs, ears flattened. Dado rushes to Brian, who's already gathering his things like nothing happened. We told you, Dado snaps, but Brian just beams. I've seen one, he breathes, shoving papers into his bag. Wait, where the hell are you going? Mom demands. I've seen one, he repeats, already heading for the door. Dado blocks his path. You said you had a plan. Brian's grin is manic. This is bigger than you. I touched it. Mom explodes. You used us, you bastard. Dado reels. You're seriously leaving. Brian doesn't hesitate. Don't care what you think. I got what I came for. Dado swings, misses. Brian's fist connects hard, sending Dado sprawling. Mom charges, but Brian ducks into his car, slamming the door as she kicks the metal in fury. Tires screech. He's gone, still smiling as he peels away. Dado groans in the street, clutching his face. Mom screams curses after the taillights. Neighbors flick on porch lights, peering through curtains. Why'd he leave? I whimper. Mom kneels beside Dado, her hands shaking. He was never going to help. Dado spits blood. We do this alone. How I sob. A neighbor jogs over. Everything okay? Mom doesn't look up. No. The house looms behind us, dark and waiting. Other mommy's grin lingers in my mind. We're on our own now. Should I call the cops? The neighbor asks, but Dado shakes his head. No police. We handle this ourselves. The dogs press against the front door, watching us through the glass. The neighbor hesitates. You sure about this? But Mommy and Dado answer in unison, their voices tight. They lean in, foreheads touching, eyes locked, like two halves of the same person standing on that curb, making a choice that feels too big for just one of them. Blood trickles from Dado's nose. Tears streak down Mommy's cheeks. Yet there's something fierce in their expressions, like they've already decided this is the only way. The neighbor backs off, but they don't even notice. They're too lost in that silent conversation, speaking through skin and breath. They think I'm asleep, but honestly, I don't think they'd care if I was, not tonight. We have to dig deep, Russ, Mommy murmurs. Find something in us we didn't even know was there. Remember college, those nights in my dorm, acting like we could take on anything. We were fearless back then. If only we could have saved some of that arrogance in a jar. Dado huffs a laugh. Who says we did? Maybe it's been inside us all along. We just never had to use it until now. They're hunched in chairs by the couch, voices low, while some movie plays just loud enough to mask their words. I peek through my lashes. How do we even make sure it shows up again? Dado whispers. Mommy's jaw tightens. It will, it's the only thing we can trust these days. For a second their eyes flick to me, I snap mine shut. No, Mommy says sharply. We're not using her as bait. Dado exhales. Right, so knives. We've got plenty, but a gun. What if it's wearing someone else's face? Mommy grips Dado's wrist. We have to get close. No hesitation. Easy for you to say, Dado mutters. You're the one who always told Bela she survived every fear she's ever had. Yeah, well, Mommy counters, this is just the next one. A beat. Then Dado's voice softens. Remember when we joked about having kids? Look at us now. Mommy's laugh is brittle. If we pulled that off, maybe we've got a shot here. Their whispers fray at the edges. I'm terrified, Mommy admits. Me too, Dado says. It might have killed Frank. I know, but it hasn't killed us. The silence stretches. Yet, Mommy adds, my breath hitches as they both glance my way. It won't happen, Dado insists. Mommy's voice cracks. Russ, I love you, but this isn't checking her seatbelt or losing her in a crowd. This is life or death. Exactly, Dado says. That's why we'll win. Foreheads press together again like they're sealing a pact. Teamwork, Mommy breathes. Like it or not, Dado nods. Always. Then Mommy shudders. God, I can't stop picturing it. The way it moves. Don't, Dado cuts in. Focus on us, on now. Their fingers intertwine, white-knuckled, ready, or pretending to be imagine it as a wild beast like in those nature documentaries we've seen. The strongest don't always come out on top, you're right about that, Ursula. We're in this together, always. Dado's eyes are wet, but Mommy reassures him. It's okay, she whispers. No, it's not, he murmurs, though maybe. Their foreheads press together, tears mixing before they break into quiet laughter, wiping each other's cheeks. When do we face it next? Dado asks. Whenever it comes, Mommy answers. Anywhere, anywhere. Could be soon, Dado mutters. Could be this second, Mommy counters. Down the hall, Kami and Camel stand rigid by the door. Knives, Dado says sharply. Knives. They share a quick kiss before turning back to me. "We know you're awake, Bella," Mommy says. I blink open to find their hands on my shoulders. "We're a team," she reminds me. "Always," Dado echoes. Later, Dado shaves while Mommy and I linger in the steamy bathroom. "Once he's done, we'll freshen up," she says. "Clean clothes, at least." His face is half smooth, half stubbled. "Showers first, though," she adds. "Feels good to take care of ourselves," Dado agrees, his voice oddly light, almost giddy. The sunlight floods the house, bright and unfamiliar after so long ignoring it. "Been a while since we bothered," Mommy admits. "Yep," Dado replies, finishing with a splash of water. The mirror reflects himself again. "Are we leaving?" I ask, sensing their strange energy. "No," they say in unison, "just feeling human again," but they move like they're preparing for something. "Sometimes you need to look the part to face what's coming," Dado explains. "Don't you always feel okay?" I press. "Not always," Mommy admits. "It's messy," Dado adds, squeezing her hand. "Upstairs," he orders. "Showers, fresh clothes," and Bella, her grip tightens. "No wandering." "None. We stick together, got it." The dogs track us as we climb the stairs. "Nothing too stiff," Mommy warns Dado. "No suits." "Already on it," he says. In their room, she flings the closet open, shoving hangers aside. I flinch, but it's empty. Here, she tosses a shirt onto the bed. The bathroom fills with steam as Dado steps under the spray. Mommy takes my hand, her other holding tiny scissors. She snips her split ends, glancing at Dado through the fogged glass. "Clothes change how you feel," she muses. "Like your favorite outfit for a celebration." She trims my hair too, her voice dropping. "Listen, Bella, whatever happens next today, tomorrow, you stay out of it." "What? If we act, you don't." Dado emerges, towel around his waist. "Looking good," he tells Mommy. She strips us down, guiding me under the warm water. "Cleaned up nice," he calls over the rush. "Still us, despite everything." "Incredible." As we dry off, he trims his hair at the sink. "Time to dress." "Bella, yeah, what's your pick?" "My party clothes." They exchange a glance. "In your room," Dado checks. "Yeah, then we'll grab them together." My eyes catch the glint of blades on the bed. Mommy studies her reflection, smoothing her hair one last time. "Almost there," she murmurs, like she's convincing herself. Dado adjusts his coral button-down while she slips into her emerald blouse and khakis, double-checking everything in the hallway mirror. "Stunning," Dado tells her, and she flashes him a tight smile. "Back at you. Let's move." We link hands, stepping into my room where the closet yawns empty, my clothes strewn in haphazard mounds. Mommy fishes out my party outfit, creased but presentable, and helps me into it. "Now what?" I ask, only then noticing the glint of blades in their grips. "Stay between us, Bella," Dado orders, his voice low. The dogs wait at the staircase, ears pricked. We descend single file, Mommy leading, Dado scanning our backs, the air thick with tension. "Ours," Mommy declares at the foot of the stairs, gripping her knife. "The house, the kid, the battle." Dado echoes each line like a vow. Night stretches on. We perch on the couch, dressed to the nines, knives still in hand. The dog stands sentry by the door. "Hungry?" Dado asks. I shake my head, sinking into the cushions. My eyelids droop, then snap open to find Mommy by the fridge, Dado drumming the table. "You conked out," he says. "Feel better?" "Maybe in 2 decades, Mommy mutters, and the joke lands like a brick. The silence is heavier without the TV's hum. No plate waits for me, so I rest my head again, just for a heartbeat. But when I rouse, they're statues in the living room, staring at the ceiling, blades raised. "Bella," Mommy warns without turning. "Stay put." The dogs snarl toward the staircase. "Is it the house settling?" I whisper. No answer. A growl ripples from one of them, Kami or Camel, I can't tell. Mommy edges forward, motioning Dado to flank her. "Upstairs," she breathes. "No doubt." Dado's jaw tightens. "And Bella?" Like hell we leave her. Mommy finally meets my eyes. "This'll be scary. Stick close, but not too close. Got it?" No, I whimper, tears welling. Daddo's knife lifts, ready. We're not Mom and Dad right now, Mommy says. We're something else. The dog's growls deepen as Daddo steps into the hall. Mommy pushes me behind her, her palm clammy against mine. We inch past the bathroom, pausing at the stairs. Daddo climbs first. Mommy yanks me back, taking point. Her grip is iron. At the top, she nods toward the storage closet. The one Daddo joked could fit a Thanksgiving turkey, though it's just brooms and dust. Bela, I start, but her hand slaps over my mouth. We advance, knives gleaming, shoes squeaking on hardwood, dressed for a party, armed for war. Bela, stop right there, Mom says sharply. The narrow door stands slightly ajar and Dad reaches it first. He glances at Mom, hesitating before plunging his hand into the blackness, fumbling for the light switch. A click echoes, but the room stays dark. Dad jerks his hand back, his face pale. Mom moves forward, pressing close to the gaping darkness. Stay away from our daughter, she hisses. Dad's grip tightens around the knife, his whole arm trembles. This is your final warning, Mom adds, shoving the door wider. The stench rolls out, thick and sour. She's in there, other Mom. Dad makes a choked noise, something between a gasp and a battle cry. Bela, Mom whispers, her voice steel. No matter what, don't run. Then chaos erupts. Dad bellows, Mom screams, both charging into the pantry, knives raised. Other Mom's voice slices through the dark. Hello there, who might you be? Downstairs, the dogs lose their minds, barking like the house is on fire. Mom lunges first, Dad right behind her, blades flashing. Do you prefer me in here? Other Mom taunts. I can't see her, but her scent, rotten flowers, fills my nose. I picture her smile, wide and wrong. My parents hesitate, then surge forward, slashing wildly, their screams raw. Then ding-dong. The doorbell again and again. Bela, other Mom sighs. Why would they hurt me? My parents freeze, panting. The knives look pathetic in their shaking hands. Where is she? Dad rasps. We can't back down now, Mom insists, but her voice wavers. The bell rings a third time, then slam, my bedroom door crashes shut behind us. We all jump. Dad flicks the pantry light on. Gone, he croaks. They look unhinged. I can't bear to meet their eyes. My gaze darts to my bedroom door. She's in there now. The bell blares again. We have to finish this, Mom snaps, but the fire's gone. No more yelling, no more stabbing. We creep toward the stairs, passing my shut door. Who the hell is at the door? Dad growls. Mom freezes. Was she in the bedroom this whole time? Her voice is thin. Bela, do you know? We descend slowly, Mom walking backward, knife out. Dad grips my shoulder, steadying me. Can it just jump rooms like that? Mom whispers. At the bottom, the bell rings once more. Who is it? Mom shrieks. Dad yanks the door open, and there's Lois Anthony standing on the porch, eyes wide. Lois, Dad blurts. Mom shoves past, knife still raised. What the hell are you doing here? Lois takes in the scene, the knives, the terror, the wild-eyed parents. Oh my God, she breathes. What did I just walk into? Dad drags me outside. Mom corrals the snarling dogs. The night air feels too sharp. Lois doesn't flinch. I'm not sorry for showing up, she says firmly. Not after what happened. I couldn't stop thinking. I failed you. Mom's grip on the knife tightens. Lois, what are you talking about? Just listen, Lois pleads. We step onto the lawn. The knives glint under the porch light. Lois doesn't look away. I had to come. You needed me and I wasn't there. Mom's laugh is jagged. You picked one hell of a night. Lois took a deep breath before speaking. I figured it out, she said, her voice steady. Daddo frowned. Figured what out? How to get rid of whatever's in your house. Mommy's face twisted in disbelief. Oh, come on, are you serious? Her grip tightened around the knife in her hand. Lois glanced at the blades they were holding and shook her head. You can't fight it like that. You can't reason with it either. This isn't some ghost story. It's worse than anything my friends and I ever dealt with. The dogs inside the house snarled, their barks muffled but still menacing. Dado exhaled sharply. Then how, Lois? What do we do? She hesitated, watching them. You caught us at a bad time, he admitted, then suddenly paled. Jesus, we actually tried to stab it. A neighbor had stepped onto her porch, watching the scene unfold with wide eyes. Lois ignored her. You have to take away what it wants, she said. Mommy threw her hands up. And what the hell does that mean? No riddles, just tell us. Lois turned to me, and for a second it felt like the entire world was staring through her eyes. It wants Bela, she said softly. Mommy's expression hardened. Okay, you need to leave, now. But Lois didn't move. It won't stop until it has her. Tears welled in her eyes, but her voice didn't waver. Get out, Mommy repeated, though her words lacked their usual force. She sounded exhausted, like she'd burned through all her courage upstairs, leaving nothing but two people clutching kitchen knives. Lois pressed on. You have to make Bela less appealing to it, less desirable. The knives in their hands dipped slightly. Dado shook his head. I don't. Come with me, Lois interrupted. Somewhere quiet, somewhere we can think. She glanced back at the house like it was listening. Mommy let out a bitter laugh. It follows us, Lois, in case you forgot. We're out of options, Dado muttered, though he didn't sound entirely convinced. Lois nodded. I get it, but if you can't destroy it, then it's always there. So give me an hour, just one. Her gaze flicked to me again. I'm sorry, Bela. I didn't realize how bad it was for you here. Mommy and Dado were breathing hard, sweat beading on their foreheads. The dogs had quieted, but the tension hadn't. I know you're desperate, Lois continued, but I'm thinking clearer than ever. Just hear me out. Dado looked at Mommy, who seemed ready to snap again. Instead, she exhaled sharply. Fine, fine, Lois, tell us. Lois hesitated, taking a step back like she was bracing for impact. You need to let this sink in before you react, she warned. Lois, Dado urged. She inhaled slowly. The thing in your house, it's drawn to Bela's innocence. We have to take that away. The drive to Lake Michigan felt endless. Dado wasn't wrong. It was over 100 miles, and the road stretched like it would never end. But Lois kept talking, her voice steady in the backseat beside me. Before we left, the trainers had come for the dogs, annoyed by the late-night call. Mommy and Dado brushed them off with a vague excuse about an emergency. We need distance, Lois had insisted. Maybe it can't follow us this far. Have you ever tried? Mommy scoffed. It hides in shadows in the wind. There's no escaping it. But Lois had a stubborn hope in her eyes. Lake Michigan is open. No walls, no corners. If it can follow, where does it hide out there? Dado had considered it. She's right, we haven't tried this. And now, as the car hummed down the highway, Lois's words lingered. She'd been smart to step back before revealing her plan. Because whatever came next, none of us were ready for it. Mom's voice was a low snarl as she lunged forward, but Dad caught her by the shoulders, his grip firm until the tension drained from her body. They stood in the driveway under the afternoon sun, voices hushed but intense, while neighbors peeked through blinds or murmured into their phones, turning our private chaos into gossip fodder. Lois, though, she was different. She arrived like a lifeline, her words cutting through the static. What if she hadn't shown up? The thought slithered through my mind, imagining what might have unfolded behind our locked doors. Dad's voice cracked like dry wood. We need more than just theories. He meant the innocence thing, the unspoken weight hanging over us. Then Lois dropped it, the motel balcony, Ruth's confession. Mom's fingers twitched. Dad went still. She told me everything, Lois said, and the air turned thick. The truth, she insisted, was a blade, necessary even if it carved away childhood like rotten fruit. Mom's anger flared, Dad's glare shifted to her, and I kept my eyes glued to the grass, afraid to glance up at the windows. Other moms' presence clung to the house, a sour musk seeping through the walls. Would I ever stop feeling her breath on my neck? Lois steered the conversation to Sleeping Bear Dunes, her tone shifting from grim to pragmatic. We'll camp along the shore, distance first, Dad exhaled sharply. We stabbed at it. His voice was raw, like he'd been chewing on the memory the whole drive. I had too, the pantry, the dark, the knives. Lois cut in. It's drawn to Bela, to her trust. The word landed like a stone. It's not about innocence, it's about deception. The car fell silent, her words echoing. Are there actual bears? I asked, just to break the quiet. Lois almost smiled. Just dunes shaped like one, sleeping. I pictured us sprinting through sand, chased by shadows or claws. Either seemed possible. Dad muttered, "This ends now," but Mom's gaze locked onto me, heavy with decision. "She has to know," Mom said. Dad's jaw tightened. "Know what?" Lois stared out the window, her reflection wide-eyed in the glass. By afternoon, we were on the beach, wind whipping, the umbrella Lois had packed alongside blankets, pillows, proof she'd planned this. The lake roared, vast and glittering, nothing like the suffocating dark of the pantry. Lois and I stood where the waves nipped at our toes. "Tonight," she said, "you'll learn things that'll rewrite the world for you. It's not fair, but it's survival." The water hissed over sand. Somewhere behind us, Mom and Dad dozed, their faces slack for the first time in weeks. The cliffs loomed in the distance, golden and silent. Sleeping, I thought, like the bear, like us, waiting. That's the heart of it. We need other Mommy gone, not just temporarily, but for good. Understand, good. Do you believe that's even achievable? It might help if you do, though I can't say for sure. I get it, Lois murmurs. The cruel part is how life's lessons are meant to unfold slowly, not dumped on you all at once. But treating this like a ceremony might ease the weight. Once your parents stir, I'll start the fire. Look around. This stretch of shore is empty, just us. No better time to face what we came here for. Maybe then other Mommy will lose her grip on you. Okay, my voice wavers. You sound upset, are you? I thought she was my friend. Lois exhales sharply. The tide licks at my sneaker, cold and insistent. Your parents, she says, they've been through hell. What's happening to them is just as twisted as what's happening to you. What will happen? They've agonized over you, over that house. It's a monstrous burden. Someday, when you're grown, you'll look back and realize how hard they fought, and you'll love them fiercely for it. I glance over my shoulder. Under the bleached umbrella, Mommy and Daddo are dead to the world, the kind of sleep that drowns out everything. Can I ask you something? Lois ventures. Sure. When other Mommy first appeared, were you afraid? No. Did you share things with her? Secrets, fears? I'd rather talk about the sand, how it glitters, how cold it gets. Lois presses. Did she ever reveal anything about herself? What do you mean? Like, do you know her as well as she knows you? I shrug. She's from somewhere else. Her face shifts, and she wants inside my heart. Lois pales. Has she told you what happens if you let her? Yeah. And she said she'd come back to life. Reincarnation. The word feels clumsy in my mouth. Once she told me it'd be like slipping into a dress. Effortless. Lois goes rigid. Those words. Yeah. How did that make you feel, Bella? I bite my lip. I won't admit how the image thrilled me. Dunno, it sounded pretty. All right, Lois forces a smile. For now, let's just be glad we're far away. We'll tackle the rest when your parents wake up. We stare at the waves, then jerk our heads toward a noise, a distant guttural panting. Something lopes on all fours down the shore, a gaunt, shadowy shape. The wind howls, clouds snuff out the sun. For a heartbeat, the creature's fur looks ink black. It crawls, relentless, yet never closes the gap. Then Mommy's voice cuts through. Bella. I scramble to the umbrella. Lois stays frozen, eyes locked on the horizon. What happened? Mommy rasps, brushing sand off her sleeves. Did something. Nothing, I lie. She squints at the sea. Well, holy hell, first time in ages I haven't woken up to a nightmare. But her smile falters. Guess we're still in it, though. Later, Lois and Mommy build a fire with driftwood. Daddo stays planted in the sand, silent, watching the tide. He hasn't moved for hours. New detail. The creeping dog's eyes flash amber just once, before vanishing into the haze. I settled beside him as the sun dipped low, painting the sky in swirls of lavender, peach, and amber. The moon hung pale against the vibrant hues, its twin shimmering on the lake's surface, double moons, double glow. Nearby, the crackling fire cast flickering shadows while Mom and Lois moved silently through the tall grass, gathering branches. Dad hadn't spoken in ages, just gazed at the water, so his sudden words startled me. Hey, Bella, you feel anything off? He forced a smile, but it didn't reach his eyes. Listen to me sitting by Lake Michigan, asking if you're picking up ghostly vibes from our haunted house. Ridiculous, right? His laugh was uneasy. I lied, we're fine, though I wasn't sure. The last thing he needed was more worry. Good, he murmured, relief softening his face as the flames leapt higher, painting him in gold. Mom and Lois's flashlight beams zigzagged through the grass, sticking close. Neither wanted to face the dark alone. Funny, isn't it? Dad mused. Millions obsess over ghost stories, binge supernatural shows, but when it's real, no hotline, no expert on speed dial, just silence. I pointed out Lois's presence and he nodded. You're right. She showed up when no one else would. They returned, arms stacked with wood, and Lois suggested huddling closer to the fire. Mom hesitated, eyes darting to Dad, but he stayed lost in the water's reflection. I scooted forward, the heat turning the sand beneath us a deep, rusty red. Lois settled beside me, her voice quiet. Learned this skill later in life, part of certain practices. Rituals, I echoed, rolling the word on my tongue. Sounds like what it is. She smiled faintly. Exactly. Find passions that serve you in more ways than one. That's how you know they're worth it. Mom stiffened. Kids shouldn't have to grow up overnight. The fire popped, sparks spiraling upward as Dad shifted to face me across the flames. Lois leaned in. Bella, do you know what innocence means? At my headshake, she continued. It's a kind of shield, not knowing the worst of the world or the people in it, even the ones you trust. The wind picked up, carrying the scent of burning wood and damp earth, and for a heartbeat, the firelight made her eyes look ancient. Mom exhaled sharply, but no one objected. The ritual was beginning. Animals are pure in a way humans can never be. They live by instinct, driven only by the need to survive, to eat, to find shelter, to mate. There's something heartbreaking about hearing of an animal harmed by a person, because unlike us, they don't carry malice or hidden agendas. We start out innocent, just like them, until life strips that away with every harsh lesson and painful memory. That's ridiculous, Mom mutters, rubbing her temples. Dad just stares into the flames, silent. Lois shifts uncomfortably. I can stop talking if you want. You make it sound like some kind of curse, Mom snaps. Innocence, Lois counters. It is. The innocent are always the first to fall. Mom exhales sharply. All right, enough. We came here for a reason. She drags her hands down her face like she's trying to erase everything they've witnessed. Russ, she asks, who goes first? Dad takes his time answering. I don't know what to believe anymore, he admits. But I do know we're facing something terrible. Out here with the fire and the lake, it's easy to pretend it's over, that it's only back in chaps. But I can't shake the image of that thing in Evelyn's bedroom, its mouth stretching to the floor. A heavy silence settles over them. For a split second, I swear I see other Mom's face in the fire, upside down, watching me. Fine, Mom says, steeling herself. I'll start. She clears her throat. Bela. Yeah. I'm about to tell you a story, and it's not a happy one. My stomach twists. It's going to change how you see things. Maybe that's what Lois wants. Do you understand? No, I whisper. Of course you don't, Mom says softly. Ursula, Dad murmurs, but he doesn't say anything else. Mom takes a shaky breath before continuing. Before your father, I was married to a man named Douglas Kane. She lets out a hollow laugh. God, I can't believe I just said that. Your dad and I spent years debating when to tell you this. Some nights after too much wine, I'd argue we never should. Her voice tightens. And the fact I was married before, that's the least of what you'll hear tonight. I'm sorry, Bella, but this is the truth. She married Douglas young, briefly becoming Ursula Kane. I loved that name so much, I almost convinced myself the marriage was worth it, she admits. That's how naive I was, thinking a pretty name could make up for a lifetime commitment. They had nothing in common. He was older, drawn to her looks. They only bonded over closing down bars, drinking until they were kicked out. I had no direction, no dreams. Neither did Douglas. Maybe that's why we clung to each other. We recognized the same emptiness. The wedding was all lace and flowers, a hollow performance. I lied to myself, pretending he was the one, the way people lie about loving a dead-end job. There was no passion, no spark, just two people keeping each other company at rock bottom. She pauses, her voice bitter. And rock bottom, it's exactly what it sounds like. Every mistake echoes back at you, loud and unforgiving. So inevitably she started cheating. It wasn't some grand scheme. I didn't plan it. But when love's already gone, betrayal doesn't feel like a choice, just the next step in the fall. I went ahead and did it, Bella, not just once, but over and over. It wasn't some fleeting mistake, it was a pattern. His coworkers, our mutual friends, even guys from the dead-end jobs I worked back then. Some were quick flings, others dragged on for weeks. And Douglas, clueless, completely in the dark. You might not grasp what that says about our marriage, but trust me, it speaks volumes. We were strangers sharing a roof, so disconnected he never noticed his own friends slipping into our bed. Confessing this now feels insane, but Lois was right. Sometimes people do terrible things, and sometimes those people are closer than you think. Even mothers aren't the saints kids believe them to be. But this isn't even the darkest part. I'm laying it all out because we're out of options, desperate to shield you from what's waiting back home. The real turning point, meeting your father. Not in some romantic college story like we told you, but in a dingy bakery on Mart Street, one that's long gone now. He was behind me in line, asked what I was ordering, then joked he'd get the same. And just like that, I laughed, really laughed for the first time in years. No drinks, no fake smiles, just pure, startling joy. We took our pastries outside, kept talking, and just like that, the innocence vanished. I knew exactly where this was headed. Months passed. Sneaking around became routine. Your father even carved out space for me in his new apartment like some twisted domestic fantasy. All while Douglas had no idea. Then came the night I saw that thing on your bed, and I knew this wasn't just guilt catching up. This was something worse, something I couldn't outrun. And then the final twist. I got pregnant. Not just pregnant, aware of it instantly, like my body screamed the truth before any test could. Your father stood beside me in that cramped bathroom, staring at the positive result, both of us silently calculating if it could possibly be Douglas's. But deep down, I already knew. Funny how loneliness sharpens your senses. You recognize the exact moment you're no longer alone. Even when you wish you were, Bella, just because someone is seeing another person doesn't mean they stop sharing a bed with the one they promised forever to. If anything, they cling tighter, desperate to keep up appearances, to make sure no one suspects a thing outside those closed doors. So when I walked out of the bathroom holding that test, your daddo took one look and said, "I want to keep it." "Keep what?" I asked, my voice shaking. "My child," he answered like it was already decided. "How do you know it's yours?" And just like that, whatever innocence we had left shattered between us, if you can even call it that, considering the mess we were tangled in. I'm sorry for the tears, sweetheart. I hope you can still hear me through them. I hope you grasp even a fraction of this, but part of me hopes you never understand the rest. An affair, that could stay hidden. But a baby, the whole world turns into a countdown. Every sound, the wind, the hum of traffic, the groan of floorboards felt like a reminder. Tell Douglas, stop pretending. And then I did. And he was happy, Bella, over the moon. He started tossing out names like this was some perfect little dream, never once questioning, never doubting. Meanwhile, I was holding myself together by a thread, terrified he'd see right through me. 9 weeks. That's how long I had to wait for answers. 9 weeks of your daddo slicing his palm open in our tiny apartment in Chaps, bleeding into a cup like some kind of desperate ritual. We didn't sleep that night. Instead, we watched ghosts of ourselves, future versions, broken or relieved, haunting every corner of that room. The next morning, I handed over his blood and mine, then drove back to Douglas like nothing was wrong. The waiting was agony, worse than anything until now at least. That night, as Douglas slept beside me, grinning in his dreams, I practiced my confession in the mirror. I had the words ready, the exact tone, the right amount of regret. Then the phone rang. The doctor. The results were I could finally take a full breath, convinced this was the moment the doctor would confirm the baby was your daddo's. I imagined shaking Douglas awake, whispering apologies, explaining how my life had veered off course without him. But then, Bella, the words that shattered everything. The doctor didn't say what I expected. Instead, he told me the blood sample I'd provided wasn't a match. The baby wasn't your daddo's. I stood frozen, phone clutched tight, while my husband slept soundly, blissfully unaware, still believing the child was his. Mommy's voice cracks as she speaks, her eyes swollen from tears. Your daddo stares into the flames, jaw clenched. Your daddo isn't your father, she says. Not biologically. Your real father is Douglas Kane. The man who, after catching me with your daddo, after following me to that cramped apartment in Chaps, after pounding on the door, wanted nothing more to do with me, our marriage, or the baby growing inside me. That same night, after Douglas stormed out, your daddo made a choice. He promised to raise you, to be the father Douglas refused to be. I'm on my feet before I realize it, my body moving without thought. I'm sorry, Mommy whispers, but I'm also glad. Maybe now the world will stop groaning under the weight of this secret. She admits she's telling me too young, but they hoped replacing one horror with another might banish the first. And here I am, hating myself most for trying to make that monster care less about you. Because even now, Bella, I never want anything in this world to love you less. The sand shifts under my feet. I don't remember walking. Lois murmurs, "It's okay to cry," but I don't recall deciding to. Is this innocence revoked? Dado asks Lois, his voice rough. I turn, but his face is distorted by firelight, unfamiliar, like a stranger wearing his skin. Why did Mommy say any of this? Yes, Lois answers softly. I believe it is. Then we're done, Dado snaps. No more talking. But it's too late. Mommy sobs. I sob. Lois's hands land on my shoulders, but I shove her away and bolt down the beach, toward the distant shape of that dog we saw earlier. Animals know the truth, I think wildly. They see what people pretend not to. Bela, Lois shouts. Footsteps pound behind me, Mommy, Dado, all of them chasing, terrified of what happens if I'm alone. Because other Mommy could find me, could whisper into my heart, and they've only succeeded in making me love everything a little less. Hands grab me in the dark. Other Mommy, I scream, but it's just them. All three breathless, kneeling in the sand, the fire a dim glow behind them. The wind howls, the waves crash, and someone, maybe all of them, whispers, yes, this is innocence lost. And I hate it, this isn't fair. Why are they doing this to me? Why can't they just let me be happy? Everyone keeps saying my name, Mommy, Dado, Lois, but I don't want to hear it. I scream at them, no, you're lying. But they just hold me tighter, whispering that it's true. I can still hear the dog, though. Even through their arms, I hear it dragging itself across the shore where the lake meets the sand, its ragged breaths cutting through the wind. I won't tell them. They'll twist it into another lie. Bela, Dado pleads. Bela, Mommy murmurs. Bela, Lois repeats, so I lie back. Other Mommy isn't here, but I know she is. I see her, dark hair tangled in the moonlight, crawling on all fours, so huge she smells like the lake itself. They want me to believe she's gone. Fine, I'll play along. Other Mommy doesn't want me anymore. She didn't follow us. She's not here, and they cry. They hug me. They fall for it. Morning comes and the beach is too bright. I don't remember sleeping. Lois says nothing was out there last night, but I don't answer. I just walk, kicking sand, until I see Dado trailing behind. Mommy's still by the umbrella, her face hollow from no sleep. Leave me alone, I shout, but the wind steals my words. The lake glitters blue, green, shallow, deep, but who cares what Dado said about it? He's closer now, his long legs unfair. You're not my dad. I scream into the waves, my whole body shaking. Then he's right beside me. Mind if I walk with you? I don't answer. We're best friends, Bela. I need to talk. His sadness tugs at me, but I don't trust any of them anymore. He keeps pace, his voice low. You'll have secrets too someday. You don't mean to, but they pile up, like ours did. He hesitates. The man Mommy told you about, he was cruel, angry. We thought we were protecting you. The sand crunches under our feet. But secrets have a way of turning wrong, even when you start with the right reasons. I keep walking. The wind howls. And for the first time, I wonder if lying hurts them as much as their lies hurt me. The thought of leaving your mom alone with you was something I couldn't bear. Not because I don't trust her, but because I love her too much to let her shoulder that weight alone. You know that, don't you? It's written all over my face. So I stepped in. I helped. And I've been helping ever since. You think she's tense now. You should have seen her when she was carrying you. I was there through every moment for her, for you. 1 second she was pregnant, the next you were in her arms, and we were both crying, overwhelmed by the sheer joy of you. In that hospital room, nothing else mattered, not right or wrong, just pure happiness. But then it hit me. Right there, seconds after you took your first breath, I realized something. Your mom and I now had a secret. We weren't just 2 people anymore, we were 3. But how do you explain something like that to a baby? You couldn't understand. So the question became when, at 1 year, 2, 3, there was never a right time. What started as protection twisted into something heavier. And honestly, Bela, I don't think you're mad at us. I think you're mad at the secret itself, just like I am. Carrying it all these years, watching you grow, knowing that soon we'd have to tell you it ate at us. We fought about it. We stalled. Not yet. Not yet. Then everything spiraled. The things we saw, the things you saw, and then Lois showed up nudging us toward the truth. Maybe we shouldn't have listened. Maybe coming here was another mistake. But last night, nothing happened. No incidents, no horrors, just quiet. I want to go home, I say. Dado stops walking. Home, he sounds almost amused. Really? But home's been the worst place of all lately. I want to go home. He goes quiet. What do I call you now? I ask. He stares at me like I've lost my mind. I don't know, Bella. Call me whatever you want. I don't tell him I want to call him a liar. I march back toward Mom and Lois under the umbrella. I want to go home. I don't know if we're ready for that, Dado says. I am. Up ahead, Mom and Lois are talking, the wind whipping around them. The lake roars. Clouds swallow the sun. More people emerge from the tall grass, a young couple, younger than my parents. I don't want to be here, I snap. That's fine, Dado says, but we have to be smart. I don't let him finish. I turn to the lake and scream, not just with my voice but with my whole body. The wind howls back, the clouds twisting into something monstrous like other Mom's face, her gaping mouth swallowing my rage. Dado grabs my arm. I shove him away and bolt into the water, fully clothed. The cold shocks me, but I don't care. I dive under, screaming into the depths, my body nothing but sound. And there she is, other Mom's legs, her twisted feet on the lake bed. I don't want to surface. I don't want them. I want her. Bella, Mom's voice cuts through the chaos. But I'm not listening. Hands drag me from the icy waves, voices shouting over each other in panic as my body shivers violently. The ocean's grip lingers even as they haul me onto the shore, towels rough against my skin. Through blurred vision, I swear I catch a glimpse of other Mommy's shadow vanishing beneath the distant swells. Should we call a doctor? Lois asks, her voice tight. No, my parents answer in unison before Dad adds, quieter. What we need is a family. Mom's reply is sharp. We have one. Maybe we've messed up, but it's ours. Under the striped beach umbrella, I curl into myself while Lois stands stiffly in the sand, her sweater and oversized glasses absurdly out of place. She stares at the horizon like she's deciphering a code. We love you, Bella, Mom murmurs, squeezing my shoulder. You can hate us all you want, but you're not swimming away from this. Dad echoes her, voice cracking. Lois suddenly whirls toward us. Did anyone else see something out there? The slap rings out before I can blink. Mom's hand strikes Lois's cheek so hard her glasses fly off. Dad lunges to retrieve them, muttering, Jesus, Ursula, while Lois presses trembling fingers to her face. Maybe I should just go, she whispers, accepting the glasses. Mom doesn't look at her. Yeah, maybe you should. The silence is suffocating. Lois staggers away, her footprints uneven in the sand. Mom storms off in the opposite direction, leaving Dad and me alone. Everything's broken, he says suddenly, staring at his hands. One second it's whole, the next shattered like a vase tipping off a shelf. You ever hear that sound, Bella, that crash? I don't answer. He keeps talking, voice raw. Life's like that. You think the mess is outside you, but it's in you. Lois knew that. Maybe now we do too. Mom returns, her jaw set. Dad doesn't ask if the ritual worked. He doesn't ask if I believe other Mommy's gone. He just says, hope so, like it's a prayer, because I can't do this again. The car ride home is silent except for Mom's white-knuckled grip on the wheel. This is all my fault, she says to no one. I press my forehead to the cold window and watch the world blur. Mommy suddenly slams her hands on the steering wheel. How did I miss this? She mutters. Dado sighs, rubbing his temples. Ursula, not now. But she keeps going, her voice cracking. Russ, listen, I'm figuring something out. Right this second, other parents, alternate versions of us. Don't you get it? I made this. Like some kind of cosmic debt collector. Every choice I tossed into the universe boomeranged back 10 times worse. Dado shakes his head. What the hell are you saying? Karma, Russ, plain and simple. Her laugh is sharp, humorless. You think you're innocent, please, we're all guilty here. The highway stretches empty ahead, dusk bleeding into night. Shadows swallow the trees lining the road. I catch movement, a woman in the distance, her dark hair blending into the gloom. Mommy's grip tightens on the wheel. I treated people like disposable props. You know that better than anyone. Dado shoots me a glance, conflicted, but doesn't tell me to block my ears. And now, she exhales. Now we're paying for it. Every damn secret, every lie. That thing in the trunk, the mess with Bela, that's on me. Dado tries to cut in. We've all made mistakes, but she barrels over him. Mistakes? No, I chose this. Chose to wreck what we had because I was too busy chasing. Whatever the hell I thought was better. Her voice drops. When's the last time I even noticed our life, our real life? Now it's gone and I'm just terrified. A thud rattles the trunk. Something presses against my seat back, a fingertip, a knuckle. I freeze, but they're too wrapped up in their shouting to notice. Desperate people do stupid things, Dado argues. That's all this is. Mommy snorts. Stupid. Try earned. Lois Anthony's cult nonsense aside, maybe she wasn't entirely wrong. You put poison into the world, don't be shocked when it poisons you back. Another thump, louder. The seat fabric bulges. Dado reaches for her shoulder. You're a good mother, stop this. Really? Her smile is brittle. Remember when you found me at Mark's wasted while teenage Brad, watched Bela, some mother. The trunk creaks. This time they hear it too, both go silent. The car feels suddenly smaller, darker. Then Mommy whispers, or maybe we don't get to go home at all. The boy was only 11. You ever catch yourself wishing you weren't stuck watching your kid? Wishing you were at some dive bar instead, or literally anywhere else? Dado glances at me, notices me staring at the backseat, so he looks too, but of course, nothing's there when he checks. Bela shouldn't hear this, Dado mutters. Why not? Mommy snaps. Thought the whole point was dragging our perfect child through the mud, right? Jesus, what kind of parents are we? Her voice cracks. Dado just keeps repeating, we're desperate. Outside, the streetlights flicker on, turning every car into a shadowy silhouette. Something thumps against my seat. Hey, I start. It doesn't matter, Mommy barks louder now, the way she does when she's dead serious. None of it. You think every family would have screwed up like us. No, some people would have known what to do, or at least tried harder, but us. Oh, Russ, we're clueless. This isn't forgetting to pay a bill, this is me. She jabs a finger at her chest. Why do you think other Mommy exists? Because this one's garbage. This one cared more about herself than her own kid, her own husband. Stop, Dado cuts in. It's true, she spits, laughing sharp and hollow. Another kick against my seat. I yank it forward an inch, catching a whiff of something sour. And the worst part, Mommy continues. I don't even know if I've changed. Maybe I'm still just as selfish. I tug the seat harder. Hello, Dado sighs. We're in shock. Nothing we say right now means anything. This isn't us. Some people would handle it, Mommy counters. Some would. Bela, you okay? Dado asks. I stay quiet. God, Mommy whispers. If I could go back, not now, Dado interrupts. Just get us home, Mommy snorts. Classic you, always looking for the silver lining. You know how exhausting that is, to have to be the dark one. That's insane, Dado says. Oh, really? You got to be Bella's buddy while I played the bad cop. Balance, right? You're the light, so who's left to be the shadow? The exit looms ahead. There's an answer here, Mommy insists. I just can't see it. Nobody deserves this, Dado says. Maybe some do, she fires back. I peer into the gap I've made, just blackness, no smell. So we go home, Mommy says. Then what? Dado's voice softens. We keep living, that's what strong people do. We're not strong. We are. The Dream Cream ice cream shop flashes by, almost there. I love you both, Mommy says suddenly, and I'm sorry I forgot how to be grateful. The car turns onto our street. Grandma's sedan sits in the driveway. What the? Mommy starts. I texted her, Dado admits. Thought we'd need help. I bolt out before the car stops. Grandma Ruth hurries over. Hi, Bella, she says. I squint up at her. Are you really my grandma? Added details. The flickering streetlights, the sour smell, and the specific mention of Dream Cream as a landmark. Shifted tone to more sardonic during Mommy's rant. Rearranged sentences and altered phrasing throughout while keeping the core conflict intact. Bella doesn't glance at her parents when she answers with a firm absolutely. The four of them stand together in the driveway, staring at the house. Just one small family on a quiet street, facing the weight of everything that unfolds behind those walls. Later, Grandma settles beside her on the living room couch while Mom and Dad stay upstairs. Maybe they believe the house is secure, or maybe they just don't want to be alone. With four people, someone's always there. I heard you got some tough news down by the lake, Grandma says. Bella stiffens. I don't want to talk about it. Neither do I, Grandma admits. But here's the thing, those are the conversations we need most. The older you get, the more you'll see how avoiding hard topics just lets them rot. Politics, religion, people said don't touch them, and now look at the mess. Some things get sick if you don't tend to them. They need air. They need words. She sighs. I wish we were talking about sandcastles and waves, but we can't ignore what your parents told you. That's the real challenge, Bella, growing up, surviving, keeping your heart open even when the world tries to slam it shut. Kindness isn't weakness, but don't mistake me. Some things are unforgivable. There's cruelty out there that make your blood run cold, but this came from love. Your mom might not see it yet, but she will. And your dad. Name one person who stood by you harder. Grandma leans in. Think of your heart like this house. Sure, there are rooms, kitchen, living room, stairs, but what about the spaces in between? When you're halfway up the steps, are you coming or going? The kitchen and living room share the same air. Where does one end and the other begin? Your heart's like that too, full of hidden corners even in plain sight. The trick is deciding what you let in. Furniture, pets, guests, sure, but feelings, those are the real tenants. Some people hoard the dark ones like relics. Others lock them out completely. Neither works. You need balance. Just don't let the heavy stuff turn to stone. Last night your parents gave you news that hurt. Some folks would carve that pain into a statue and let it gather dust for decades. I'm not saying get over it. I'm saying don't let it fossilize. Think about what belongs in your house and what doesn't. Outside, a breeze stirs the curtains, carrying the scent of cut grass. For the first time, Bella notices how the sunlight pools in the hallway, neither here nor there. Just like the feeling in her chest, Grandma studies me with a thoughtful gaze, as if weighing whether I truly grasp her words. How many rooms does this house have? She asks. I shrug. I don't know. Take a guess, she presses. Maybe 10. All right, she nods. 10 rooms it is. Now, how much space do you think is really here? My mind drifts to the video of my bedroom, how tiny it seemed on screen. Less than I imagined, I admit. Her eyes light up, surprised. Oh, but consider this, Bella. You could master the piano under this roof. Imagine if that led to performing on stages across the globe. Wouldn't that make this house as vast as the world itself? She leans in. Adults often return to the homes where they grew up. Why? Because childhood happens there. Your childhood is unfolding here. And childhood, it shapes everything that follows. Doesn't that give this place more depth, more room? I stay silent, unsure how to respond. We're all searching for space, Bella, Grandma continues. Room to grow, to love, to stumble, to triumph, even just wiggle room for dreams. Houses hold endless potential because of the people inside, each destined for infinite paths. Just because your parents are raising you here doesn't mean you'll become them. Are you just like your mom? No, I murmur. Exactly. You're your own person. Down the hall, Mom and Dad debate sleeping arrangements. Dad murmurs about Lois's plan may be working, while Mom insists on caution. Rooms, Grandma muses, are like hearts. When something leaves, it makes space for something new. That's why you shouldn't fill your heart with statues. They're rigid, unchanging. Life needs flow. She lowers her voice. Some rooms hide secrets. What you learned last night. That's a secret with room to evolve, to mean different things over time. But houses, like hearts, have corners where things linger unseen. Sometimes you need someone to point them out. Mom and Dad appear in the doorway. Someone has to stay awake, Mom insists. I will, Grandma declares. I'm wide awake. Dad hesitates. We're just exhausted. Say no more, Grandma waves him off. She turns to me, squeezing my hand. You tired? Not at all, I lie. Good. Feels like I'll never sleep again. Mom suggests they'll bunk in the dining room so Grandma and I can watch a movie or tackle the Michigan puzzle. The puzzle's fine, I say, avoiding Dad's glance as they haul cushions and blankets away. Grandma smirks. Puzzles it is. Though I bet you'd rather hear about the time I accidentally dyed my hair purple before a job interview. I crack a smile. That wasn't in the original script. See you in the morning, Dad calls. I don't answer. The house feels quieter now, heavier. But Grandma's right, it's full of room for secrets, for growth. For a future I can't yet see. Bela, he murmurs, his voice heavy with regret. I stay silent, but something inside me shifts. Grandma's words echo in my mind, and for a second I almost tell Dado it's fine. I won't carve their secret into stone. I don't want that memory frozen in my home. Good night, Dado, he says softly. From the kitchen, Mommy echoes, good night. He disappears down the hallway while Grandma carefully places the puzzle on his desk in the living room. You've got a good heart, Bela, she tells me, her fingers already sorting through the scattered pieces. We struggle at first. Half the fragments look identical, edges blurring into a sea of blue and green. But when two finally click, Grandma lights up. The fish section comes together quick, and the apple blossoms' pink petals are a breeze. The water, though, a nightmare. A floorboard groans upstairs, pulling my gaze upward. When I look back, Grandma's grinning, 3 lake pieces locked into place. We've got this, Bela, she declares, her voice fierce. Mark my words, we're finishing tonight. Tiredness crashes over me like a wave. My eyelids droop as I fumble with a piece, my head dipping toward the table. Grandma's hand brushes my hair. Hold on just a little longer, she urges. Keep me company. I insist I'm awake because I am, just drowsy. The puzzle blurs as I force another match, but Grandma's already pieced together a stretch of shoreline. This is where you stayed, she says, tapping the beach. Right here. Funny how small it looks on cardboard. I squint, imagining the spot where Mommy and Dado whispered their secret. When I blink, more of the scene materializes, waves, dunes, tall grass swaying. I remember, I murmur. Course you do, Grandma replies. Her hands fly across the board, assembling chunks at lightning speed. The water gains motion, except one wave stays frozen. I lean in, curiosity piqued. Grandma's fingers suddenly dart to my side, prying apart my mismatched attempt. No, sweetheart, that's not it, she chides. Another blink and the puzzle's transformed, more ocean, more sand. And those tiny dots, people. You're my real grandma, I say abruptly. She doesn't miss a beat. Damn right. A road unfurls under her touch. This is the path home, she says. See, right here. It looks impossibly narrow. No family fits there, I argue. Grandma laughs. Honey, roads stretch, so do hearts. Dado's snores rumble from the dining room. Mommy's breath hitches, or is that the fridge humming? A cold thought grips me. What if they die tonight? They'll think I hate them. Grandma doesn't flinch. Best way to go, she says. Peaceful. I'm losing the fight against sleep when her finger lands on the puzzle's edge. Look, chaps. A speck of a car creeps along the shore road. It's coming together now, she whispers. Like a key turned in a lock. I squint. Where's our house? She taps near chaps, a silver hair glinting on her knuckle. The world feels vast, and for once that doesn't scare me. I glance up, expecting to see her in her usual spot, but she's gone. Instead, she's in the kitchen, rummaging for a snack. You keep dozing off, she murmurs, but I'm wide awake. Blinking, I find the kitchen empty, no sign of her. Then suddenly she's across the room, watching me with an unsettling stillness. Grandma, I whisper, you right? Silence. I shut my eyes, and when I open them again, she's vanished. The couch is empty. Dado's snores echo from the dining room, Mommy's soft breaths beside me. Then there, Grandma's back in her chair, but something's off. Her face seems lower. Oh, I gasp. Every house is just one room, Bela, she says, voice like dry leaves. One room full of choices. Build a wall here, carve out a corner there. A happy home, a broken home. A home that lies, a home that betrays. A home so cold it chills your bones. Her words slither under my skin. I glance toward the hallway, desperate to wake Mommy and Dado. Would you fill your home with closets? She presses. Grandma Ruth, I choke out. Would you let strangers inside? She smiles, and I know what's coming. Into your heart. I bolt. Out of the chair, down the hall, past the creaking floorboards. The front door looms, but I dive into the foyer closet instead, slamming the door behind me. The house groans, old wood or something worse. Dado's snoring blends with Mommy's, but beneath it a new sound, footsteps, slow, deliberate. Help, I whimper, barely audible. Then a scream. Grandma's voice, raw and terrified, shreds the air upstairs. Mommy and Dado jolt awake. What was that? Mommy gasps. I bite my tongue. Other mommies here. But if I call out, she'll find me. The creaks slither closer. Bela, Dado shouts. Mom. Mommy's voice cracks. Another scream. Stay away from me. And then chaos. Feet pound the stairs. Mom, Ruth, their voices fade, swallowed by the dark. I fumble through coats, praying for a weapon. Then fingers, cold, clamping around my wrist. I shriek, kicking the door open. Light spills in, revealing Grandma Ruth inside the closet, eyes shut, hands folded like she's. Mom, Mommy's scream pierces the upstairs darkness. A growl answers. A thud like the time we dropped the table, the bowl shattering. Dado's groan. The house creaks, groans, breathes. And upstairs, the real nightmare is just beginning. Mom's screams pierce the air. Then the other mom's voice drops so low it shakes the window panes. Another thud echoes, just like when I tripped running to her from my room after hearing something shift in my closet. Mommy, my voice cracks. Dado. The house falls silent, not just quiet, utterly still, like the whole world's holding its breath. I squint up the staircase, but the top vanishes into shadow. Mommy, Dado, my foot lands on the first step. A creak groans under me. It's me, Bela. Each step protests louder as I climb, my pulse hammering in my ears. A door slams upstairs. Mommy, Dado, I'm sprinting now, steps screeching beneath me. At the top, I freeze. A sliver of light spills from my bedroom, the room that once felt enormous, then shrank when I realized how little space we really had. It's me, I whisper. Inside, Mom's face down on the carpet. I'm awake, I tell her, kneeling. You can sleep, I've got us. Dado lies beside her, motionless. It's okay, I murmur, brushing his shoulder. I'm on guard. I crawl into bed, tears blurring the moonlight blue walls. Pulling the blanket to my chin, I whisper, "Good night, Mommy. Good night, Dado." Then the closet door creaks open. Other Mom steps out, her gaze locking onto mine, the same hollow stare from our first meeting. I yank the blanket over my nose, sniffling. I need someone. "Hello, you," she croons, gliding to my bedside. Her crouch is too fluid, like bones don't bend that way. "Can I go into your heart?" Memories flash. Mom and Dado laughing at a dumb movie joke, their hands linked at the zoo. My throat tightens. Yes. Her eyes snap into focus, pale blue, glowing before she vanishes. Suddenly, I'm the one fading. The walls stretch, the ceiling yawns open. It's not a closet, not a heart, just space, endless and echoing. Other mom's voice drifts from my bed now, her cheeks glistening. She's crying my tears. Ahead, a vastness swallows the dark. Not a house, not a home, but maybe, just maybe, there's room for a friend. Hello, my own voice whispers back. I'm Bela. And the emptiness answers.